The courtroom was supposed to be safe. Rules, wards, order. A place where monsters were locked away, not set free. But when the time chamber cracked open beneath their feet, Harry Potter didn't think, didn't plan. He just moved. One moment he was shielding Daphne Greengrass from falling stone, the next the world had turned to gold and time itself had decided to break. Welcome to the Cosmic Harry, and today we will see, what if Harry Potter accidentally time-traveled with Daphne Greengrass? Stay tuned. Watch till the end. Now let's get started. Harry waited on a hard wooden bench outside courtroom, and told himself to be like he'd been taught. Slow in, slower out. Because it gave his hands something to do besides clench. It was late morning and still felt like night. The ministry walls had that polished, too bright shine that made everything look more awake than it was. A clerk shuffled parchment at the desk, quills scratching as if nothing in the world could possibly go wrong in a hallway with two aurors and a werewolf chained on the other side of a door. He listened to the hum of magic in the stone and tried not to listen for a laugh he hadn't heard in months. Ginny's laugh had always come with movement, hip bump, shoulder check, hair everywhere. And now it lived in his head like a photograph he'd kept too long in the sun. They'd said the right words when they ended it, not angry, not even sad, just finished. She was making real choices, Quidditch, travel, a life, while he was here cataloging other people's nightmares for the record. Ron and Hermione were better at leaving. They sent owls. They visited on Sundays when they could. They had a kitchen table and a list for groceries. Anne and Harry loved them for it, and stepped around their happiness like it could shatter if he leaned on it. He rolled his shoulders back. The new robes hung wrong on him, too big at the wrists, too tight at the neck. He was 22 years past the battle, and he still hadn't learned how to look like anything other than the one we call when it goes wrong. A door creaked. A bailiff stuck his head out. Potter, you'll be sworn in after the Greengrass testimony. Harry stood, blinked the grit from his eyes, and nodded. Right. The bailiff went back inside. The hallway swallowed the sound. Water? One of the aurors asked. Robards had assigned 2 for today, both younger than Harry. Both wearing the posture of men who wanted to do it right. I'm fine, Harry said. He wasn't. Thanks. He checked his left pocket to be sure. Habit. The pebble, smooth weight was there, warm as always. He didn't wear it, not publicly. He didn't talk about it. The resurrection stone hung on a leather cord that lay flat against his collarbone under his shirt. He couldn't remember the day he dug it out of the forest floor. He only remembered his hands shaking and the certainty that leaving it to rot where it had nearly ended him was worse. The cloak was folded in his wardrobe at the flat, wrapped in a pillowcase, because the idea of dust on it felt wrong. He didn't touch the elder wand. He could feel the line of it anyway, a thin, stubborn thread that tugged when he wasn't sleeping. Master of a thing he refused to hold. It was almost funny. The doors opened again, this time wider. Witnesses to assemble. Called the usher. Greengrass. Potter. He moved with the small cluster of officials and advocates. The courtroom was colder than the hall, cold enough that breath fogged for a second before the wards drank it. A ring of witches and wizards lined the highest tier. Press badges flashed like minnows as they turned their heads. The Wisingamot's purple-trimmed robes formed a neat crescent of order behind the bench. At the center, inside a dull metal cage bounded by tangled runes and humming lines of force, Fenrir Greyback paced. Even hobbled by shackles that bit into his ankles, he managed to look like a threat. The scars across his face had settled into ridges. His eyes were a pale, unkind yellow. Harry kept his gaze away from them. He knew those eyes. He had seen them in the mirror enough times, when he didn't sleep. "Mr. Potter," said the clerk at the table, "your oath will be taken after Miss Greengrass." Harry nodded and took his chair at the witness's rail. He tried to anchor himself the smell of polish and parchment, the tick in the far wall, Kingsley's steady profile 2 benches up and left, the familiar lean of Robards near the Auror pit. He could do this. He had done worse in rooms with less light. A stir at the side door pulled every head. A witch in formal navy robes stepped in behind the usher and crossed to the witness stand with measured steps that ignored the eyes. She was tall. The cut of the robes had been chosen for concealment, not fashion. The sleeves fell past her wrists and the collar sat high and stiff. When she moved, the fabric shifted just enough for the lights to catch the pale ladder of scars at the base of her neck and the puckered map across the backs of her hands. Daphne Greengrass did not look at the defendant. She did not look at Harry. Her gaze took in the bench, the clerk, the front row of the gallery, and came to rest at some exact point on the far wall as if it had been marked there weeks ago. She tilted her chin a fraction higher while the usher held out the scroll. "State your name," the usher said. "Daphne Astor Greengrass," she replied. Her voice was level and colorless. "Do you swear to tell the truth before this court?" "I do." She sat, her hands folded neatly on the rail. There was no jewelry, no cuff, no ring. The wand on the table in front of her was holly with a dark grip. The tip had been buffed recent. Amelia Bones, alive and iron, spined in this world that had carved so many others away, adjusted her monocle and nodded toward the prosecution. Counsel. A witch with a tidy bun and a stack of organized parchment stood. "Miss Greengrass, thank you for coming. For the record, could you describe your relation to the events of June 18th, 2 years past?" Greengrass's eyes didn't leave the wall. "I was attacked by Fenrir Greyback," she said. "He killed my brother while I watched. He intended to kill me." An Auror response team interrupted the assault. "Greyback escaped during the chaos. I survived. Take us through it." The barrister prompted gently. "In your own words." There was a small pause, not for drama, but for breath. "We were traveling from St. Mungo's," she said. "Would been to see a curse breaker about Blaine's, about a malediction on our family archive. We'd used a public flue to go home. 3 masked men blocked the hearth. Greyback was with them." "Did he speak to you?" "He spoke," she said. "He laughed. He named me." "Have described what he does. Did you resist? Yes? How?" "Everything I was taught," she said. Nothing worked. Her tone didn't lift, didn't crack. She did not reach for words stronger than necessary or smaller than honest. Harry felt the silence around the details more than anything in the details themselves. The gallery's rustle faded to nothing. Robards stared at the floor. Kingsley's hands were folded very still. "And your brother?" the barrister asked, softer. "Blaine was 12, Daphne said. "He told me not to look. I did. He died on the first bite." A quick, strangled sound came from the middle tier. Someone put a hand over their mouth. Bones's jaw tightened, but she didn't speak. She held the courtroom up by her presence alone, and the room steadied. "Did Grayback mark you?" The barrister continued. "Yes." "How did you survive?" "Intervention," she said. An alarm went off. The flu hub has wards connected to the DMLE. The first responder was an Aura cadet on drill. He cast the loudest thing he had and missed. It was enough. "Do you recognize the man who attacked you?" "Yes." "Please point him out for the record." She shifted her hand a fraction, palm open in the direction of the cage. She did not look. Fenrir Grayback. Inside the runic net. Grayback smiled with all his teeth. "Let the record reflect identification of the defendant," the barrister said, voice tight. "No further questions at this time." The defense wizard rose, fussy and gray. He adjusted his cuffs 3 times and produced a preened smile that would have looked at home on a bad poster. "Miss Greengrass," he began, "you have been through something terrible. I am sorry, but 2 years is a long time. Memory is an unreliable instrument." "No," she said. He blinked. "I beg your—" "No," Daphne repeated, still polite, still flat. Memory decays under stress, but a single trauma, rehearsed by the mind for 2 years and revisited in sleep nearly every night, is not vague. I am not confused about his face. I am not mistaken about his voice. "I see," the defense said, color rising. "And yet you did not provide a sworn statement until 8 months after the event." "Because my jaw was wired shut," she said, in the same tone one uses to note that the sky is present. "Because I could not swallow without bleeding for weeks. Because the man who killed my brother was not in custody and I needed to be able to run." A murmur ran around the benches, quick and uncomfortable. The defense cleared his throat and sat hard. Bones nodded once. "Thank you, Miss Greengrass. Mr. Potter, please step forward." Harry stood, boot suddenly loud on stone. He took the oath by muscle memory and sat. The barrister for the Crown looked relieved to find him in the chair. "Mr. Potter, for the record, you are currently attached to the Aura office as an emergency operative in a consulting capacity, correct?" "Yes." "And you were present for the aftermath of Miss Greengrass's assault 2 years ago." "I was," he said, "not at the scene. At set Mungo's later that night to identify the body and coordinate." "You have encountered the defendant previously?" "Several times," Harry said, "during the war and after." "Do you recognize him now?" "I do," he said, and he let himself look this time. "That's Grayback." The court recorder's quill scratched. The lines of the rune. Cage hummed a pitch lower. The Crown asked 3 more questions. Tidy, formal, nothing he hadn't been briefed to say, and nothing he wanted to improvise around. He kept it clean. He kept his voice steady. He avoided words like smell and taste and blood, because speaking them here gave them a weight the walls would remember. Then the defense stood and tried the same trick. Memory is a tricky business. And Harry answered with, "If you want me to list every time I saw him, I can, but we'll be here a while." The gallery made a small, grateful noise. The defense sat. Bones inhaled, ready to close the sequence. It unraveled between one heartbeat and the next. A faint pulse went through the rails like a dragon breathing under the floor thump, magic moving where it wasn't meant to. Harry didn't think. The feeling hit the base of his skull, and he was already up. Hand sweeping to the wand he didn't remember drawing. Grayback's head snapped toward the second tier door. the one only staff used. A man in plain robes reached for something inside his sleeve that was not a quill. The runes around the cage flickered. Shields, rawbards, bellowed. Spells struck the warded mesh with the sound of hard rain on glass. The first blew apart in a smear of sparks and heat that rippled the air. The second hit a seam. The seam tore. Greyback moved like the room owed him space, like the shackles were a dare. He went through the rent in the lights, shoulder first, and a slice of iron skittered across the floor like a thrown coin. Harry threw a barrier up without thinking, Protego Maxima. And two curses he didn't recognize hammered it with enough force to knock him back a step. People screamed. The press gallery turned into flailing limbs and fallen parchment. An auror on the left took a silver, edged slash across his chest and went down cursing and trying to breathe. 3 more men stood up from the first row of observers with wands drawn and practiced economy. Death Eaters, or what was left of them with the masks off and the arrogance burned down to the stubborn core. They fired in a triangle, rope curse, bone breaker, stunner, and the courtroom lit in ruby and blue. Down, Kingsley roared, and his voice filled the room the way only his could. Down, now. Harry slid along the rail and put himself into the space between the witness stand and the open floor without looking to see who he was exactly shielding. Another curse glanced off his ward and knocked splinters from the witness box. He caught a flash of pale, hands on wood, scars like whiter scars, and realized he'd moved to block Daphne without meaning to. Move. He shouted over his shoulder, not waiting to see if she did. She didn't scream. Her chair scraped once. When she spoke, it was the calm of someone who had already lived through the worst. Left. He went left. A binding charm he didn't see sizzled past his right ear and dissolved against the wall. The aura pit erupted in synchronized return fire. A ward pane dropped from the ceiling, bright and strong around the bench, and Bones stood behind it like a statue carved with a wand. Greyback laughed, short, delighted, an ugly sound, and kicked a fallen chair into the path of a hex that would have cut him in half. He was fast. Too fast. The restraints at his ankles were bleeding on the stone. He didn't seem to notice. On me. Robards snapped, and 2 aurors flanked him. They cut a path toward the defendant with a series of brutal, efficient spells that made the air smell like penny sparks and damp iron. Greyback ducked once, twice rolled, and came up near the far wall where a simple, functional door sat inconspicuous behind a panel of judicial glyphs. It should have been solid. It had been solid for 100 years. Greyback pointed his wand somewhere between the hinges, and the world cracked. The blast wasn't a color so much as a pressure, not a standard curse. Something stolen something home, made something ugly. The door exploded inward. The stone around it fractured in a widening ring. Beyond it, a corridor lit with unfamiliar gold sloped away and down, carved smooth. The air moving as if 100,000 particles were falling in silence. The Department of Mysteries, Harry thought, in that flat, unhelpful voice his mind used in crashes. Time chamber. "Don't let him down there!" Kingsley shouted. Spells converged. Stone cracked again. The golden light flared with the same wrong shimmer as a heat haze on a cold day. Greyback turned to run, and then the floor shifted where Daphne stood. The witness rail buckled. A section of the dais slid toward the broken threshold with a sound like a sigh. Daphne stumbled forward, arms pinwheeling to catch balance that wasn't there. And the new tilt of the floor made the space between her boots and the gold lit corridor into a promise. Harry moved. It wasn't bravery or strategy, or even choice. It was the basic geometry of protection his body had memorized long ago. He dropped the big ward, threw a shield around her alone, and lunged. His shoulder hit hers hard enough to bruise. His free hand caught the back of her robes. His boots skidded on polished stone that was no longer level. For 1 second, they balanced him, her, the slick rail, the whole courtroom like a held breath. Greyback snarled and flung a blasting curse over his shoulder without aiming. It took the top of the damaged wall and turned it into a rain of stone teeth. The edge of the dais gave way. The shield around Daphne flared bright, then buckled. The world tipped. They fell. The courtroom screamed and narrowed to a tunnel behind them. The corridor ahead became the only thing that existed. Harry and Daphne crashed through the fractured doorway together, arm and shoulder and robes and pain in a single knot, and slid down a sloping passage into a round chamber lit by a patient, impossible gold, sand. It wasn't beach sand. It was finer and somehow heavier, every grain bright as if it contained its own light. It lay in a wide, shallow basin that looked carved from the idea of a bowl rather than stone, no tool marks, no seams. The air smelled like old paper and a storm that would never arrive. Harry's boots hit the first drift and sank up to the ankle like it was water. He tried to pull Daphne backward, but the floor behind them had sheared clean away. There was nothing to brace against but the wrong, soft gold that swallowed his weight, and then his weight again. "Don't move," he said, uselessly, because the sand didn't care. Every shift made a new angle. Every new angle made them slide deeper. Daphne didn't curse. She didn't cry. "Let go," she said, practical and breathless, as the grains climbed from ankle to calf. "You're heavier. You'll pull us both." "Not a chance," he said, because letting go was not one of the options his hands recognized. A shadow moved at the rim of the basin. Greyback, framed by broken stone and gold light, bared his teeth in something that wasn't even a smile. Behind him, the corridor groaned and dropped another slab into the chamber. Debris slid in a slow, quiet cascade that made no sound when it met the sand. No echo, no thump. The basin absorbed it like a held breath. "Potter?" Robards' voice reached them, thin and far, as if pushed down a long tube. "Hold on?" "Working on it," Harry muttered. He pointed his wand at the sand just ahead of his boot and tried Immobilis. The spell went off. He felt the push, saw the flash, but there was no effect on anything but the hair on his arm. He tried Arresto Momentum, something broad and forgiving, and the magic slipped sideways like a hand on oil. "Stop casting," Daph said, sharper now. "It's reacting." She was right. Every charm he threw into the gold made it change. Not visibly, not in any way he could name, but the pull shifted, and their small stability went with it. He shut it down. He forced his breath level. He should have let the aurors do it. He should have learned to wait. Too late for that. He adjusted his grip at the small of Daphne's back. "Sorry," he said. "For what?" "Everything," he said, and that was stupid and not helpful and true in ways he wouldn't unpack if he had a year. They slid another half-foot. The sand closed around his knees. It was cool. It was warm. It was an argument with itself. When he dug his heel, it pressed back, patient and absolute. At the rim, Greyback cocked his head like a dog hearing something inside the floor, and then turned away with a shrug, as if what happened to them wasn't interesting anymore. He limped toward the corridor to their left. 2 aurors appeared in the gap with shields up and faces set. Spells lit the air. Greyback vanished between flashes. The chamber did the strangest thing then. It went quiet in a way Harry knew from nightmares. Not the quiet of hearing flattening out or too much noise canceling itself. This was the sudden subtraction of sound from a world that had always had it. The aurors' shouts snapped off like someone had cut wire. The crackle of damaged stone ceased mid-crackle. Even the scrape of sand against robe hem ended. Harry. Daphne's voice arrived a second late, as if it had been sent through a bend and a pocket of nothing. "I'm here," he said. He wasn't sure his mouth had moved. The gold light blurred at the edges like an overexposed photograph. His heartbeat boomed once, slow and very far away. And then he couldn't hear that either. He tried to check the weight at his collarbone. A habit, and instead the weight checked him. A warmth pressed from inside his chest outward, a shape in a shape he could not name, and for a blink he saw not the sand, not the chamber, but a dark forest with a path of trampled leaves and the smell of petrichor too real to be memory. Not now, he thought savagely, and the forest folded. The stone burned cold as snow on his skin. The cloak? That familiar nothingness he recognized better than his own reflection, stirred in his thoughts as if asking to be used, and the thin, stubborn thread of the elder wand's allegiance pulled tight. The 3 presences were not separate anymore, and the realization came like a slow toothhache. Whatever this place was, it wasn't just reacting to him, it was reaching in. He had felt magical surges before. He had been in rooms where power misbehaved. This was different. His magic didn't only flare, it rose. It expanded in his ribs and behind his eyes until there wasn't enough skin to hold it. Pain arrived clean and bright. His wand arm shook. "Harry," Daphne said again, closer now without physically being closer. "Look at me." He did. Her pupils were blown wide. Sand lapped at her thighs. She hadn't fought him. She'd adjusted. One hand braced against his shoulder, not to push away, but to keep them together. No panic, no drama. A person making the best call with bad options. "I'm going to pass you my wand," she said. "If you feel yourself, if it gets worse, drop mine. Keep yours." "That one," she nodded at the holly wand near his hand, "is charmed to me. It won't explode if you lose it." "This is not the moment for exploding wands," he said through his teeth. "Exactly. Ready," he nodded. She slid the holly into his free hand. It settled easily, as if it had done so before. The light thickened. Sight blurred along the edges of things. He could still see her face, the sharp line of her jaw, and the pale lines at her throat, but the stone rim further up went soft, and then softer until it was just a suggestion. The pain built the way a fever does when you pretend you don't have it. He could feel the cloak, an H of absence, as if it were already around his shoulders. The stone in its leather loop ticked cold through his shirt. The elder wand's allegiance sang like a string tuned too tight. He tried to separate them. He tried to move them back into their corners, the way he'd taught himself when the nights were bad cloak in the trunk, stone on the nail, wand in the tomb. The places did not hold. The gold around them had its own ideas about order. The sand climbed. It pressed at his hips now, then his ribs, without feeling wet or dry. It didn't squeeze. It claimed. He thought of the forest, the open field. The weight of a wand he never carried. The faces that had come when he turned the stone. He thought of the people the court had brought into this morning, that would go home to lunch and a laugh, and a complaint about the weather. He thought of Ginny's last smile in the doorway. Go get the bad things and then come back for dinner, yeah? He hadn't. He thought of Ron and Hermione and their absurd kettle. He thought of the quiet of their new flat and the soft, ordinary sounds they had earned. He thought of a boy with a rat on his shoulder who had once sat on a trunk and told Harry that sometimes you have to try anyway. The pain sharpened. He made a sound he didn't like and swallowed the rest. A pressure like a hand pressed the center of his chest from the inside. He recognized it then, the way you recognize an old scar by the way it pulls when it rains. The hollows weren't three things. They were one conversation that had been happening since he was 11, and the time chamber had decided it wanted to join. The sand reached his sternum. It was in his mouth without being in his mouth. He couldn't taste it, no grit, no salt. He could feel something like an idea settling behind his teeth. "Don't," Daphne began, and then she stopped, because how do you tell someone not to be in the process they are already in? The world narrowed to gold. It didn't go black. It went bright. The line of the rim went soft and then was gone. The last sound he remembered, before even silence, was the tiny scrape of Daphne's nail on his sleeve as she adjusted her grip. Not to pull, not to let go, but to stay. The chamber winked out. The sand became light. The light became pressure. The pressure became a corridor inside him, where a lot of doors were being unlocked at once by a key that might have been his own name. He did not fall so much as slide into a space that had always been adjacent to the one he lived in. The sensation was not weightless. It was the opposite of weightless. It was as if he had been wearing a body at half charge, and someone had just connected him to the mains. Images arrived without edges. They were not in order. They were not even all his. A cupboard, a spider's web, the thin line of light under a door, a boy folding an oversized T-shirt with careful hands and pretending it was armor, the echoing shout of a stadium, the press of a broom handle in palms that had stopped sweating from fear and begun to sweat from joy, a forest path, a circle of faces, hands that could not touch, the knowledge that he was about to walk into a killing curse and that no one could follow. A hearth, a boy 12 years old, with neat hair and a mouth set in a line like an apology, placing a book carefully on his knee and looking up when the world he trusted fractured in the shape of a man with silver teeth. The last one wasn't his. It shifted. The boy became a girl in a garden with clipped hedges and instructions that had been rehearsed into politeness. Stand straight, don't run, smile at the right people. The girl grew into a teenager who learned how to keep her face calm, while men introduced her to husbands she would never have. A corridor, a smell like disinfectant and ash, a laugh like a scrape. Don't look, Daph. She looked. Harry's body tried to protest, to push the new images out, but the protest was a voice under miles of water. The tide of remembering didn't ask. It gave. A classroom where ambition was taught as a form of table manners. A ballroom where the mirrors watched and the cut of your robe could mean safety. A night when the words, mirror, mirror, were in fashion and kindness was an expense nobody could afford. Hands that learned to move precisely because imprecision got you hurt. Silence learned as a second language because the first had teeth. He knew her brother's laugh. He knew the shape of the scar on her wrist. You couldn't see if the sleeve was right. He knew the way her father's hand hovered a fraction too long over the back of a chair when he was angry. He knew the tone her mother used when she wanted to sound proud and only managed brittle. He knew more than he should, and not enough. His magic beat against his ribs like a drum. The cloak folded through him. The stone sat heavy as a planet on his sternum for a bright instant, and then dissolved into everything. The thin thread of the Elder One's allegiance tugged hard enough to blur his eyes, and then clicked, like a gear finally sliding into the tooth it had been meant for. He wanted to say stop. He wanted to say later. He wanted to say give it back. But the gold room was not a room. It was a decision, and it had made itself. The last thing that was only his a hallway years ago, green light moving toward him, and the impossible calm of choosing not to move. The last thing that was only hers, a small hand slipping out of hers, because the grip had turned slick with blood. And a promise she made to no one, because there was no one left to make it to. I won't be the quiet one you forget. He gulped at air the way you do when you surface, and then realized there had been no breath to start with. His chest hurt. His hands hurt. His wand hand shook like someone had poured electricity through it. He heard a sound. It took a second to label it. His own voice, a rough, surprised noise turning into a word. "Daphne, I'm here?" she said. Somewhere so close he couldn't tell if he'd leaned into her or she'd leaned into him. Were. He began and stopped. Because what were they? Did you see? Yes, she said, no color in the word, no panic either, just the truth. He shut his eyes against brightness that had no source and tried to organize the pieces. He had them both in his head, like badly stacked books, and no shelf that would hold them. The light around them wavered. He couldn't tell if they were still sinking. He couldn't tell if down existed. "Harry," Daphne said, voice low and steady now in the place silence had left. "Whatever this is, don't fight it." "That's all I know how to do," he said, and this time it was nearer a laugh. "Not today," she said. He tried. He let the hold in his shoulders loosen by a fraction. He let the red, raw ache of much magic spread past his ribs and into his hands, into his fingers, into his grip on her robe. It was still pain. It wasn't only pain. Somewhere far above them, impossible distance that might have been a single step. The world they'd fallen from continued to be the world. Robards barked orders. Kingsley built wards inside wards. Someone cried. Someone swore. Greyback blood and ran. But down here, in whatever passage between things they'd been thrown into, the clock was a different creature. For a long beat, there was only gold, and then the gold thinned. Not entirely. Not kindly. The pressure lessened the way a migraine does when you dim the lamp, not gone, just made survivable. He felt the weight of his body again. The ache in his shoulders told him they were still locked together, arm and hand and breath, stubborn as the day was long. The sand, if it was sand, held them like a thing that had decided to. A thought arrived that was so stupidly ordinary. He almost laughed. "I'm going to have to write this down later, and I don't want to." He bared his teeth and made a sound that might have been the beginning of a breath, and then, finally, could hear it. They were still falling. Slowly now, or the world was slowing around them. He couldn't tell which. The light remained. The pain stayed. The images kept coming, fewer now, each one sliding past with the bored dignity of old memory obliging a request. A cupboard, a garden, a corridor, a boy, a girl, a laugh that wasn't coming back, a promise that hadn't been made but would be. It should have felt like wonder. It didn't. It felt like the part before a storm when the air goes heavy and the birds know something the people don't. He reached for a word for it and came up with only one. Wrong. He gripped her. She gripped him back. His last clear thought before the white rose up and took the edges of everything was not noble and not clever. It wasn't even a plan. It was the simple, terrified accounting of a man who had seen enough endings to recognize the beginning of another one. What have we done? Chapter 2. The intimacy of Eris, Harry came back to himself without a body and knew it was wrong before he knew anything else. No ground, no sky, just gold, thin as dust motes in a sunbeam and thick as fog. He tried to move and nothing moved. He tried to breathe and remembered he didn't have lungs here. Sound existed, but at a distance, like he'd cupped his hands over his ears. Harry? Daphne's voice muted, close and not close. "I'm here," he said, and heard his own words travel away from him as if they'd been set on a slow river. He looked down and there was no down, only light that behaved like water without being water. He looked up and saw the same. The space had temperature until he noticed it, and then it didn't. He tried to lift his hand and felt the idea of fingers flex, nothing more. "Don't try to move," Daphne said, practical already. "It makes the wrongness louder." "Wrongness," he repeated, and the word fit. Where? The gold thickened, as if someone had breathed on glass. It began. Not a montage, not merciful. Just life, unspooled. A cupboard, the smell of dust and damp wood, a line of light under a door that meant morning. Small hands counting spiders because numbers were safe. A birthday with no cake and the exact weight of a toy car in a pocket, because it had wheels that turned quietly. A garden with brutal hedges and gentle rules. Stand straight, speak when spoken to, never trip on the hem. A girl's laugh in a corridor when no one was listening. The first time Blaine copied Daphne's walk like a duck, and she pretended to be cross while she laughed until her ribs hurt. Harry's first time on a broom, fear cracking open into joy that moved at speed. The exact feel of leather against palm and air against teeth. The moment he realized he was good at something no one could take from him. Daphne's first Christmas dress, midnight blue. A row of tiny buttons at the back she couldn't reach alone. Her mother's hands precise at the task. "You look perfect," said in a tone that meant you will not make me regret this. Green light. A crib. A woman's body between a wand and a baby. The smell of lilies. A man's shout that didn't get to be finished. Silence. A kitchen in a manner where cutlery never clinked. A father who measured words. A mother who measured people. A brother who measured time in stories. The mirror in St. Mungo's. The first look at the new map of her face. The thought that didn't belong to a 19-year-old or a 17-year-old or anyone. This is my life now, and the shame that she felt shame at all. Serious on a summer afternoon, laughing like a man who'd cheated time. Then cold stone, a veil, and the knowledge of falling without falling. Daphne burning photographs, not because she hated the girl in them, but because strangers pitied her when they saw them. Blaine's small palm on the reach of her wrist. "Don't, Daph." She did anyway. A tent, a forest, a radio tuned to hope and static. Hermione's breath visible in winter air. Ron's footsteps leaving and then returning. The Horcrux heavy as guilt in Harry's pocket. A heartbeat that wasn't his, a whisper that was. A last family dinner that wasn't last until it was. Daphne sitting at the table, while the conversation flowed around her like she'd already left the room. Blaine trying to fill space with a story about a charmed top and being shushed mid-sentence. Because adults are talking. Ginny's kiss after the battle. Slope of her shoulder under his palm, everything raw and bright. Ginny's quiet months later. "I can't carry this with you," said with love and a straight spine. Harry nodding, because he would not make her apologize for choosing to live. Daphne at a mirror years after her scars had set, practicing neutral expressions until her face learned not to beg. The first time she laughed again and startled herself with the sound. Remus's hand on Harry's shoulder, warm and steady, the night before the last fight. Tonks's grin. Fred's joke that killed. Because that's what it did. And the way the world learned the sound of the Weasleys breaking. Auror training like a clocky wound, because sleep wasn't safe. Harry's feet knew the hallways, his mouth knew the answers, his heart didn't know what to do with quiet. A flue hearth, a smell like cleanser and smoke, 3 masks and 1 smile too wide to be human. Blaine moving to stand between Daphne and the world. "Don't look," he said, and she looked, because that's what love does when told not to. The engagement party. Ron's arm around Hermione. Laughter that belonged to people who had earned it. Harry smiling in all the right places and then folding in on himself in an empty corridor. The sound of it brief and animal before he swallowed it down. Everything that mattered. Every small thing that should not have and did. The gold thinned. The flood slowed. They hung in the quiet between the last life and the next breath and did not speak. Because what do you say after watching someone's soul with all the lights on? Daphne spoke first. Of course she did. "So now you know," she said. The words weren't bitter. They were tired. Harry didn't answer right away. He let the weight of it sit where it needed to sit and not where it wanted to sit. "I'm sorry," he said finally. "For him. For you. For don't apologize for what you didn't do," she said. "You have enough to carry." He tried to laugh and made a sound that wasn't one. Apparently. Another stretch of not talking, the kind that isn't silence but permission. "You loved her?" Daphne said. "I did," Harry said. "The best I knew how. It wasn't enough." "I was honest," she said. "That matters. You were alive," he said carefully. "And not." "I was already dead," she said quietly. "I just hadn't stopped breathing yet." He let out a long breath he couldn't feel. "I keep surviving. It feels like a clerical error." "It isn't," she said. "You're simply what happens when the worst thing keeps not being the last thing." He looked into the gold and found her outline in it. Not body, not light, exactly, but a shape the mind makes when it needs a place to rest. "I saw you burn them." "I didn't want to be a before," she said. "People were kind. Kindness can be cruel." "I watched you at the engagement party," she added, gentler. In the corridor, he didn't flinch. There was nothing left to hide. "I thought I'd learned how to be happy for other people without that recoil." "You had?" she said. And then grief invented a new trick, he huffed. "I keep telling myself I'm fine because I'm functioning. It's a terrible metric." "Functionality is a poor god to worship," she said, and he heard the greengrass schooling in the turn of phrase, the clean edge of it. "Martyr complex," he said, like a charred sheet. "I survived. Everyone else deserves better than my survival. If I keep working, maybe I can make the math add up." "It won't," she said. "But it keeps you from stagnating." He stared at the bright that had no source. What does it say about us that I feel less alone after that? That we are honest now, Daphne said. There are no secrets left. I saw you in the forest with the stone. You saw me on the floor with Blaine. There isn't a conversation we can't survive after that. He swallowed. I didn't want anyone to know that I was relieved when it was over. For a second, before it wasn't. Of course you were relieved, she said, as if explaining basic arithmetic. You were exhausted. The end of pain feels like a sin when you keep living. It isn't. And you, he said, careful. You decided to not be a before, and then the world kept treating you like an after anyway. Her laugh was small and sharp. You're a quick study. He catalogued the feeling in his chest and decided it was trust. Not the slow kind built over tea and practice, but a sudden, brutal kind built over truth. I understand you, he said, testing the sentence. That's new. Likewise, she said, you're not noble. You're practical and stubborn and addicted to fixing. You're frightening when you stop giving yourself permission to feel. Thank you, he said, unsure and oddly grateful. You're welcome, she said, and he could almost see the curve of a smile. The light shifted. Not brighter. Different. The gold went thin as gauze, and an image appeared as if someone had laid a memory on a table between them. Hogsmeade. Late summer. The air bright and careless. August 15, 1990. He knew the date the way the body knows when an old break is about to ache. She knew it like a calendar she'd carved into the inside of her mouth. You know this day, he said. Yes, she said. It's the day Blaine died. He watched the scene arrange itself. The high street with its cheerful windows. The hum of commerce. A boy impatient with his own legs. A sister trying to be both chaperone and co-conspirator. A decision to take the public flu because it was faster. 3 men who did not belong. A 4th who didn't need a mask. This is time travel, Harry said blunt, because there was no reason to pretend otherwise. His stomach did a drop and a lurch even without a stomach to do it with. Daphne didn't hesitate. We can save him, she said. Well, can save everyone. He didn't say no. He wanted to. The word lined up on his tongue like a shield. He had read all the rules. He had broken enough of them to respect the ones that remained. Paradoxes, he said instead. Butterflies. The entire universe doing its best impression of a howler. Hermione warned us, about turning time into a toy. Hermione used a time turner successfully for a whole year, Daphne said. Why are not talking about skipping class? We are not changing time from outside. We are living it. There is a difference. It's still dangerous, he said. We don't know where we land. We don't know if we would do. She cut in, eyes on the memory street. We're going to be 8. You felt it. So did I. 19-year-old heads in smaller bones. That means we don't have to push and break. We plan. We grow. We choose when to move. It's not chaos, it's a schedule. He almost smiled despite himself. You make war sound like a school timetable. I make survival sound like a plan, she said. You should like that, he breathed out. Do we have the right? To what? To change who lives and who dies, he said. To take a world that learned how to carry its dead and tell it no, try again. Daphne's voice didn't rise. It deepened. I am telling you that I watched my brother die while he tried to make it easier for me. And I have spent 2 years being treated like an echo. You are telling me you watched every good thing be taken from you and learned to pretend there was enough of you left to share. We were already dead, Harry, both of us. Whatever life we get now is borrowed time anyway. I'd rather borrow it doing something that matters. He closed his eyes and saw the forest again, not as a failure but as a point on a line. He opened them on Hogsmeade and a boy who didn't have to die. "If we do this," he said, "we do it carefully. We don't swagger in and tell the world it's wrong because we're clever and traumatized." "Agreed," she said immediately. "We don't announce ourselves. We don't trust anyone because we love them in another future. We set rules, he said, and felt better the instant the word existed. No telling Dumbledore anything he can use to move us like pieces. No trusting Malfoy Sr., she said, crisp. No Horcrux monologues, he said. No heroics for credit, she said. We'll act because it works, not because it feels grand. He found the edge of a grin. We will be insufferable. Efficient, she corrected. The image of Hogsmeade held, patient and merciless. The feel of August came through it, the kind of day that never thinks about winter. Harry stared at the familiar shapes and felt the old ache twist. Remus laughing in a kitchen that might now survive his smile. Sirius making tea badly on purpose. Fred tossing a joke into a room and catching joy on the return. "You're thinking of them," she said. "All of them," he said. "It's impossible until it isn't." "Then say it," she said. "Say yes." He didn't dress it up.
"Yes,"
he said. "Would try. But we plan. First," she said, and he could hear the Greengrass hair again, the built, in order. "We survive landing. Then we plan." He nodded. "Landing as 8-year-olds. Our minds intact," she said. "It will be loud." "We'll find each other," he said. "We will," she replied, not a hope, a promise. "We're Hogsmeade first," she said. "If not there, we triangulate. You have Remus. I have my family. We send something only we would recognize." "A word," he said. "A sentence," she corrected. "Too many people listen for single words. We were already dead. I choose to borrow." He let it roll around in his head. It fit their mouths. "And did I reply, 'No heroics for credit'?" she said. He almost laughed. Done. The gold changed again. He felt the pull before he saw it, two currents separating, braided until now, beginning to unplait. It wasn't violent. It was inevitable. "Harry,"
Daphne said.
"I'm here. Say it," she said. "Before it gets louder. Say the thing we didn't get to say to anyone because they wouldn't understand." He understood. He'd been waiting to understand something for years. "We're in this together now," he said. "No one else will ever understand. No one else needs to," she said. The currents tugged stronger. He felt her go not far, the way a voice goes when a corridor turns. Panic rose, and he pressed it down the way he'd learned to do in rooms with less oxygen and more fire. "Daphne," he said, sharper than he meant to. "One more rule." "Quick," she said, almost amused. "If one of us hesitates because we remember pain from a future that might not happen, the other decides," he said. "Decisive," she said. "Good. And Harry?" "Yeah. When you start trying to martyr yourself for efficiency, I will hex you. Gently at first," he snorted. "Fair." The light thinned to threads. He could see the shape of her moving away. Filament, fine and certain. "Find me," she said, as if the world could be argued with and won. "I will," he said, because he would. The golden streams took them, each to a different fall, and for a second in the bright between then and now, he felt their palms fit without touching two grips that had decided not to let go. Then the light turned into speed, and the time realm became a story they would not tell anyone else. Chapter 3 returned to chaos. He hit air first. Not ground, not light, not a room he knew. Air, thin and wrong and rushing past his ears, while his body decided to exist again at a size it hadn't been for more than a decade. He recognized the roofs of Hogsmeade as shapes before he could name them. Chimneys, eaves. A flashing sign that shouldn't be flashing because it was August, and there was no snow to reflect the light. The village pivoted under him like a toy someone had dropped. His stomach tried to lurch and found there was less stomach than expected. Bones were small, light fast. Everything else wasn't. Magic roared. It didn't settle the way it used to. It pressed. It banged against his ribs like a fist on a locked door. The cloak's absence hummed like static. The stone lay cold where it shouldn't have been, flat against the skin at his collarbone under a shirt that didn't fit. The Elder Wand wasn't in his hand, but its allegiance tugged as if to say, "If you insist, I will." "Not now," he said, or thought, and then his small body ran out of height. He fell. The impact was messy and loud. Pavement hit his knees first, then the side of his shoulder, then the back of his head in a dull, humiliating knock. Pain broke into bright points without the dignity of pattern. Air left him in a squeak that would have been a grunt in a larger chest. He rolled, instinct older than the body he wore. Shops leaned around him. A loud crash went somewhere behind his left ear. People shouted. A witch screamed a name that wasn't his. The world doubled, then steadied, then doubled again. He pushed a hand down to stand and realized the hand was small and his wrist thin and his elbow the wrong height. He swore, breathless. The swear sounded like a child doing an impression of a man. Magic leaked. That was the only word. It bled off him in visible waves that made the air wobble. Hair along his arms lifted. Dust rose and hung. A wooden sign cracked down the middle with a sound like a snapped wand. "Get back!" someone yelled. "It's unstable." Prot. Another voice began, and the rest was lost under a groan of wood. He turned toward the noise. A shop front 2 doors down had taken his arrival personally. Its top beam had split. An upper window had broken. A heavy run of trim had torn free and was tipping outward with the slow care of something big deciding to be more dangerous. Under it, a boy stood frozen. Brown hair, too, long fringe, summer shirt with a dragon on it. 6, maybe. Hands up in the universal child sign for wait. No one had his shoulders. No one was close enough to pull him. Harry didn't decide. He threw his hand out. Magic didn't flow. It lunged. The falling timber stopped mid-arc with a hard, ugly thunk that didn't belong to sound. Dust froze in the air around it like a photograph. The boy's eyes went round. The crowd's noise cut off as if a wall had fallen between it and him. Harry's arm shook. The halted beam shivered in the grip of his will. The grip wasn't clean. He couldn't map it through a small wand channel he didn't have. He did it the way a child lifts a sofa, badly, and because no one else will. "Move," he croaked at the boy. "Nothing. Go." The word cracked. He put a push behind it, barely more than a thought. The boy stumbled as if shoved by an invisible hand, tripped, rolled, and his head cleared the fall line by a foot. Harry let go. He meant to lower the beam. The magic was not in a lowering mood. The wood shattered in the air, not into tidy chunks, but into dust and splinters that burst and fell in a soft, dangerous cloud. The shock slapped Harry out of balance. He dropped to one knee. Who did that? A witch gasped. A familiar voice cut the question in half. Harry. He looked up and saw a face he did not know how to hold with the composure of an 8-year-old. Tired eyes. Shabby robes that hadn't met a tailor in a while. A kindness that never learned to look away. "Remus," Harry said, because lying here made no sense in any timeline. Remus Lupin went very still. He looked at the child on the cobbles with the eyes of a man who had buried more than he should and recognized a ghost that shouldn't exist. He stepped forward like he was approaching a stunned animal. Knees bent, voice quiet. Harry Potter. "Yes," Harry said, relief and pain hitting at the same time. Need. The magic surged again. The world wobbled. Remus's face blurred into 2 and then 3. Harry tried to smile because Remus was here and the boy was alive, and that counted for something. Had to save him? He tried to say. Daphne. She needs? Consciousness shut like a door. He woke to white. Ceiling. Lights. The smell of potions and new linen. Voices doing the quiet, authoritative murmurs of people who wanted a room to believe them. Can't be right. Look at these readings? Check the wand again. I did. Twice. That signature, no child. Sedate him before he spikes it. On my count, 3, 2. A weight moved into the chair by his head. Cloth rustled. The chair creaked like an old friend. I don't care what it looks like, Remus said, flat as a map. That's Harry Potter. Harry tried to lift his head. It felt like a stone he couldn't budge. He turned his face toward the voice. Remus, he said. It was a whisper that made almost no sound. Easy, Remus said. You did enough for one day. Footsteps at the foot of the bed. A voice he knew in his bones, even when it cut away all comfort. Remus, said Albus Dumbledore mildly. We must be careful what we decide to see. Why must be careful who we leave where? Remus replied, not mild at all. Harry tried to smile again. Healer hands found his arm. Cold threaded his veins. The world softened at the edges like wool. Had to save him, he mouthed. Daphne, ladder, Remus said. Sleep. Harry let the cold take him, because for once it was being helpful. He woke in darkness that smelled like dust and carpet cleaner. Low ceiling, close walls. A thin blanket pulled tight enough to straighten him like a board. He knew this room. He knew every tiny sound it made in summer and winter. He knew which bit of the wood above his head creaked if you breathed too hard. He was in the cupboard under the stairs. For a long minute he didn't move. He took inventory instead. Small hands, thin wrists. Knees bumped together when he shifted. Shirt he recognized. The weight of the stone still on its cord. The ache in his chest where magic knocked like someone who didn't understand. Come back later. His throat went tight. Harry, Petunia's voice, thin, cautious, came from outside the door. Not angry, not yet. He breathed in and tasted old dust. Yes. Took you there? Vernon's voice rumbled, stage whisper. Those people. Said you needed your own bed. Said to keep you calm. Hospital, Petunia said. They called it a hospital. Not a hospital, I remember, Vernon muttered. Boy's not right. Freaks from the hospital said he's dangerous. There was fear in his voice. Real fear. Harry didn't enjoy it. He understood it. He shifted to sit up. His knee knocked the wall. His elbow banged the shelf. The small space reminded him how little room there had been for him to unfold the first time around. He put a hand on the inside of the door to steady himself. The door blew off its hinges. It didn't explode outward in a fireball. It simply detached with offended efficiency and slammed into the hall runner, skidding up against the far wall hard enough to rattle the picture frames. Petunia screeched. Vernon swore and stumbled backward. Dudley yelped like a startled dog. "Sorry," Harry said out loud, to a family who had no framework for "it's not 1998 anymore where I come from, and I don't have a handle on my Hallows-infused core." The air hummed. Dust lifted from the skirting board and hung there. Harry swallowed. He sat very still on the floor with his feet in the hall and his head under the stairs, and tried to slow his heartbeat. Back. Vernon hissed to the others, moving his bulk like a shield even though he didn't want to be one. Back in the lounge. "Lock the door." "The lock is on the other side," Petunia said faintly. "I'll move a chair," Vernon said, and the sound of furniture against wood suggested he was already doing it. Harry didn't blame them. He didn't have control. He didn't have his size. He didn't have a plan. He had promised a girl in a gold room that he would find her and fix everything. And he was 8 and leaking magic onto a house in Surrey. Okay, he told himself, because that was better than telling the house. Control. You did this as a kid. You can do it again. He pushed himself up slow. The hall light flickered. The carpet lifted a fraction and settled as if breathing. He walked to the kitchen. He aimed for calm. The calm lasted 3 minutes. It broke first in small ways. A cup lifted off the counter of its own accord and began to orbit the kettle. Cutlery rearranged itself in a neat, precise pattern that would have made an organizer proud. Dudley's 2 toy soldiers, left under a chair leg months ago, rose, saluted, and set themselves in a perfect line facing the pantry. The television in the lounge floated up like a balloon and flattened against the ceiling, the power cord singing in tension. "Put that back," Vernon bellowed through the door, panic hitting anger hard. He rattled the knob on instinct, then remembered the chair. Harry lifted his hands in a surrender to no one. "I didn't," he began. The air shivered. The calm broke properly. Vernon tried again. "You listen to me, boy," and he should have stopped there. A shield sprang from Harry, like a reflex with nowhere to go. It didn't slam the door. It slammed the echo of Vernon's voice and bounced it back at him as force. Vernon flew backward into the sofa, seat cushions jumping with an undignified whoop. Petunia's sound wasn't a shriek now. It was the noise of someone adjusting to a new fact. "He can't stay here," she whispered. Harry didn't disagree. He tried to regulate the breathing he didn't need to regulate. He tried to thread a 2, large core through a 2, small channel. He failed gracefully and then not. Temperature swung. It wasn't precise. It flipped from baking to brittle cold in seconds. Frost filmed the inside of the kitchen windows. The kettle hissed in complaint and clicked off without boiling. The pipes thumped, then screamed, then split. Water burst from under the sink in an angry plume that immediately froze in the air and shattered like glass. "Sorry," Harry said again, because sorry was all he had while he wrestled a storm that used to stop when he told it to. Night came. He tried to sleep on the sitting room floor because the idea of the cupboard made his lungs tight. Petunia left a blanket at the edge of the room and did not speak. Vernon dragged the chair in front of the lounge door and issued orders through wood the way he knew how. Harry dreamed. It wasn't a memory he owned. It was a room with a table made of something that wasn't wood and wasn't stone. A woman's voice, bright and brilliant and too excited to be careful. It will work. I know it will. A man's voice, angry the way love is angry when it's afraid. You are playing with forces beyond comprehension, Eurydice! Another man softer, an older sadness sister, please. This is not the way. 3 objects on the table. A cloak that didn't shine, but made the light respect it anyway. A wand that grew like a branch deciding to be a blade. A stone that cracked with the offended dignity of something that had been whole for too long. Then white pain. A light not like the time rooms. A scream that wasn't human and wasn't not. Harry jerked awake on the living room floor with his heart a hammer and the air around him shaking. The whole house shuddered. Glass cracked in the doors of the curio cabinet. A plate leapt off a hook and died on the carpet. Dudley wailed down the hall. Vernon shouted a prayer to whatever god, listened to men in pajamas wrestling chairs. Harry curled his hands into fists and rode it out. He had learned how to be very still in bad situations. He did that now until the shaking stopped and the house settled back into the shallow breathing of suburbia. Morning arrived badly. The knock at the front door wasn't a knock. It was 3 steady raps that made the frame believe it had always waited for them. Vernon yanked the chair away with more speed than grace and opened the door with a breath he thought looked brave. The people on the stoop made the hall feel immediately too small. Albus Dumbledore, beard in reasonable order, eyes serious and busy and mild, Remus tired and lined and set, Kingsley Shacklebolt and Amelia Bones behind them like the twin edges of a decision with no good place to put your fingers. Petunia's face changed. It didn't soften. It made a new shape called relief that looked unnatural on her and fit anyway. "Take him," she said, before anyone else spoke. "We can't. He's not safe here." "Mrs. Dursley?" Dumbledore began. Hands folded. "While I appreciate your concern, that's one word." Vernon muttered, pale. Harry's placement with his aunt was arranged for his safety. Dumbledore continued, patient, and remains the best course. Given the protections the arrangement provides. Amelia Bones lifted one eyebrow, which on her face was roughly the same as drawing a sword. "Your arrangement," she said. "Your protections." "Headmaster, our Aurors were called to Hogsmeade yesterday because a child nearly died and another child prevented it by freezing half a building mid-collapse. That child then disappeared from St. Mungo's and reappeared here with a magical signature that challenges our scales. I am not here to discuss your comfortable nouns." Kingsley didn't speak. He didn't have to. He stood there like a ward given human shape. Remus looked past everyone else at Harry and smiled like the sun after a winter too long. "Hello," he said simply.
"Hi,"
Harry said, sitting small on the bottom step, blanket around his shoulders, hair doing what it always did even for 8-year-olds. He didn't trust his voice for more. Dumbledore's eyes ticked to him and away, taking inventory. "Harry," he said in the tone he used to explain the weather. "I'm afraid the last 24 hours have been rather disordered." "That's one word," Harry echoed under his breath. "Before any of you arrange anything," Amelia said, "we have an investigation." An anonymous tip reached a Muggle newspaper with photographs. She added, eyes flicking coolly over the cupboard door, leaning drunkenly against the wall. "Which Rita Skeeter obtained and published this morning. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement cannot ignore that the boy, who spent a portion of his youth in a cupboard while this— she gestured at the house, like it had offended her personally— has occurred in the last 12 hours. Petunia blanched. Vernon went blotchy. Harry shut his eyes for a second and thought, "Daphne, you terrifying genius." Dumbledore's mouth flattened. "The protections? The Potters had a will," Remus said, quiet but cutting clean through. "James told me. He said if the worst happened, they had contingencies." Sirius was mentioned, and the word hurt both of them. Harry saw it. So was me. Circumstances, Dumbledore said, made adherence to. Produce it. Amelia said, "Today." "It is sealed," Dumbledore said. "Then unseal it," Amelia replied. "Unless you would like me to unseal a different set of doors, to a different set of consequences." Kingsley's nod was small and complete. "Headmaster." Dumbledore's eyes cooled a degree. He didn't look at Harry when he spoke. "Of course." "Good," Amelia said. She turned to Petunia with a kind voice that had not been made for Harry before and fit him now in a strange way. "Mrs. Dursley, you have been overwhelmed. We will remove Mr. Potter temporarily to a secure, ministry-approved location while we conduct our investigation." Petunia didn't argue. Relief can look like surrender when you have run out of quarrels. "Take him," she said again, eyes on the blanket around Harry's shoulders. "Please." Vernon nodded, eager and afraid.
"Yes."
"Do." Dumbledore moved as if to speak to Harry alone, and found Remus already kneeling on the step with him, level with his eyes. "Come on," Remus said softly. "Let's get you somewhere quiet." Harry nodded. He stood. The blanket slid to the stair. His knees wobbled once, more from the core inside him than the size of his legs. Remus didn't touch him, just stood close enough to be there if needed. They left number 4 without yelling. The neighbors watched anyway, curtains adjusting in sync. Kingsley took point. Dumbledore drifted at the rear like a chaperone who wasn't sure he wanted to be seen with this class. Amelia walked with the professional stride of a woman who had seen worse and had paperwork for it. The world outside the car door was August. Inside, the air was cool and smelled faintly of old leather. Harry leaned his head back and closed his eyes. Remus watched him, not searching for answers, just checking for breath. "Where are we going?" Harry asked. "A guest suit off Diagon Alley," Remus said. "DMLE, safe lodging for witnesses and complicated cases." "Complicated," Harry said. "Another good word for today." Remus smiled. "How do you feel?" "Wrong-sized," Harry said, and loud. Remus nodded. "We'll figure it out. Dumbledore wants me at the Dursleys," Harry said, not a question. "He wants what he understands," Remus said. "We'll make him understand something else." Harry swallowed. "Thank you." They rode in companionable quiet. Kingsley drove like a man who had taught a car to behave as if it were a sober owl. Amelia read a file and looked pleased to be able to read. Dumbledore looked at the passing hedges as if they might deliver a metaphor. The safe suit smelled like polish and a standard charm. There were 2 small bedrooms with tidy beds and a living area with a table that wanted tea and a window that pretended it wasn't a magical neighborhood. Remus showed him the bathroom like it was a treasure. "Stay with me," Harry asked before he could talk himself out of needing. "Of course," Remus said, like it was obvious, and put his bag on the chair. Harry washed his face at the sink. The mirror made an interested noise without comment. He patted his skin dry and stared at the child, who looked back and didn't feel like him until the eyes did. He forced his shoulders down from his ears and gave himself a job. Take inventory. Know the map. He sat on the bed and ran a hand down each arm, checking for hurts that weren't there. Knees, ankles. He leaned forward, elbows on his thighs, hands hanging loosely, palms up. That's when he saw it. A small scar at the base of his left thumb, pale against the knuckle, no larger than a fingernail clipping. Teardrop-shaped, like a burn that had healed with dignity. He had not had that as a child. He would have remembered. He remembered all of them now. He turned his hand under the lamp. The mark caught the light. It didn't glow. It simply insisted it existed. He knew it like he'd worn it before, because he had, only in a future that had gone. Daphne in the memory had reached for a kettle that hissed and caught herself too late. She had shrugged at the sting and said, "We forget the body when we're always in our heads," and then she had moved on. He traced the edge of the small scar with a small finger and let the idea settle where the panic wasn't. She made it back, he thought, relief a clean thing after a day of dirty things. We changed the road, and it didn't throw us off. She's out there. We're not alone, Harry. Remus called from the other room, gentle, giving him space to say no. I'm all right, Harry replied. It was true in a way it hadn't been yesterday. It was not less complicated because of it. He lay back on the bed and looked at the ceiling. The light in the room didn't wobble. His magic still pressed, but it pressed differently, like it had found a chair. He slid his thumb over the scar once more and whispered, because the room could keep a confidence. We did it, Daphne. Now the hard part. He rolled onto his side and stared out the window at a square of sky the city hadn't smudged yet. It was full, blue, ordinary. He let himself want the ordinary for a second, not because he expected it to come, but because wanting it reminded him why he was going to break the world and knit it back together. 8 years old again, with a war to prevent and a world to save. But this time I'm not alone. Chapter IV. The scars of fame, Daphne. The cicadas in the plane trees sang so loudly it felt like the afternoon was buzzing. Summer in Provence did that. Heat that stuck to your skin. Light that made colors too honest. Daphne sat on the low stone wall by the lavender beds and tried to breathe like an 8-year-old. She'd woken 3 mornings ago, with a scream lodged sideways in her throat and a hand clapped to a face that wasn't ruined. Her mother had been at the bedside in seconds, perfume and panic and cool hands. Her father had stood in the doorway, solid and confused, and Blaine had burst in behind them in a wash of sunlight and bare feet, alive, annoyed, asking, "Daph, you okay?" You made Mum drop the tray. She hadn't grabbed him. She had wanted to. She had wanted to fold herself around every bone and keep him there with stubbornness alone. She had smiled instead, too many teeth. An 8-year-old trying on calm, and said she'd had a bad dream, and could she have water, and could everyone please stop staring. She was fine, honestly. Now she sat outside with a notebook stolen from the writing desk and a muggle pen that had mischievously decided to blob ink on her middle finger. The house behind her, a sun-faded stone box with shutters and a blue door, smelled of garlic and lemons and salt on damp towels. Her mother had declared it rustic. Her father liked that the neighbors minded their own business. Blaine had decided the low wall was a fort as soon as he saw it and spent mornings defending it from invisible invaders. Don't fall. Blaine said now from the end of the wall, where he crouched with a stick like a sword and a solemn expression he'd learned from books. "I won't," she said. "Stand down, Captain. You're supposed to be on holiday," he sniffed. "Captains don't go on holiday." She looked at him the way you look at a star you thought had gone out. Maybe they should. He accepted that with a nod and returned to his campaign. Daphne returned to hers. Facts first. No drama. She wrote like a clerk doing trudge. "Hey, Harry Potter is at 4 Privet Drive, Little Winging, Surrey. At the cupboard under the stairs is where he sleeps. Was where he slept. Is? Don't overthink tense. His aunt is Petunia Dursley Nyre Evans. His uncle is Vernon. They are hostile to magic. He is treated as labor, not family. He is small for his age. He hides food. He flinches. No one checked. Or if they did, they decided the word protection could be an excuse for anything. She stared at the last line until the ink patch on her finger dried into a smudge. The urge to rage was big and clumsy. Rage didn't move pieces. Planning did. The magical press wouldn't touch this unless it was safe, unless someone had blood first. The magical authorities would look at Dumbledore and wait for him to speak. Dumbledore would look at a set of wards and call them love. That wasn't entirely untrue, which made it worse. So force and leverage. Make it public where he had no hand to hide behind. Start in a place where magic couldn't pretend not to hear. Muggle papers would print if the story was strong and the details clear. Magical papers would run it once someone else did. She needed someone greedy for the echo. Rita Skeeter was greedy for the echo. Daphne flipped the page and began drafting 3 letters in a hand that could pass for clumsy 8-year-old if you didn't look too hard, and for careful, angry adult if you did. She didn't sign them. She didn't use an awl. She called for the housekeeper in French her governess had been pleased with last summer and asked how to post letters to England. Madame Lenore beamed. "Ah, one petite écrivain! Voile." She produced stamps and envelopes and instructions and a bicycle basket. Daphne listened, nodding at the right bits, and thought about how much she hated being clever in secret. She wrote to 2 Muggle papers with circulation that would reach Surrey in a day. She wrote to the Daily Prophet in the voice of a prim auntie who'd seen enough and wanted to see more. For Rita, she added a scrap of bait phrases that made a headline sing. Cupboard, boy who lived, shame. Where was Albus Dumbledore? She didn't lie. She didn't have to. She folded each letter with neat, stubborn hands. She sealed them. She stuck stamps like small declarations of war. She put the envelopes in the bicycle basket and pedaled to the post box at the end of the lane while Blaine shadowed her on his smaller bike, narrating a battle with a dragon only he could see. Back at the house, she said she needed air again and went to the olive trees. She leaned her head against the bark and didn't cry. That part of her had burned out long ago. Instead, she made a list of contingencies in the margin of her notebook. If the papers didn't bite, she would leak to a Muggle child protection line and let the bureaucracy chew. If Skeeter didn't echo, she'd ask a Greengrass cousin to mutter at a party where muttering mattered. If Dumbledore moved fast, she'd move faster. She waited. The world didn't change for 2 days. Then it changed all at once. The prophet T-H-E-B-O-Y-W-H-O-O-A-C-U-P-B-O-A-R-D Shameful Secrets of Our Savior's Childhood by Rita Skeeter. Special correspondent readers, steel yourselves. The Daily Prophet can confirm what whispers and Muggle reports have suggested for days. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, spent his formative years sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs at a suburban address in Surrey. Photographs obtained from a Muggle newspaper. Witness reports suggest a mysterious tipster with impeccable knowledge show a tiny, padlocked door at 4 Privet Drive, the residence of one Petunia Dursley Inouye Evans and her husband Vernon. Sources describe young Mr. Potter being small for his age, uncommonly quiet, and used for chores unsuitable for any child, let alone our Savior. Where was Albus Dumbledore? Where was the ministry? Did anyone check? The prophet asked, and answers are thin on the ground. I'm sick, says Mafalda Hopkirk, clerk, Diagon Alley. Sick that the boy who lived was treated like a house elf, if true. Heads should roll. They always said he was safe, offers Will's Wand's proprietor. But safe from what? The people feeding him. A senior ministry official, speaking on condition of anonymity, confirms the Department of Magical Law Enforcement has opened an inquiry. If there was neglect, our source states, blood wards do not excuse it. Albus Dumbledore declined to comment pending fact finding, but his office released a statement reminding the public that matters of ancient protection are delicate and best left to experts. Delicate. Tell that to a cupboard door. The prophet will continue to investigate. Where there is dust, there is often dirt. If you have information regarding Mr. Potter's placement, I'll Rita Skeeter directly at our offices. By noon the issue had sold out in half of London. By afternoon it was in France. The owl half asleep with the heat and the urgency tucked into the fold of a page. Daphne read it at the kitchen table with a glass of lemonade sweating onto her palm and felt the small, mean satisfaction of a plan landing where it was meant to. She folded the paper. She smoothed the crease. She went to find Blaine because every minute with him felt like stolen money, and she was determined to spend it. Privet Drive, 3 days after Hogsmeade. The street looked like it always did, trim lawns, cars that matched. Neighbors who pretended not to look. The difference was people who belonged to another world, wearing it quietly in the way they stood. Inside Nungfor, the air was too warm and too crowded. Petunia had cleaned as if dirt were an argument she could win. The cupboard door leaned against the wall like evidence. Vernon's face had settled in a blotchy pink that said caught and angry and afraid all at once. Dudley hovered upstairs, out of sight, listening with the attention of a boy whose house had betrayed him. Harry sat on the bottom stair again. Small body, tired eyes. A stubborn line at his mouth. He'd learned from years of hearing the wrong answers. Madam Bones took the center of the room by simply standing in it. Kingsley stood to her left with a small notebook he didn't need to consult, but did for form. Dumbledore positioned himself where he could see everyone, and everyone could see him, and Remus put himself a step nearer to Harry without drama. Mrs. Dursley, Madam Bones began, voice even, for the record. Did Mr. Potter sleep in this cupboard? Petunia's hands twisted in front of her apron. Sometimes, she said, then flinched at the sound of her own honesty. Often, she amended. He had episodes. It was safer? Safer for whom? Bones asked. For Dudley, Petunia said. Then, after a pause, that cost her something. For me? And Mr. Dursley, Bones said, turning. Vernon blustered, coat buttons working too hard. We fed him. We clothed him. He had a roof. Did he have a bed? Bones asked. Vernon swallowed. Eventually. Kingsley's quill made a neat, quiet line. "Noted," he said. Dumbledore folded his hands. "If I may," he said, tone analytic, neutral. Harry's placement here was not arbitrary. Lily Evans' blood. Protection is irrelevant if the child is being abused, Bones said, not looking at him. "I assure you," Dumbledore said, "Harry has been kept safe." Harry didn't plan the sentence. It came out clean and calm and pointed. Safe isn't the same as cared for, headmaster. The room shifted. Everyone looked at him. Even the clock on the mantel seemed to listen. He didn't stop. "You put me here to be safe from Voldemort's followers. You succeeded. But you never checked if I was safe from them." He nodded at the Dursleys. Dumbledore's face didn't change much. The eyes did, something tired moving behind glass. He inclined his head a fraction. "I hear you," he said. Remus cleared his throat. "There's also the matter of the Potters, Will Albus," he said. "James told me it named contingencies. A pause. The kind of quiet government buildings are built to hold. The will was deemed impractical given the circumstances." Dumbledore said finally, "That's not your decision to make," Bones replied, cool as stone in shade. "Wills are legal documents. Fetch it." Now, Dumbledore did not argue. He stepped into the hall, made a discreet gesture with his wand. That was more about reaching than casting. And a minute later, an official from the Department of Mysteries arrived with a sealed tube and a face like someone who didn't enjoy being a courier. They broke the seal. The house smelled briefly of old magic and Lily's perfume, or maybe that was a trick of memory. Bones unrolled the parchment with care and began to read. "We, James Charles Potter and Lily Evans Potter, being of sound mind and in a very great hurry, do declare this our last will and testament." James's handwriting messy, affectionate. Lily's precise enough to cut. "In the event of our deaths, guardianship of our son, Harry James Potter, shall pass first to Sirius Orion Black." A murmur, shock, recognition, that surname on those lips. "If Sirius is unable to serve, guardianship shall pass to Remus John Lupin. Under no circumstances, underlined twice, is our son to be placed with Petunia Dursley, Anne Evans, or her family." Lily's sentence followed in a hand steady and sad. "I love my sister, but she resents what we are. Harry needs to grow in a house where magic is not a sin." There were practical lines: trust fund access upon admission to Hogwarts, a requirement for proper magical training, a letter to be delivered to Harry at 11 with family history, instructions regarding the cloak that made Harry swallow. Bones rolled the parchment back to let the room breathe. Dumbledore opened his mouth. "Sirius Black was convicted of, without a trial, as I recall," Bones said. "But that is a separate issue. The will clearly names Remus Lupin as secondary guardian." She looked at Remus. "Are you willing to accept this responsibility?" Remus's answer didn't rush. It didn't need to. "Yes," he said. "Absolutely yes." Dumbledore tried once more softly, like a man asking the sea to consider an adjustment. "The blood wards. I'll visit once a year to maintain them," Harry said, before anyone could speak for him. "That's enough." Bones studied Harry for a beat, then nodded. "That seems a reasonable compromise." Something eased behind Dumbledore's eyes. He didn't smile. He inclined his head to Harry. "As you wish." The room let go of a breath no one had admitted holding. Kingsley tucked his quill away with the finality of a man closing a file that had needed closing. Remus turned to Harry. Do you have things to pack?" Harry looked at the stairs and the cupboard door, leaning like a mistake. "Not many," he said. Leaving packing took 8 minutes. The cupboard held a second-hand jumper, 2 shirts, school trousers he wouldn't need for years, a shoebox with a pencil and 3 rocks he didn't remember collecting in this version of his childhood, and a blanket Petunia had pressed on him during last night's shaking. He put the resurrection stone back under his shirt and tucked the holly wand Remus had given him, temporary, safe, in the inside pocket of his too big jacket. He stood in the hall with a small stack that wasn't heavy and felt like a house. Petunia hovered by the kitchen door, hands fidgeting in air that didn't want them. "You look like her," she said, so quiet he almost missed it. "Your mother." She swallowed, and the rest came out like someone pushing something through a narrow doorway. I'm sorry it came to this." The words landed somewhere he hadn't expected to have space. He nodded. "I'm sorry too." Vernon muttered something about safety and freakishness, and then faded into the wallpaper when Kingsley looked at him. Remus took the small stack without making a ceremony of it. They stepped out onto the porch into sunlight that shouldn't have felt like a beginning, and did. Kingsley stayed to finish the necessary sentences with the necessary signatures. Bones nodded once, and was gone in the efficient blink of an Auror apparition. Dumbledore lifted a hand that might have been a blessing or a promise to try again another day. "What are we riding in?" Harry asked, because some normal questions make the ground hold still. "Borrowed it from Arthur Weasley," Remus said, sheepish. In the drive sat a Ford Anglia that had clearly seen things, and was delighted to see more. Just for the afternoon. He insisted. The Anglia purred like a cat that had been oiled with mischief. Remus drove like a man who respected the laws of physics even when the car didn't. They took the A3 and then didn't, and the hedgerows blurred into the kind of green that meant escape. "Did Sirius really not get a trial?" Harry asked, watching the road. Remus's jaw worked once. "No," he said. "They threw him in Azkaban within hours. Everyone wanted the war to be over. Dumbledore didn't fight for him." Harry looked out at the fields and filed the pane away next to other panes that would become plans. "Then we'll fix that too." Remus glanced at him and smiled in a way that put years back in his face. "Why, we'll fix what we can," he said. "And I promise you'll have a real home." Harry thought of lavender and a bicycle basket, and a woman with a cheap quill who wrote like a knife, and he smiled small and private. "We're already fixing it," he said. The shack, the shrieking shack loomed like a dare at the edge of Hogsmeade, boards that complained, a roof that needed a friend, windows that had learned to squint. Remus looked nervous the way a host does when the house is honest about its age. "It's warded," he said quickly. "Properly. Stronger than it looks. There's a back room that doesn't howl. We can make it better." Harry stood in the doorway and felt something in his ribs. Something he hadn't recognized in years because it hadn't had room. The shack wasn't pretty. It wasn't warm yet. It was his. "It's perfect," he said. "It's mine. That's all that matters." Remus laughed, surprised and relieved, and set the small stack on a table that had come with the place. He showed Harry the room, bed, chest, a window that faced the hills. Harry put his things in the chest and the stone under the shirt and his hand on the windowsill, because the wood was solid and cool and didn't mind being touched. He rolled up his sleeve to push the window up, and saw it faint on the skin of his forearm, near the inside of the elbow, 2 tiny letters no bigger than a fingernail each. DG. They weren't ink. They weren't a cut. They were the kind of mark old magic leaves when it's being smug. He huffed out a laugh he didn't have words for yet, and pressed a thumb to each letter like you press a seal on warm wax. Noticed something? Remus asked from the doorway. Just proof that a friend is good at her job, Harry said, smiling down at the tiny scarlet script that wasn't scarlet at all, just skin that had decided to say hello. He lowered the sleeve. He opened the window. The evening smelled like grass and baking and a village that didn't know it was about to be moved like a chessboard. Remus put a hand on the doorframe and looked like a man who had run too far and found a reason to stop. Hungry. Starving. Harry admitted. Good, Remus said. There's a pub that will sell to us if we look respectable. And a grocer who doesn't mind my face. Harry turned from the window. Let's go be respectable. They did. They came back with bread and soup and apples and a tin of treacle that made Remus look guilty and 14. They ate at the rickety table and made lists with a short penciled bedsheets, a kettle, a repair charm for the window latch, a rug so the floor didn't feel like a dare on cold mornings. By the time the moon pulled the village into the soft end of the day, the shack sounded like a house that had decided to try. Harry lay on a bed that belonged to him in a room that had chosen him and watched the ceiling settle. The day sat on him, Daphne's letters like thrown stones, Rita's article like a shout, Bones' eyes like law. Dumbledore's hands like a man trying to hold water, Remus' promise like a new kind of gravity. He slid his thumb under his sleeve and felt the tiny raised line of DG. You're welcome, he whispered, as if she could hear, and the night didn't argue. He turned on his side and looked out at the slice of sky over the village. It was dark and honest, the kind of night you could build a life from. He closed his eyes, and for the first time since this new old life began, slept without the house shaking. The shack complained in familiar places and was quiet in the corners that mattered. 2 weeks was enough time to tell the difference. Mornings started with the kettle arguing its way to a boil in Remus, asking the same question in 5 different ways. How'd you sleep? 80 spikes. Headache. Do you want tea or something stronger? Are you okay? As if one of them might catch the one Harry would actually answer. I'm okay, Harry said most days, because it was true in the new sense of the word, not fine, just present. He ate toast because Remus watched to make sure he did. He fixed the window latch because the wind kept it from closing properly. He replaced warped boards and pretended to know about carpentry until his magic steadied enough to let a mending charm seat without cracking. Remus taught him control the way you teach someone how to breathe in bad air. Count to 4 on the inhale, he said. Hold for 2. Exhale for 6. Magic mimics breath. He had Harry ground himself with small, practical things, name 5 sounds, 4 textures, 3 smells, 2 colors, 1 true sentence. True sentence? Harry asked. You choose it, Remus said. Today mine is the moon is in 3 nights. Harry nodded. Mine is I am 8 and 19. Good enough, Remus said. Again, they had a routine. Breakfast. A walk into the village for groceries when coin allowed and the Anglia wasn't available. An hour of reading with Remus gently, forgetting. the ward on the advanced section of the trunk, because Harry clearly needed something that wasn't first. Year spells, lunch, practice, repairs, dinner lists. Remus wrote lists like he was fighting entropy. Harry added to them, as if adding could convince the world it was solvable. Money was tight. Remus did not make a show of it. The way he folded the paper bag, the way he kept the heel of bread for toast, the way he patched the elbow of his robe with careful stitches said enough. Harry noticed and didn't pity him. He was simply grateful that every choice in the house was made with him considered. Nights were honest. Harry slept in the small room with the window facing the hill. The shack held him better than Previtt Drive ever had, but the hollows still made noise. Lights flickered. The kettle boiled without being touched twice and refused to boil at all the third time. A spare chair moved 3 inches to the left when Harry turned his head and back again when he looked. Twice he became invisible without meaning to once while brushing his teeth. Seville's Harry. Remus asked the air, deadpan. "Here," Harry said, spitting, a disembodied voice in a small bathroom. Once while he was reading, and didn't want to be seen reading what he was reading. Remus didn't push. He noticed everything and chose his moments like a patient man. When the room hummed with too much magic, he put the kettle back on and said, "Let's practice the 5/4s." And they would, until the hum became a purr and then a silence. The dreams kept coming, brief and sharp. The woman's voice, cultured, bright. "It will work. I know it will. The angry man. You're playing with forces beyond comprehension. Eurydice. The sad one, sister, please." And the 3 objects: cloak, wand, stone. Harry woke with the taste of old magic in his mouth and no explanation, and Remus didn't ask for one. On the 3rd evening, after a dinner of soup that had clearly been 2 soups combined into one respectable soup, Remus set his spoon down and said, very evenly, "The full moon is in 3 days." Harry looked up. "Right. I've arranged for you to stay with a safe family who understands the situation." Remus said, "Understands you?" Harry asked, quiet. "Understands that you are to be protected," Remus said, meeting his eyes. "And me? By extension?" "Ooh," Harry asked. Remus hesitated long enough for Harry to know it was not an enemy. "The Greengrasses?" he said. Harry's heart went from steady to a quick, hopeful trip and then back again. He kept his face calm because it was too early to look the relief in the eye. "All right." Remus nodded, as if he'd expected pushback and got agreement instead. "We'll go the morning before. I'll pick you up the morning after. I've explained your surges. They have space. They have patience. And Blaine," Harry said, before he could stop himself. "And Blaine," Remus said, understanding and not asking how Harry knew. Harry pressed his thumb to the inside of his elbow, where 2 tiny letters rested under his sleeve. It steadied him more than the breathing did. The Greengrass estate didn't try to impress, which was how you knew it could. The drive curved through mature oaks that knew they had been planted for shade and ceremony. The manor house was long, elegant, and conservative in a way that said, "We have always been careful." Ivy climbed the stone as if it had been given permission after a thorough background check. A house, elf with neat ears, and a pressed tea towel bowed them into a foyer that smelled of beeswax and the kind of flowers you had to ask a gardener's permission to touch. Remus straightened unconsciously as if good posture might tip a scale. A tall man entered with the quiet certainty of someone who rarely had to raise his voice to be obeyed. He had Blaine's eyes in an adult face, the same clear color and the same habit of taking in a room before deciding to belong to it. His hair was dark, his expression measured, and his wand hand relaxed at his side. "Mr. Lupin," he said, polite. "Mr. Potter, Lord Greengrass." Remus said, with a small nod that wasn't quite a bow. "Blaine Greengrass," the man said mildly. "But please don't lord me in my own hall. It will give my wife ideas." His attention moved to Harry and didn't move away. "Mr. Potter," he said, and there was nothing in his tone but gratitude. "My family owes you a life debt. My son is alive because of you." Harry shifted and didn't look at his shoes because he was not 11 this time. "I just did what anyone would do," he said. "No," Blaine Greengrass said, kind and exact. "You risked yourself for a stranger. That is the definition of heroism." He inclined his head in a way that felt old. "You are welcome in this house whenever you need a door that opens. Tonight, of course. Tomorrow, if you prefer. Next year, if you like the soup." Remus relaxed by increments he probably didn't notice. "Thank you," he said. "Truly." "Daphne and Astoria are in the garden," Blaine said. "Blaine is with his tutor until 3. My wife is pretending not to be nervous." A house elf appeared at Harry's elbow, as if conjured by a scheduling charm. "Mimsy will show young master to his room," she said. "Then there is lemonade in the east garden, if young master is allowed." "He is allowed," Blaine said. "Mr. Lupin, a word in my study about arrangements. Potter tea first, strategy later. I find children plan better with sugar." Harry followed Mimsy down a corridor full of portraits that pretended to be asleep when you looked at them and tried not to run. The guest room was larger than the shack's entire first floor. The bed had the kind of mattress you fall into and forgive immediately. He recognized the impulse to check for listening charms and smiled at himself. Daphne would have already done it. There was a knock like a code he hadn't learned and already knew. He opened the door. Daphne stood there in a simple summer dress and the sort of composure that took practice. For a second the house and all its training fell away and left 2 people who had seen each other die in different ways and were very done with pretending it didn't matter. "You made it," she said. "So did you," he said. "Nice scar message." A corner of her mouth moved. "I thought you'd appreciate it." She tipped her head, assessing. Rita did good work. "That was brilliant," he said. Ruthless, but brilliant. "Needed," she said. "Talc, not here." He followed her through a back corridor, past a breakfast room that had opinions about where chairs ought to be, and out into clipped lawns that rolled away to a hedge maze and a stand of old yews. She took him to a small walled garden with a bench and a sundial that thought very well of itself. She took her time checking the corners. "It's clean," she said. "I asked Father to leave this space alone. He indulges me when I use my serious voice." Harry sat. The relief was physical. "How is it?" he asked, meaning everything. "Weird," she said. "My face doesn't feel like mine yet. I had a splinter yesterday and cried because my nerves worked." She breathed once, even. "Blaine is alive. I keep touching him. He thinks I'm clingy. He's not wrong." Harry laughed. "Good. And you?" "Wrong-sized," he said, loud. "The hollows sit with me now, not next to me. Invisibility happens when I'm not trying." "I can't speak parcel-tongued." Her eyes sharpened. "You tried." "In the shack." "Nothing," he said. "It's gone." "That's good," she said. One less problem inside you. He nodded. I'm with Remus. Bones forced the will. Dumbledore is recalculating. Of course he is, she said. I sent the letters from France. The Muggle papers took the bait. Rita ate the rest. It felt dirty, useful. It forced their hand, Harry said. Thank you. She looked past him at the sundial. I've been here for 3 days pretending to be a child. I do not recommend it. She looked back. We have 7 years. Less, Harry said. If we want control. We need a plan that builds and flexes. We can't sprint it. We plan it? She said. All of it. He pulled the small notebook from his pocket. She smiled without meaning to. Lists, she said. Breathing, he said. A. For the brain. They bent over the paper together, and the day stopped pretending to be summer and became what it needed to be, a table for a war. First serious, Daphne said. We both agree, yes, Harry said. We expose Pettigrew. We get Sirius out. We are 8, she said. We're traced. We cannot do magic outside school without setting off a choir of angry quills. Then we wait for Hogwarts, he said. First year. We need a method that doesn't risk Pettigrew escaping, she said. He is a rat in all the ways that matter. Harry sat with the thought that had been pacing in his head since the gold room. Imperious, he said quiet. She didn't pounce. You hate it. I hate what it implies about me, he said. I hate that I thought of it first. It is efficient, she said, not triumphant, simply true. He is a Death Eater. He has already chosen. We are not stealing a future that wasn't his to begin with. Slippery, he said. Unforgivables are a slope by design. We decide where the slope ends, she said. We can set rules. Only Pettigrew, only to reveal himself, only with both of us present. And we own it, he said. No excuses after. Yes, she said. We look at each other after and say we chose this, and do not pretend the spell made us do it. He breathed out. All right. Imperious on Pettigrew to force a transformation in front of a professor. Then we let the institution do some work for once. Good, she said. Next, Horcruxes. He wrote the list as he said it. Dearie. Ring, locket, cup. Diadem. Najani later. He tapped the page. There was a piece in me. It's gone. How do you know for certain? She asked. I can't speak Parcel tongue, he said. I tried. There's nothing. That's confirmation enough, she said. Good. One fewer problem that screams. He nodded and drew lines next to each item. Diadem, he said. Room of requirement. We can do it first year, first week if we're careful. Yes, she said. We need the cloak. And a bag that hides from cataloging charms. I can get one from Father without asking the right question. Ring, he said. Gaunt shack. Wards that don't play fair. It cursed Dumbledore in the first run because he was arrogant and sad. We wait until we understand the wards. Third year. Third year? She agreed. We go in with rituals ready, not bravado. We are allowed to be cautious. I will not burn you because a Piveril wanted to show off. Dearie, he said. Lucius has it. He planned to give it to Ginny in second year. The Pettigrew exposure may spook him. Yes, she said. All the more reason for me to cultivate Draco. I can access the manor eventually. I will not enjoy it. I will do it anyway. He met her eyes. I will be jealous and useless about it, and then I will get over myself. She snorted. Locket, grim old place, he said. I need Sirius free to make the house yield. Creature will be complicated. We treat him like a person, she said. He will hate us for it at first and then less. Cup, he said. Gringotts. Bellatrix's vault. Dragon territory. No basilisk venom. They looked at the line on the page that had been easy last time because it had been awful. I can't open the chamber, he said. No parcel tongue. What else burns a soul that's stubborn? She asked. Funfire, he said. It eats magic. It eats everything. It is dangerous, she said. It kills people who think it's a pet. It doesn't like being told what to do, he said. I've seen it. I barely survived being in a room with it for 5 minutes. We have years, she said. We learn. In controlled spaces, slowly, with rules. We do not use it where it can spread. We find an old quarry. We put 10 wards between it and anything alive. We call it a last resort and mean it. He nodded, uneasy and honest. All right, last resort. If we can't get venom, Nagini, she asked. Later, he said. Alive until the end. We kill her first when the time comes. She drew small boxes next to each item and then a line at the bottom of the page. Voldemort's return, she said. Trewizard. Crouch Junior Cup Portkey. We stop him getting the cup. We ended at Hogwarts. Harry didn't answer immediately. He watched an ant carry something 10 times its size across the flagstones and refused to envy it. What if we need to let him return? He said. Her head snapped toward him. Why? She said. Not a challenge. A demand for logic. Because if we destroy all the Horcruxes first, he said, we can kill him permanently when he does return. If we stop the graveyard, he might find another way. He is very good at rats and cracks in the floorboards. It is risky, she said. So is letting him fester, he said. I want control. If he returns on our terms, at our time, with our pieces in place, we end it once. Clean, clean, she repeated, as if trying the word on her tongue. You are planning to engineer a war to end a war. Yes, he said. I am tired of reacting. She sat with it. All right, she said finally. Destroy Horcruxes first, then control the return. We place Crouch Setter under guard. We intercept the cup or we do not, depending on what makes the end cleanest. Timeline, he said, and drew the years down the page. First year, she said, Sirius freed. Diadem retrieved. Second year, he said. Locket retrieved if Sirius is free. Diary secured from Lucius. Third year, she said. Ring attempt. Pettigrew neutralized so he cannot run. Fourth year, he said. Gringotts heist for the cup. Preparations for the graveyard. We tell no one, except the people we would die for. They looked at the list, and the list looked back. Communications, Daphne said. Letters coded and dull. Meetings short and in public. We practice being boring. I can do boring. Harry said straight. I lived with Dursleys. Boundaries, she said. Ethical ones. We define them now before the fog of war excuses everything. Good, he said. Lines. No collateral to children. No torture. No curses for pain. We use Imperius on Pettigrew once for exposure. If we need to do it again, we both agree in advance. If one of us says no, the answer is no. No heroics for credit, she said. Would do not make grand gestures to feel alive. We already are. Would do not trust Dumbledore with anything that lets him move us. Harry said. We respect him where he is useful. We mistrust him where he is paternal. We do not tell Hermione anything would make her choose between love and law. Daphne said. We love her more than we love being right about rules. He smiled. We'll pay the price in private, he said. Yes, she said. We use Muggle leverage sparingly. Rita once a year at most. The prophet is a tool, not a friend. We'll protect Remus, Harry said. He gets honesty when honesty won't get him hurt. He gets plausible deniability when it will. We do not recruit children, she said. If they come, we let them, but we do not ask. They sat back. The sun shifted by 2 fingers on the sundial. The house let out a long breath. Harry turned the page. Training, he said. We cannot rely on the body keeping up with the brain. We need channels. Occlumency not for secrecy, but for flow. Rituals, she said. Not blood-hungry ones, orderly ones. Things that make magic behave. Runes, he said. We'll make the gaunt shack tell us its name before we touch the door. Potions, she said. Controlled burns are better than uncontrolled poems, as my tutor says. I can brew. You cannot explode things if you try. I'll stir carefully, he said. Fiendfire study, she said, and he heard the reluctance under the word. We find a master. There is always a master. We don't ask Snape, Harry said immediately. Not for this. No, she agreed. He teaches by cruelty. We need discipline, not shame. Funds, he said. The Potter Trust exists. We use it to keep Remus from counting coins at the grocer. We do not let pride starve us. And we keep receipts, she said, dry. Always, he said, equally dry. She slid the notebook back to him and put a fingertip to the date at the top. 7 years, she said. And then some. He nodded. They didn't speak for a minute. Bees did their job. Somewhere beyond the wall, a child laughed the way children laugh when they don't know there are wars being planned. Daphne broke the quiet first and on purpose. Ethics, she said. Let's fight about it now. All right, he said. We need to be willing to do whatever it takes, she said. There has to be a line, he said. Otherwise we are the thing we hate with better manners. We are trying to save lives, she said. That makes us better. Using unforgivables, dark magic, where does it stop? He asked. It stops when Voldemort is dead and everyone we love is alive, she said. What if using that magic changes us? He asked, softer. What if the cost is us? Harry, she said. And the way she said his name took him back to gold light and fear that had chosen to look like courage. We are already changed. We watched everyone we loved die. We lived through a war. You cannot go back to innocent. He looked down at his small hands. I don't want to be cruel to win. Neither do I, she said. I am not saying we become Death Eaters with better branding. I am saying we be smart, practical, efficient. We use the tools that work. We put them down when we are done. He sat with the argument the way you hold a heavy box to see if you can. Okay, he said finally. But we agree on things first. No surprises. Deal, she said. We're partners, equal say. If I start sounding like a Slytherin proverb that hurts people, you tell me. If you start dressing up a martyrdom in logic, I tell you, he smiled despite the topic. I can't believe I'm planning to use the Imperious Curse at 11. I can't believe I'm 8 years old planning a war, she said. We're both ridiculous. He laughed, properly this time, and the garden did not scold them for it. Signals, she said after. If things go wrong, white deer, he said without thinking, and they both paused at the same time. Lighter, she said softly. Different story. for now phrases. If you get a letter from me with lemonade was too sweet. It means don't reply, don't come. Burn the letter. If I sign with Weathers Holding, it means safe to speak face to face, he said. Good, she said. And once a yeared, we were already dead, I choose to borrow. And I answer, no heroics for credit, he said. She nodded, satisfied. Don't. They were still sitting close, shoulder not quite touching shoulder, when a bell somewhere in the house chimed with the clear expectation that children would be presentable for dinner. Daphne stood. We'll go inside and play at normal, she said. Lead on, he said. Dinner at the Greengrasses was the sort of formal that comforted instead of judged. The table was long enough to make a point and short enough to keep conversation easy. Mrs. Greengrass was a woman who wore serenity like a good shawl and served potatoes with the authority of a general. Astoria, 6 and bright, displayed a gap-toothed smile and a glittering hair clip that clearly had a story. Blaine sat next to his father and narrated his day to the potatoes with enthusiasm. Mr. Potter, Mrs. Greengrass said warmly as he took his seat, welcome. Please call me Helena. Harry, he said, because he was not built for honorifics. Harry, she repeated, pleased. You must tell me if there is anything you can't eat. The cook claims to be omnipotent. I have my doubts. Everything is perfect, Harry said truthfully, and applied himself to the soup as if it were a test he intended to pass. Daphne sat opposite him and did a remarkable impression of a child thinking about dessert. Every few minutes she reached out, brief, casual, and touched Blaine's shoulder like you might straighten a napkin that didn't need straightening. Blaine didn't mind. He had a wooden dragon tucked by his plate and was determined to tell Harry its entire lineage. It breathes steam if you put it on the kettle, Blaine said, eyes shining. Does it scorch the biscuits? Harry asked. Only a little, Blaine said proudly. Astoria leaned in. Daffy says we will go to the seaside, she announced. Will you come? If I am invited, Harry said, and Helena smiled at the etiquette and the hope. Remus wasn't there, safe elsewhere, locked into his own schedule. But Harry felt him like a promise in the way Blaine Greengrass watched him listen to children with patience. Miss Sitter, Potter, Blainster said once plates had shifted to the roast. Your presence here is not charity. It is honor. If you need space, it is yours. If you need silence, we have it. If you need a witness, I can be surprisingly loud. Harry met his eyes. Thank you, he said simply. Helena poured lemonade and did not look at Harry when she said, This is not a house that leaves children in cupboards. Petunia's quiet apology flickered in Harry's mind and settled somewhere that didn't have to hurt. I know, he said. After dinner, the family moved to the small salon that smelled faintly of books and lemon oil. Astoria demonstrated a new song. Blaine pretended not to be tired. Daphne watched them like a thief guarding a treasure she had decided to keep. When the yawns won, Helena dispatched the younger two to bed with a kindness that brooked no argument. Blaine's sister looked at Harry. You need anything for the night? He asked. I'm all right, Harry said. Good, Blaine said. Mimsy put hot bricks in the foot of the bed. She says the house tries to prove its age after dark. Thank you, Harry said again, because he could not think of better words, and because sometimes the right ones were the simple ones. Daphne walked him back to his room along a corridor that pretended not to listen. Thank you, she said quietly at the door. "For saving him." "You don't need to?" he began. "Yes, I do," she said. "His everything to me?" "I know," he said. "I saw, remember?" A sad smile, small and real. "Right, no secrets." He rested his hand on the doorframe. "We're going to save everyone," he said, serious. "Fred, Remus, Tunks. As many as we can fit in our arms." "And if we can't?" she asked, the question so soft it barely existed. "Then at least we tried," he said. "That's not good enough," she said. "We will. We have to." He nodded because he wanted to live in a world where that sentence was a plan, not a wish. "Tomorrow," he said. "More lists." "Bring your neatest handwriting," she said. He snorted. "You get what you get." She left him with a fraction of a grin, and the sound of the house settling into night. Harry stood at the window and looked out over the gardens. The moon was a clean cut in the sky, indifferent to plans and very good at keeping time. He thought of Remus counting to 4 and of Eurydice's bright, dangerous voice, and of a cupboard door leaning against a wall in Surrey, and of a boy with a toy dragon, and of 2 tiny letters on his arm that had turned a house into a message. 7 years. 7 years to save the world. No pressure. Chapter VI, the 2 years of waiting, the shack learned him. And he learned the shack. It groaned when the wind changed and sighed when rain hit the eaves, but the boards that mattered stayed. Remus put his hand on the door every morning like a man greeting an old dog, and the door decided to stop sticking out of sheer affection. Elephant gun. Remus said the first week. Watching a feather punch through the kitchen window like a white dart. "You're using an elephant gun to kill a fly." Harry stared at the guilty breeze and the neat, circular hole. "I don't know how to use less power," he said, embarrassed and annoyed at the same time. "It's all one speed." "Then we build a tap," Remus said comfortably. "Magic's water. You're the faucet. We add handles." They did. They started with ridiculous images that worked because they were ridiculous. Turn the handle a quarter. Listen to the pipes. Watch the stream. Wingardium wasn't a shout, but a hum, more intention than force, less flood, more thread. The feather rose and stayed feather-shaped. "It's like trying to whisper underwater." Harry muttered. "Good whisperers breathe first," Remus said, deadpan. The other problem was that he kept going invisible at breakfast. The first time, Remus almost dropped the kettle. "Cloak?" he asked the air, hopeful. Like a man who'd found a library book he thought he'd lost. "I don't have the cloak," Harry said, disembodied and offended. "It's just happening." "Right," Remus said, mildly baffled. "Well, that's novel. They tested it." Harry vanished easier when his heart rate spiked, or when a dream skittered across his skin, or when Remus asked a hard question in a soft voice. He could call the absence now most days. By breathing the way Remus taught him and picturing the cloak laid over his shoulders like a cold idea, mood-based invisibility. Remus said, intrigued in spite of himself. "Either an aftershock of, well, everything. Or one of those rare talents you don't tell strangers about. Maybe it's because I survived the killing curse," Harry said, and then took a bite of toast he didn't taste. "Maybe you're just special, Harry," Remus said lightly, which was the sort of sentence that would have made Harry wince 2 months ago, and now sounded like something you could say inside a kitchen that didn't judge. They built a life out of small things. Tea at exactly the moment the kettle wanted to argue. A. Walks into the village to buy butter when they had coins and borrowing from a neighbor who didn't ask questions when they didn't. Remus showed him the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 trick for when the room hummed too much. 5 things you can see, 4 you can touch, 3 you can hear, 2 you can smell, 1 true sentence. What's your true sentence? Remus asked on a day when the shack snails all decided to rethink their career. I am 8 and 19, Harry said, not bravely, just accurately. Good enough, Remus said. Again. Sometimes the hum spiked at night. He'd wake with furniture floating politely at shoulder, height like a room dressing for a party, once the entire bookshelf levitated. Decided it liked the ceiling, and had to be coaxed down with flattery and a muttered finite. Another time the window glass went soft and tried to ripple. When the nightmares came, they weren't always his. A woman's voice, bright with certainty. It will work, I know it will. A man furious because he was afraid. You are playing with forces beyond comprehension. Eurydice. Another voice like a door closing. Sister, please. 3 objects on a table, a cloak that made light mind its manners, a wand that wanted to be used, a stone that remembered more than it should. Then white and the knot sound of breaking. He'd sit up too fast. The room would register panic and lift what it could. Remus arrived like an answer you didn't have to write down. Breathe, Remus said.
You're safe.
I'm sorry, Harry said every time at first, which wasn't the right response and was the only one his mouth knew. You're not in trouble? Remus said. You're learning, that's all. They'd talk then, not specifics, not the bloody, literal kind, just shapes. Harry said, I have bad dreams. About losing people. Remus said, after Grindelwald. I spent 2 years forgetting how to walk into a room without checking the exits. The relief of not being the only person who'd ever been tired was its own magic. By winter, the faucet trick worked more often than it failed. He could levitate a cup without turning it into shrapnel. He could cast a shielding charm that stayed the size of a shield and not a barn. He could vanish on purpose now, a thought, a breath, the idea of absence, and come back when Remus rolled his eyes and said, Harry, please stop disembodying during Christmas dinner. Christmas itself was small and perfect in the way small, perfect things are. 2 place settings. Paper crowns from crackers that clashed with the wallpaper. Remus made a proper tree out of a sad branch, 3 charms, and a refusal to accept defeat. He gave Harry books on magical theory with the corners turned down on the best bits. Harry gave him a charmed photograph he'd commissioned in the most careful, secret way with a withdrawal from the trust vault, and a request that had made the goblin clerk blink and then nod. The picture was simple 4 boys on a lawn that had gone, laughing in the loose, endless way youth laughs when time hasn't introduced itself yet. James pinning Sirius in a headlock that wasn't a headlock. Peter grinning with all his teeth, Remus reaching toward the lens like he'd tell you a joke if you'd just lean in. The charm wasn't much, just a way of freezing the moment in that exact laugh, that exact sun. Remus sat back, like someone had taken the chair away, then sat forward again to keep breathing. Where did you find this? He asked, voice not steady at all. I asked the right people, Harry said. I thought you should have something that was good. Remus put a hand over his eyes for a second, and then didn't. Thank you, he said, and there was a lot in it. That means more than you know. I know some, Harry said, and let the room be warm. By spring, he could walk around the shack without the lamps flickering in sympathy. He learned how to step into nothing and back out of it like it was a hallway only he could see. He learned to keep his temper in a pocket, even when a stray news clipping about. The boy who lived in a cupboard tried to set the world back on fire. He was 9, and he'd never been more competent in his life. He began to slip out after midnight sometimes, when the village went quiet enough to hear the hedgerows think. He'd fade where the wards thinned and come back under a beech tree a mile from the Greengrass grounds, where an old boundary stone wore moss like a shawl. Daphne always got there first. She checked the wards, checked his face, checked the space between them for eavesdroppers, and only then exhaled. "Faucet?" she asked the first night, curved into a grin he hadn't seen the last time around. "Tap," he said solemnly. "British?" she snorted. They traded progress like two students comparing notes for an exam no one else knew they were taking. Harry described the way invisibility wasn't just a cloak anymore. Daphne reported that Blaine ran like a dog off a lead and had adopted a dragon figurine named Suit. "He blows steam if you put him on the kettle," she said, secret pride leaking into her voice. "Scorch the biscuits." "Only a little," she said. They sketched the future in low voices under leaves that didn't tell. They were both impatient. They let themselves be. Daphne spent the same seasons becoming someone she might have liked if she'd met her before. At first it was an act. She had to be interested in dolls larger than her patience and games that required pretending to be a tree. Her parents noticed she set her cutlery like an adult and had opinions about the estate accounts. "I want to be grown up like Daddy," she told her mother when asked, which worked long enough to file the sharp edges without cutting herself. Hope is a slow building habit. Blaine being alive helped everything tilt toward it. He was at the garden wall most mornings with a stick and a solemnity he'd learned from books, and she found that if she joined him, she laughed, and if she laughed, she remembered how. She started enjoying childhood the way you enjoy a language you once spoke, but forgot. She played with Astoria and didn't count herself above it. Astoria learned that some people can be kind and clever at the same time, and she blossomed like she'd been waiting for permission. Pure blood children's parties, which had once been endurance tests in horsehair politeness, became a field. Daphne stepped into it like a general who happened to be 9. She arranged 3 games at once so kids who didn't get on well wouldn't have to sit near each other. She made sure a shy Parkinson boy ended up sharing sweets with Susan Bones twice so their parents had something charming to talk about later. She set Theodore Knott and Tracy Davis on opposite sides of a chessboard and watched them decide to like each other. "You're weird, Greengrass," Theo said later, respectful and vaguely alarmed. "But interesting." "I'll take that as a compliment," Daphne said, and it was. She didn't preach, because preaching made adults nod and then go home and tell their children the opposite. She placed things. Blood is a story. She told a knot of second cousins while they decorated ginger biscuits. Stories change when the people telling them grow up. They nodded like she'd just explained where thunder came from. It was enough. At home, Astoria climbed onto her bed one night with seriousness written across her face. "Daph, why are you so nice to me now?" she asked. "What do you mean?" Dap said, though she did. "You used to ignore me. Now you play with me all the time." Daphne swallowed the first answer, which was because you die in another life, and I must stack as many minutes with you as I can, and smiled instead. I realized I'd been a bad sister, she said. I don't want to be bad anymore. Astoria flung her arms around her. You're the best sister, she pronounced into Daphne's collarbone. Daphne held on and decided to become the sort of person that sentence described. She wrote to Harry in code that looked like children talking about lemonade and weather. Lemonade too sweet meant burn this. Weather's holding meant safe to talk tomorrow. Once a year they worked in the longer phrase, so it would never feel strange when it mattered. We were already dead. I choose to borrow. His reply always came no heroics for credit. They met under the beach, in a cleared ring in a tucked-away wood, and sat on the same fallen log, because that kept their feet from touching accidentally and either making it weird or making it honest. They didn't flirt. They didn't know how to not yet, and even if they had, it would have felt like laughing in a church. They were allies who shared all their ghosts and most of their snacks. It was plenty. They failed in the summer before the letters came. It felt good to try. That was part of the trap. They planned the gaunt shack like it was an exam someone else had sat for them. Maps, ward theory texts. Remus's dog eared notes about fields that were too quiet. They chose a moonless night and wore their most boring shoes. Harry took nothing flashy and a lot of stubborn. The shack waited where it always did, sullen and proud of it. The trees around it had learned to lean away. It stood in a clearing that felt like a held breath. The doorframe sagged. The stone threshold had a groove worn by feet more careless than theirs. It was nothing, unless you knew how to listen. I hate it, Daphne said, low. It looks like the sort of house that thinks it's clever. It is clever, Harry said. So was the man who cursed the world from it. He circled as far as the brush would allow, keeping the shack at the edge of his peripheral vision, so he wouldn't look like a challenge. Daphne stood at the tree line and watched the wind. Fawcett, she whispered, and he smiled, then stopped smiling because jokes were the kind of thing old Magic ate for breakfast. He stepped into the clearing. The wards woke like something hungry. It wasn't one blow. It was a net tightening. His scar, the scar that had sat on his head like a story prop for 2 lives, lit a hot line behind his eye. The air thickened. Magic grabbed at him like water gone suddenly cold. Harry, Daphne said sharply. He began. And the wards didn't want him to finish. They flicked him backward with bored contempt. He hit the ground hard enough to see white. The taste in his mouth went coppery and wrong. She was moving before the thought finished.
Harry!
I'm fine. He lied, because it was polite. No, she said briskly, and helped him sit up. Don't be noble when you've been thrown by a shack. He laughed once, a scrape of sound, and let his head rest against his knees until the stars stopped dancing. When he looked again, the shack was still there, offended that anyone had tried to visit without an invitation. The wards are tied to him, Harry said, keeping his voice even, to his signature. To the piece that was in me. You're sure, Daphne said. Scar, he said. It felt like being shoved by a ghost with terrible manners. They tried things. He tried to unravel a thread at the edge of the magic. Like teasing a knot in rope, it bit his fingers and laughed. Daphne walked the perimeter, looking for a place the net had snagged or a lazy hedge where it bowed. There wasn't one. He considered brute force, just for a second, because he was angry and unused to being told no by problems. She shook her head before he even spoke. "You'll crack it, and it'll crack the ring," she said. "We are not trading a win for a loss." He lay back in the grass and looked up through leaves that didn't care about Peverils. The night smelled like nettles and rain. He wanted to punch the air for the insult of it. He didn't. "I thought knowing the future meant we could fix everything," he said, voice low. "Knowing what happens doesn't mean we can change it easily," Daphne said, sitting cross, legged the way girls are told not to in drawing rooms. "We're still just kids with limited power." "I hate this," he said. "I hate being weak." "We're not weak," she said, and there was no space in the words for him to argue. "We're not ready." "That's different. We will be." "What if we're never ready?" he asked, the question so soft it barely existed. "What if we fail?" "We won't," she said, fierce enough to make the night take notice. "I won't let us." He turned his head and watched her stare down a house. "How are you so sure?" "Because the alternative is going back to who we were," she said, "and I'd rather die." They let the quiet sit with them until it yawned and wandered away. "We come back," she said finally, "when we're stronger. 3rd year, maybe." "3rd year," he said. "We'll be 13. More magic, more control. Less bravado." "Exactly," she said, and stood, brushing grass from her knees. "Why have time?" They left like thieves who'd decided the safe needed a bigger key. The letter arrived on a warm morning with Remus singing off, key to a cake that leaned bravely to one side. "Don't look like that," he said when Harry laughed. "It was either bake or buy, and the shack refuses to accept bakery boxes as food." The tawny owl came through the open window like it had a schedule to keep. It landed on the back of a chair with the self-esteem of a civil servant and stuck out a leg. Remus grinned. "Well," Harry untied the string with fingers that were steadier than the last time he'd done this in another life. Parchment. Red wax. The crest he could have drawn with his eyes shut. He cracked the seal and read the same words and felt them differently. "You are invited. You made it. The plan is moving from paper to corridors." "Excited?" Remus asked, careful not to step on the moment. "More than you know," Harry said, which was both a joke and a truth. A second envelope slid onto the table a heartbeat later. Plain paper, Muggle stamp. Handwriting that did a good impression of a child with a decent governess. Remus raised an eyebrow. Harry coughed and read. "Got mine too. Finally. First step of the real plan. See you on the train. We've got work to do." He wrote back with a stub of pencil and a grin he didn't try to hide. "Ready. Let's save the world." Diagon Alley smelled like ink and waffles and the sort of excitement that makes small children run in straight lines until they hit something. Remus kept a hand near Harry's shoulder without hovering. They bought the list in slow, satisfied bites cauldron plain, scales sturdy, robes a second hand, made decent by a seamstress who knew what to do with a flat-shouldered boy. Books too many, which is the right numbered. They saw the Greengrasses at a distance near Flourish and Blots, family in formation, Helena with a list. Blaine Greengrass with opinion and wallet, Astoria pointing at a display, Blaine Jr. describing something with a dragon in it. Daphne looked up once, and the look they shared wasn't dramatic. It was the kind of glance people exchange when they've already had the important conversation. Ollivander's was just as dusted and expecting as before. The bell made the same noise as if it had been practicing. The shopkeeper drifted out of the stacks like a suspicion you couldn't prove. "Oh," Ollivander said, considering Harry as if he were a problem with an elegant solution in it. "Mr. Potter. Curious, very curious indeed." "What's curious?" Harry asked politely. "That your wand seems to recognize you." Ollivander murmured, hands moving through boxes by memory. "Almost as if it's been waiting." "Because it has," Harry thought, and kept his face calm. Holly and Phoenix Feather felt like home. The first swish sent a clean ribbon of light across the dusty air, and the back of Harry's neck prickled with the familiar awareness of three things that were really one paying attention. Ollivander smiled like a man who lived for the moment a riddle sat next to its answer. "Excellent," he said. "Do take care, Mr. Potter. The wand chooses the wizard, but magic chooses no one. It only listens." Remus paid from the trust with a guilty look Harry didn't disabuse him of. They ate chips out of paper and watched a brass owl hop in a window to advertise a clock that told you when not to be late. The alley chattered. Harry let himself enjoy it like a normal boy and used the feeling to remember why strategy mattered. September arrived inventorying everything it touched. King's Cross smelled of hot metal and coffee and families doing their best. Remus adjusted Harry's collar like he'd never done it before and had memorized how. "You'll write?" Remus asked, which was more than a question. "Every week," Harry said. "And if anything happens, anything at all, I'll let you know," Harry said. "I promise." Remus swallowed. "Your parents would be so proud of you." "I hope so," Harry said softly. They hugged like men who knew hugs are rationed and had decided to cheat. Harry pushed his trolley toward a barrier that didn't look magical at all and stepped through without theatrics. The scarlet train filled the platform like a decision. He found an empty compartment out of habit and left the door half closed because he understood how to invite and avoid in the same gesture. A few minutes later, Daphne slid the door shut, set her trunk down, and cast a neat privacy ward that sounded like rain on quiet water. She sat across from him. They didn't pretend to look out the window first. "Year one," she said. "Here we go," he said. "First stop, save Sirius," she said. "Second stop, steal a Horcrux from under Dumbledore's nose," he said. She grinned, bright and sharp. "This is either going to be brilliant or a complete disaster." "Probably both," he said, matching it. The whistle blew. The platform slid away. The world narrowed to rails and a plan you could carry in your pocket if you folded it just so. The war to prevent a war had officially begun. Chapter Ved, first year. The Serpent's Pact, Part I. The candles floated like they had rehearsed all summer, and the ceiling behaved like the sky, because it liked being that kind of show-off. The great hall hit Harry the way it always had, like coming home to a song he'd learned by ear, only this time he didn't let the awe live in his face. Awe drew eyes. Eyes slowed plans. He kept his hands at his sides and his head level, letting the room arrange itself around him. 4 long tables breathing in time with their houses, teachers watching with practiced fondness, whispers tugging at the air with his name in them. "That's Harry Potter," hissed a boy somewhere to his left. Reverent and curious and a little disappointed he wasn't taller. Ron Weasley had introduced himself on the train with a mouth full of sandwich and an ease that belonged to boys who grew up knowing the floor always held. Hermione Granger had turned up like a proof looking for a theorem, precise and thrilled, and had tested him gently with facts about Hogwarts that were meant to impress. He had been polite to both, because being unkind to good people was inefficient and wrong, and because he remembered where kindness led if you watered it. He kept a little space anyway. He didn't know if there would be room for what they had been before. There would be something. That had to be enough. Names started. Professor McGonagall stood with the list and the hat and the posture of a woman who believed in standards, because they kept chaos from thinking it owned the place. Abbott, Hannah! The hat did its job. Hufflepuff cheered like they'd been given a new cousin. Boot. Terry! Ravenclaw claimed him like a misplaced book returned to the right shelf. Bones, Susan! Hufflepuff again. Small fist pump and a grin. Greengrass, Daphne. Harry didn't move his head. He let his eyes find her instead. Daphne walked to the stool the way Greengrasses walked to everything, like they already belonged to the room and were deciding whether it belonged to them back. She sat. The hat came down, huge and theatrical and ridiculous, and the world narrowed. It took one breath, then two. Then it kept going, long enough that the whispering turned into a shape hat stall. Inside the brim, the voice was an amused drawl that had spoken to geniuses and fools and knew the difference. Ah, Miss Greengrass. But which Miss Greengrass are you? The one you're getting? Daphne thought, lids lowered. She didn't push the mind shields hard. Occlumency that shoved was easier to notice. She kept things tidy instead. Boxes labeled later stacked behind a smile. Occlumency at 11. The hat sounded pleased and a little nosy. Remarkable. And, oh my, what is this? Don't. She didn't sharpen it into a blade. She kept it linen soft and absolute. I am not prying, child, the hat said, gentler, but I can sense a layers. You're not who you seem. No one is, she returned, almost amused. True enough, the hat said. Let's see, brilliant mind, thirst for knowledge. Ravenclaw would suit you. But, she prompted, because there was always a but. But you also have ambition, the hat murmured, enjoying itself, and cunning, and a ruthless practical streak. I only see every other decade, if I'm lucky. I need Slytherin. Need? The hat perked up at the word. Most students want. You need. Why? Because I have work to do. She didn't let the gold room in. She let a cool corridor fill the space, and I can't do it from Ravenclaw Tower. Work. What work could an 11-year-old trust me? She said, steel under silk. Slytherin is where I'll be most effective. The hat went very quiet. The way an old thing does when it runs a finger over a line it's read before but never underlined. You're planning something. Something big. I'm planning to survive, Daphne said, and to help others survive. That's all you need to know. Another long pause, like a chess player admitting someone else saw the board. Very well. You know your own mind. And I sense you're trying to prevent something terrible. You have no idea, she thought. Then I'll trust your judgment, the hat said, regretful and fond. Though I think you'd have thrived in Ravenclaw. It inhaled like a crare about to declare the market open. S.O.T. Sheeran! The pause stretched long enough to breed theories. 3 minutes by the hall's count. Forever by gossips. Daphne stood, smoothed her skirt, and walked to the table that tucked itself under the dungeons. Slytherin's applause wasn't chaotic. It was pleased and measuring. Draco Malfoy nodded to her like a boy who had learned early that power was networking in a better robe. She nodded back exactly the way she meant to. saying yes to a future introduction and later to friendship and never to anything he might consider ownership. Macmillan, Ernie, Patil, Padma. Names lapped at the shore. Harry didn't hear most. Potter, Harry. Silence tired the hall. It gathered itself, eager to break again, and Harry walked up the aisle with his hands open and his face composed. He sat on the stool. The hat dropped, warm and musty and too amused by half. Harry Potter, it said, rolling his name in its mouth like a sweet. I've been waiting for you. Just put me in Gryffindor, Harry thought, steady. So sure. The hat felt around the edges of a map it hadn't seen printed this way before. You could be great in Slytherin, you know. I know, Harry returned without flinch. But that's not where I need to be. Need, the hat repeated, pleased. Interesting. Your friend Miss Greengrass used that word too. She's smart, Harry said, which handled both truth and affection. Are you two working together? The hat sounded delighted at the possibility of intrigue. We're trying to do the right thing, Harry thought, and let it feel the shape of his certainty without giving it the source. The right thing, the hat murmured. Noble, very Gryffindor. Though I sense darkness in you too. You've seen terrible things. I've seen what happens when good people do nothing, Harry thought, quiet. That's why I need Gryffindor. To be the hero. The hat asked, curious, not mocking. To be in position, Harry answered. To help the people who will need it. Gryffindor is where I can do that from. The hat considered the way doors opened, the way staircases moved, the way heads of house answered their lions first. Very well, it decided. You know your path! GRF, I know! The table went up like a bonfire. Ron and the red-headed twins thumped their hands on the wood until it throbbed. Percy Weasley clapped nicely like a prefect should, and Hermione beamed like an answer sheet turning into a friendship. Harry smiled the way you do when your face remembers how. He slipped between cheers to the space made for him, sat, and let the noise wash while his eyes crossed the hall. Daphne's mouth barely moved. The nod was small, private, and complete. The plan was in motion. The feast was all the things feasts are: endless, generous, and the right amount of ridiculous. Platters appeared with a sigh and a sparkle. The ghosts performed nostalgia. Students negotiated their first alliances with chicken legs and pumpkin juice. Harry did the expected things, said, "Brilliant," at the appropriate moments, marveled politely when the treacle tart refilled itself, endured Percy's lecture on the importance of knowing rules, so one might break them elegantly, and let Fred and George adopt him for the duration of dessert. Hermione tested facts like a smith taps a blade. Did you know the ceiling reflects the sky outside? It's enchanted to look like the night. It's pretty, Harry said, which was both true and not what she wanted to hear. He put his attention where it needed to be, counting moments, memorizing routes, turning his nerves into a quiet line that could carry him to 3 passes in front of a blank wall. Gryffindor Tower received its 11-year-olds with a portrait that enjoyed standards and passwords in equal measure, Caput Draconis, Percy intoned. And the fat lady swung open with the benevolent authority of a chaperone who remembers the taste of sherry. The common room glowed. First years collected chairs like driftwood and beached themselves on them. The dormitory smelled of soap and wool and new trunks. Ron snored like someone had told him to demonstrate. Neville slept curled like a comma. Seamus muttered something about fire. Dean stuck a Chudley Cannons poster to the hangings with the optimism of a sports fan. Harry lay there and let the room settle into a rhythm. He waited past midnight, past 1, past the hour when buildings creak themselves comfortable. At 2, he sat up and made the decision the way he'd trained himself. 1 breath in, 1 out, a thought like a switch. He faded. Not a cloak this time. Not cloth and legend. Just an absence that fit him the way a well-made suit fits a body. No noise, no fuss, no drag. He slipped through shadow and banister, past portraits that dreamed in oils, under a suit of armor that auditioned a clank and changed its mind. The castle didn't notice him because he wasn't there. She waited in the corridor where they'd agreed, the one that lent the 7th floor to secrets. He saw her first as a whisper in the air, the disillusionment charm winking on her skin like rain. They let their concealments drop in the safe space between tapestries. "Ready?" he whispered. "Let's go steal our first Horcrux," she murmured back. The hallway looked as it always did when it wasn't trying, blank expanse, nondescript. Harry walked, thinking in clean lines. I need the place where everything is hidden. I need the place where everything is hidden. I need the place where everything is hidden. On the 3rd pass, a door grew where there hadn't been a wall. Daphne breathed out a tiny laugh. Ridiculous. Useful. Inside, the room of requirement yawned into a landscape of the forgotten and the guilty. Hills of junk rose like bad habits. Broken chairs sulked. Damaged books whispered under their breath in languages that had lost their verbs. Someone's bad idea glinted from under a stack of tarnished cauldrons. "This is impossible," Daphne said, hands on hips. "It could take weeks." "I know where it is," Harry said, and didn't make a show of it. "How?" "Because I've done this before," he said. Different day. Same shelf. He took her by the most efficient route, left by the tower of trunks, right at the armoire that had decided it was a door, past the set of mismatched gobstones that wept ink, past the cupboard with its back to them like it was sulking. He felt the familiarity with a shock of relief and a twist of grief. He had come here once tired and desperate and older. He came now because he chose to. There it was, a bust of a warlock who'd enjoyed being a bust, perched on a shelf as if it had come here to improve the place. On its head, Ravenclaw's diadem caught the room's light and made it behave. Simple, elegant, a circlet of logic and sky. He reached, and the scar seared like an old cord struck too hard. Pain burst behind his eye, immediate and personal. His hand stuttered. The diadem hummed like a live wire. "Harry!" Daphne hissed, close, steadying without touching. "I'm fine," he said through his teeth. "It knows what we are. What we are." "Threats," he said, and lifted it with care. It was heavier than it looked. Magic sat in it like a well-mannered guest with a knife in its lap. He set it on the stone floor where the room obligingly gave them space. "How do we destroy it?" Daphne asked. "I brought something," he said. Her eyebrow arched. "What?" "A fang," he said, and she gave him a look that belonged in a drawing room, not a hoard. "From where, exactly?" "The Basilisk Emporium." "From a chicken," he said blandly, and when she stared, he added, transfigured, "Remus let me practice shaping without ingredients. Temporary, but it'll hold long enough to carry the idea of what it is. Will it work?" Not disbelieving, evaluating. Only one way to find out. He knelt. He lined the point over ancient metal. He let himself hesitate because it mattered to hesitate. Then he drove down. The sound tore the room. Not a scream you heard with ears. A scream you felt in the long bones, in the old parts of the brain that remember lightning hitting too close. Black smoke punched up and out, hot and cold at once. The diadem wreathed around the wound like a living thing, and for a heartbeat the air learned a face, serpentine and furious, and not quite human, before the shape ripped itself apart. Then silence. The circlet lay broken, slagged, small. A piece of a man who thought he could be a god drifted away like breath in winter. They looked at each other, because there wasn't anything else to look at for a second. "One down," Harry said, voice low. 5 to go. Daphne returned. He vanished the worst of the remains, scattering what was left into the room's long appetite. They left without touching anything else. The door sighed them back into the corridor and pretended it had never done them a favor. Back in Gryffindor Tower, he slid into his bed as the horizon began to consider morning. His heart thudded once, loud, not fear, not triumph. He stared up at the canopy and let the fact exist they'd done it. The first piece had fallen. "We're actually doing this," he thought, and fell asleep just as the castle thought about yawning. September taught classes like they were a type of weather. McGonagall brought Transfiguration in with clean lines and strict expectations. Snape ran potions like a courtroom where the defendant was common sense. Quirrell in defense stuttered and sweated and kept his eyes 50 inches off the floor like he was afraid of finding anything human there. Harry and Daphne did their daytime part. Publicly, they were 11 in different houses with no obvious connection, nods in hallways, nothing more. Privately, they were a 2-person department. Notes slid into a crack behind the second gargoyle on the 4th floor landing. A book left on a bench in the cloister with a page dog-eared 3 from the back. A sugar quill wrapped in a napkin and tied with string meaning tonight, late. Quirrell stayed wrong and didn't move like a man on a quest. He did the troll on Halloween because the timeline liked its theater. Harry and Ron went because kindness is a habit now, not a plot device. And Hermione cried and then didn't, and the trio gelled in a way that felt inevitable and good and impossible to replicate exactly. "What were you thinking?" Hermione demanded later, when the danger had been rolled back up and put away. "That someone would get hurt if we didn't move," Harry said simply, and watched her recalibrate. Quidditch arrived and decided to keep him. He flew like nobody had told his body to be small this time. Quirrell tried the old trick with the broom, fingers flickering at a distance. And Hermione made a nuisance of herself with fire in exactly the right place. Snape looked offended and sinned. The snitch ended up in Harry's palm because muscle memory is its own kind of prophecy. He met Daphne that night in the old way. They sat on the 3rd stair down in a forgotten tower and listened to the castle breathe. "He's still possessed," Harry said. "Quirrell," she confirmed. "But he's not going for the stone." Harry rubbed a hand over his face. I think he knows something's wrong. We destroyed the diadem. Maybe he felt it?" "Can he tell which Horcrux?" she asked. "I don't think so," Harry said. "But he knows his immortality is threatened." "So he's being cautious," Daphne said. A tiny curve at her mouth that wasn't a smile. "That's inconvenient. It means we need to move on Pettigrew soon," Harry said, "before Voldemort adjusts." "Christmas," she said, castle her eyes. "You imperious him, he shows himself. We let the world do the rest." He nodded and didn't say how the word sat in his mouth like a coin he didn't want to swallow. Daphne built Slytherin like a nest that belonged to her. She gave Draco 2 compliments for every cutting remark and never let him believe he'd started the conversation. She was kind to Tracy Davis and sharp with Pansy Parkinson and careful with Millicent Bulstrode in a way that made the other girl straighten her shoulders. She read in the common room where older students could watch her not demand attention. She offered small bits of clever at the right moments and let people think they were their own. Greengrass, a 7th year named Montague, said one night, puzzled and impressed, "You're ambitious without being insufferable. It's unsettling. I'll try harder," she said mildly, and he laughed and decided to like her. Harry did his Gryffindor time without letting it eat him. He was closer to Ron and Hermione than strangers are, and not as close as he had been the last time around. He was present for homework and late, night jam tarts and Seamus's attempts to set water on fire. He didn't take them through every door. "Harry, you're always sneaking off," Ron said around Christmas, not accusing, just noticing, just exploring. Harry said, honest and not. "The castle is huge." "Tell me about it," Ron said, thinking of staircases and teachers who liked surprises, and went back to his chessboard. Snow made the grounds honest and quiet. December counted down in the slow, old way of school calendars that were built before clocks. Harry and Daphne checked and rechecked, and then stopped checking, because that was how you turned preparation into superstition. They met for 5 minutes in a sliver of corridor that everyone else forgot after supper. She had frost in her hair from the walk. He had ink on his thumb. "Christmas break," she said, as if it were a normal appointment. "We're free serious," he said, because saying it made it a task instead of a wound. "And if something goes wrong?" he asked, because that was his job. "Nothing will go wrong," she said clean. "We know where Pettigrew is. We know what to do." "Using the Imperious Curse," he said, quiet. "On a sentient being." "On a Death Eater who betrayed your parents," Daphne said, not unkind. "Don't feel bad." "I don't feel bad," Harry said, and heard the problem out loud. "That's what worries me." "It should worry you," she said, soft and precise. "The day it doesn't is the day we've lost." He met her eyes. "We're not lost yet." "No," she said. "We're not?" "Let's keep it that way." They'd stood there long enough to hear the castle decide to ring the hour. Then they moved in opposite directions, 2 11-year-olds with a plan older than they were. 2 11-year-olds planning to use an unforgivable curse to free an innocent man. Just another Tuesday. Chapter V's first year. The unmasked rat parred away. The fire in the common room had dozed off into embers, the sort of low, companionable glow that made shadows behave. At tinsel, someone had spelled to sway with non-existent drafts clinked against itself like cautious bells. Christmas at Hogwarts wore its own kind of hush when the castle emptied fewer feet, fewer voices, more stone. Harry sat on the rug with his back against the arm of a sofa, knees drawn up, the room's heat finding the bones of his shins. A red paper crown lay on the table where someone had abandoned it. The tree in the corner gave off the faint, resinous smell of something that had once been alive and hadn't decided whether to forgive them. Most of Gryffindor had gone home. Ron had left with a wave and a promise to Ole. Hermione had hugged him with the sincere authority of someone who believed in lists and followed through on them. He'd told Remus he wanted a proper magical Christmas, his first year. Remus had smiled like he understood and had sent a parcel wrapped in paper charmed to look like snow. Harry had set it carefully on his trunk, and then come down here to sit with the quiet. He wasn't sitting with Christmas. He was sitting with a spell. The room had the sort of silence that lets your thoughts be too loud. Imperious was a word that felt heavy in the mouth, old and elegant and wrong. It was law and violation at once, if anyone caught him. If this went sideways, Azkaban wasn't a threat, it was geography. You didn't survive it by being special. You survived it by not going. The counter-argument sat down with him like it had been invited. Peter Pettigrew had let himself be made secret keeper because he was a coward. He had sold James and Lily to a man who split his soul to avoid hearing himself die. He had framed Sirius with 14 dead muggles. He had curled up in a boy's pocket and eaten crumbs while the world mourned. He deserves it was an easy sentence. Easy sentences worried him. Where did the line go once you started moving it? If he used Imperious for this, because it was clean and efficient and saved lives, what got easier next? Crucio on someone unwilling to talk. A killing curse on someone too dangerous to live. He had already killed, once in another life. Basilisk eyes, Voldemort's body crumpling like it had never belonged to a person, but curses changed the one who cast them. Not just the one who took them. What did winning cost if you left pieces of yourself as you went? He put a palm against the stone behind him because it was real and didn't care about philosophy. Daphne's voice from the beach and the garden, and the gold room threaded through the arguments. The day it doesn't worry you is the day we've lost. He worried. That was something to hold on to. A soft knock at the portrait hole. The fat lady murmured something about seasonally appropriate passwords and fine chocolate. The canvas swung inward, and Daphne slipped through in a navy cloak lined with something that could afford to be called fur. She looked like she belonged to shadows on purpose. "You're brooding," she said mildly. "I'm thinking," he said. About backing out. About whether I should. She sat next to him with a small, decisive fold of fabric, leaving the right amount of space. The fire made a hollow out of the ends of her hair. "I'll do it if you can't," she said, voice quiet enough to be kind. "I've already crossed that line in my head." "No." He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. "This is my responsibility. My parents, my godfather." She nodded once. "Then stop torturing yourself and commit. Half measures get people killed." "What if it changes me?" he asked. The words came out like they'd been waiting for permission. "What if I get comfortable with it?" "Then I'll remind you who you are," she said, simple as a list. "That's what partners do." He let the sentence sit until it took the shape of a decision. "Okay," he said. "Tonight." "Tonight," she echoed. "After this, there's no going back." She looked at the dying fire, eyes reflecting its small stubbornness. "We went past that point the moment we changed the timeline," she said. "No, we just keep going forward." They went over the plan again, because going over plans made both the magic and the fear behave. Harry would go invisible and slip into the first-year boys' dormitory. Ron wasn't there, and neither were the others. But Scabbers would be. He'd take the rat and cast Imperious. The word still turned the air cold when he thought it. And hold the compulsion until Pettigrew transformed in front of a professor who would not be tricked by a clever lie. McGonagall was ideal. No dramatics, no Dumbledore first. Bones later, when truth needed a mouthpiece. Daphne would sit the corridor like a second plan, ready to be thunder if the quiet plan failed. "If someone comes," she said, "I cry. If I have to cry, I'll cry. And no one will remember to ask the wrong questions." He wanted to apologize to her for asking things like this of her. He didn't. She would have been insulted. They sat in companionable silence a minute longer, because this was the part of planning that people always forgot to schedule. The last moment when you could pretend you had not already decided. "Baubles," Daphne said, deadpan, when she rose and moved toward the portrait. "Seasonal," he said, standing. She made the fat lady agree to a borrowed midnight, left a box of posh chocolates with a bow tied like a bribe, and ghosted out into the corridor. Harry waited until the portrait swung closed and the last knot of ribbon vanished. Then he exhaled like a diver and disappeared. 2 in the morning made Hogwarts honest. The corridors remembered they were stone and not theater. Harry moved through them like he belonged to the part of the castle that had never learned to be seen the space under the stair. The slice of dark between tapestries, the thin breaths between torchlight. The password had been switched for the holiday, Baubles, which was exactly the sort of joke the fat lady appreciated and Percy would hate. The portrait swung open with a benevolent sniff when the space where a child wasn't set it anyway. The common room blinked at no one. He climbed the stairs to the first-year dormitory and eased the door. Empty beds, the odd sock hanging on to a bedpost with heroic resolve. The stillness of rooms that had been used to children and had been given a reprieve. The cage on Ron's bedside table sat like an argument. He crossed to it and undid the latch. The rat inside smelled of straw and old bread. Harry slid his hand in and lifted him with care that surprised him. Scabbers woke in a flurry of squeaks and alarm. For a second, he was just a rat warm, small heart hammering into Harry's palm, claws scrabbling for purchase. "Quiet, Wormtail," Harry whispered. "I know who you are." The rat froze. Intelligence lit the little dark eyes like a wicked truth, and Harry felt a thrum at the base of his skull that was not his. "You're going to do exactly what I say," he said. He didn't lift his wand. He didn't need to. Magic lived closer to his skin these days, close enough to taste. He felt the shape of the curse in the back of his mouth and hated that it fit. Imperio. It flowed out of him like a familiar path in the dark. No dramatic flare, no thunderclap, just a link slotting into place, smooth and absolute. The world tightened around a directive and, for a heartbeat, sang. He knew immediately why the curse was forbidden. Control felt right in a way that was dishonest. He could ask the thing in his hand to jump and it would fly. He could ask it to drown, and it would swear it like the taste of water. The satisfaction of obedience hit him in the gut, low and hot. It felt like power because it was. He did not let that feeling set. He cradled it like you hold a hot coal, careful, deliberate, aware of what you're doing and why. Stay calm. He told the mind under his hand, not using words, because Imperius likes intent more than grammar. Do not transform. Follow me. The rat settled, limp with agreeable compliance. Harry slid him into the pocket of his dressing gown and moved. Careful down the stairs, across the common room, through the portrait, and the corridors held breath. Daphne left the curtain of shadow by the corner and joined him without ceremony. "Did it work?" she asked low.
"Yes,"
he said. "Too well." She looked at him properly and saw he meant it. "What do you mean?" "I mean it feels good." he said, choosing the truth he could say. Using it. That's the problem. Stay focused, she said, not scolding, anchoring. We need McGonagall. He nodded, once, and let his invisibility go, because this next part needed to be seen by the right eyes. McGonagall didn't sleep like other people. Her office door had the kind of ward on it that let her know when blood ran too fast on the other side. Harry knocked anyway. A beat. The door opened on a wand and a woman who could turn into a cat and had never once tried to get out of being a person. "Who's there?" she said, offense and readiness perfectly balanced. He stepped into sight. "It's me, Professor. I'm a sucker. Potter," she said, startled, then immediately the sort of stern that keeps children alive. "What on earth are you?" "Professor, I need you to see something," he said. And some of whatever was in his voice reached whatever in her recognized emergencies. She didn't lower her wand. She moved back to make space. He crossed the threshold. Daphne remained in the corridor, an ordinary shadow on an ordinary night. Harry drew the rat from his pocket and set him gently on the floor. The tiny body sat, placid and blank. McGonagall's mouth thinned. "Mr. Potter," she began. "Why you have brought me Mr. Weasley's pet." "It's not a pet," Harry said, too softly to be rude. He felt the connection between his will and the smaller one. It stretched, true and ugly. He braced like a man lifting something heavier than it looks. "Transform," he told it. "Now, for a second." The mind under his instruction balked. Real resistance, not much, but sharp. The part of Harry that remembered rooms where people begged for spells to stop had the right reaction, don't. He pushed anyway, because this was the cost they'd agreed to pay. The compulsion tightened like a knot. The little shape convulsed. It grew and ungrew and grew again, fur racing backward into skin, bones uncomprehendingly changing their minds, a wet, wrong sound of magic misused. McGonagall's wand didn't waver. A man stood where a rat had been. Pettigrew's watery eyes blinked, dazed and furious. The missing finger made a small, obscene statement all its own. He swayed, then stilled, because Harry held the line. "Peter Pettigrew." McGonagall breathed, not believing her mouth and believing her eyes. "But you're dead," Harry supplied. "No, Professor. He's been hiding." As Ron Weasley's rat, her focus flicked to him, then back to the man on her rug. She cast with clinical speed detection. Confirmation, the kind of spell you don't need in class and need once in a career. The results told truths she couldn't argue with. "How did you?" she began. "It doesn't matter," Harry said, and felt the worst part of that truth. That the how would always matter and couldn't be said. What matters is that Sirius Black is innocent. Pettigrew was the secret keeper. Pettigrew betrayed my parents. McGonagall made a sound that might have been a laugh if it hadn't hit a wall and turned back into a sob. She didn't cry often. The eyes said this counted. "I need to fetch the headmaster," she said after a heartbeat, a voice ironed flat. Harry nodded. "Please. But keep your wand on him. He's an animagus. He'll run the second he can." "I'm not a—" Pettigrew started, voice blocked, and Harry tightened the leash a hair, enough to make obedience taste like rest again. "Professor," Harry said, "I can hold him." But not indefinitely. She vanished in a crack of cat, quick apparition that the office allowed her and only her. It felt like the room took a breath. Harry stood very still and counted. Pettigrew's eyes rolled, trying to find a way to mean something. He found nothing. The door filled with history. Dumbledore came first, not hurried, because hurrying would have let panic into the room. McGonagall was with him, cheeks damp and controlled. Snape slid in like a shadow that had learned to stand upright. Flitwick hopped over the threshold with wand already bright. Dumbledore's gaze took in everything, Harry standing too straight, a man on the floor, a wand not raised, an invisible weight in the air. He didn't speak right away. He let the room tell him a little. "Harry," he said finally, gentle, "you can release him now. We have him secured." "Not yet," Harry said, and made himself sound reasonable. "As an animagus, he'll escape." "We have wards," Dumbledore began. "He escaped before," Harry said. "I'm not risking it." Something like approval moved under the headmaster's eyes and turned into worry before it could become praise. "How did you know about Pettigrew?" he asked, as if asking. "What have you done to your soul?" would have been rude. Harry had the lie prepared, and hated the feel of it in his mouth, even though it was the right one for the job. "He talks in his sleep when he's a rat," he said. "He said my mother's name. It made me suspicious." Snape's expression suggested this story offended both his intelligence and his sense of drama. McGonagall looked at Harry and chose to prefer the result to the method. Flitwick's wand flickered in small, precise movements that kept transforming nothing into more nothing. "Call the ministry," Dumbledore said softly. "Amelia, if she's awake. If not, wake her." An hour turned into something that contained more people and less sleep. The imperious did not tire in the way fists tire. It tired like the mind does when it has to hold a heavy door shut while someone on the other side insists it's time to open it. Sweat ran under Harry's collar. His hands shook once and then behaved because McGonagall's hand brushed his shoulder when she went past and left steadiness there. Madame Bones arrived in a cloak that looked like it had been put on while running. She took in the scene with a professional's economy and let her eyes soften when they landed on Harry because she was also an aunt. "Veritaserum," she said, and someone produced it 3 drops in water, a businesslike swirl. She looked at Dumbledore. He nodded. She looked at Harry. "Release him now," she said. "We've got him." Harry held on for one more heartbeat, because the world had lost Pettigrew once to someone else's confidence. Then he let the compulsion go. The mind he'd been holding slumped, then snapped like a thin cord. Pettigrew's instincts lit, run, hide, lie. And he tried all 3 at once and accomplished none, because 6 spells hit him in a hurry. McGonagall's stunner was particularly offended. He went down. The potion went in. Bones asked the right questions in the right order, with the right tone, not angry, not friendly, just inexorable. Truth came out like a person who had been locked in a cupboard and finally saw a door. Secret keeper. Fidelius. Voldemort's laugh. James and Lily's front hall. Sirius's face in the wreckage. 12 muggles with no say in any of it. A rat in a pocket. 14 years of someone else's life. No one spoke while he spoke. When he stopped, the room's silence had a weight to it, shared. McGonagall's hands trembled. She looked at them as if betrayed. Snape's face went through expressions he probably thought he didn't make in front of people. Surprise, anger, a brief. Haunted relief pressed hard under scorn. Flitwick set his wand down, as if it had done something valiant. Dumbledore looked old enough to be a portrait. Bones closed her eyes once, then opened them because work doesn't end when you're finished being human. "We'll move to secure custody." she said, voice dry from use. We'll pull Black out of whatever hole they've kept him in and try him properly within the day. Mr. Potter. She looked at him, and this time the aunt showed up with the director. You've saved an innocent man." "I know," Harry said, and heard how cold that sounded and didn't have a warmer truth to offer. He left before they could ask more questions, whose answers he wasn't going to give. The corridor outside held night with more kindness than the office had. Daphne stepped out of an alcove where she had been the shape of patience and worry. They walked without speaking until the wall with the tapestry of the dancing trolls was the only witness. Then Harry leaned back against the stone and slid down until his knees found his chest and stayed there. His hands remembered to shake now that they weren't holding anything up. "You did it," she said. "I used an unforgivable curse," he said to his knees. "I'm 11 years old, and I used an unforgivable curse." "And you saved Sirius," she said, not letting the second fact get eaten by the first. "At what cost?" His voice wasn't dramatic. It was tired. "At the cost of your innocence," she said evenly. "Which you lost years ago anyway." He looked up at her because arguing would have wasted both their time. "Do you ever regret this?" he asked. "Coming back, no?" she said immediately, then softened it with a breath. "No." "Do you?" He shook his head. "No. But I regret what it's making me." "You're becoming what you need to be," she said. "To win." "And if winning means becoming a monster?" he asked, not because he thought she'd absolve him, but because he needed to hear the answer out loud. "Then we'll be monsters together," she said, very quiet, very precise. "But we'll be monsters who saved everyone." He laughed once, broken and honest, and nodded because there wasn't anything else to do tonight. News travels in castles faster than owls. By midday the next day, the staff knew, by evening, the ministry had stopped pretending it didn't. Bones moved Pettigrew through a channel that didn't leak. Azkaban opened the wrong door and nearly swallowed its tongue when Sirius Black stepped into air that didn't taste like despair. Paperwork tried to make the truth as slow as the lie had been and failed because Amelia didn't let it. Harry didn't go to the gates. He didn't go to the headmaster's office. He went to breakfast and ate toast he could taste. And then he went to class and did the work like a boy who had decided to be ordinary in public. That night he let himself sleep and didn't dream the scream. The next he did, but it receded like a tide. A week later, the castle had settled into the new idea of itself. Sirius was out and in Grimmauld Place, where the house hated him less than it used to, because Harry had decided to like it in the future, and that decision traveled backward, in time in small ways that made curtains less sullen. Dumbledore watched Harry in hallways with the look of a man adjusting calculations. McGonagall gave him an extra biscuit and told him not to be ridiculous about it. Snape stared at him, sometimes like the answer to a question he'd never wanted to ask. Harry went looking for a door. The second-floor girls' bathroom had an echo that turned small noises into company. Myrtle sobbed in a stall with the theatrical misery of a ghost who had never learned to cry small. Daphne sealed the corridor with quiet confidence and a borrowed prefect badge that fooled doors. "I need to know for sure," Harry said. "About the Horcrux," Daphne said. "Because there weren't many other secrets you tested in a bathroom." He stood at the sink with the snake carved into it. the one that had felt like language under his hand before. The room smelled like old water and tile. "Open?" he said to the snake. "English." The word sat and did nothing. He breathed. He remembered how the sounds had felt, more like intention than speech, more like telling a door it had always meant to be open. Open. Sisopen. He hated how silly that sounded and tried to hate that like a person, not like a weapon. Nothing. He tried for 10 minutes. He thought of snakes the way you think of your own hand. He thought of the chamber's wet breath and Fox's magic and the way the basilisk's body had felt under his will. He got English every time. "It's gone," Daphne said gently, when he let his hands fall to the porcelain. Parseltongue. "The Horcrux is really gone," he said. He'd known, but knowing like this was cleaner. "The hollows destroyed it completely." "That's good," she said. "Right? Yes," he said. He looked at the sink like it had betrayed him. "But it also means we can't get basilisk venom." "We knew that might happen," she said. "We have alternatives." "Fiendfire," he said, and the word made the tiles feel farther away. "Fiendfire," she agreed. "It's incredibly dangerous," he said, "because repeating facts sometimes makes them feel like something you can hold." "Which we'll learn to control," she said, not glib. "We have years." He looked at the carving again. "I killed a basilisk here once, in another life. Now I can't even open the door." "You've traded one power for another," she said. "The hollows are more important than Parseltongue." "I hope you're right," he said. Myrtle didn't notice them at all. Invisibility and disillusionment, and the kind of privacy you get from being ignored by the world kept them small. They walked back through the corridor that connected to nothing in particular. Harry turned the new set of truths in his head like a coin Horcrux gone, relief. Parseltongue gone, loss that could be borne. Fiendfire required, risk they'd agreed to consider. The list got longer. The list had always been long. That night he sat at the desk in the dormitory with the curtains drawn and the lamp turned down, and he wrote. "Dear Sirius, I can't wait to meet you properly. There's so much I need to tell you. Things about my parents, about what really happened. But for now, just know you're free and your family. See you soon." Harry, he sealed it with the wax Remus had given him, because Remus liked wax and old forms, and because doing a thing with your hands sometimes tells your heart what to do. He set the letter on the little table and blew out the lamp, and the dark answered by putting itself where it belonged. One godfather freed, 5 Horcruxes to go, and a growing list of moral compromises. But Sirius was worth it. They all would be. Chapter IX, second year. The Black Hares Partive. The Daily Prophet had chosen a headline that didn't know how to sit quietly on a table. Siraspi at XANNOCME Ministry issues formal apology. Subhead Peter Pettigrew captured. Confesses to framing Black. Harry read it in the common room before breakfast, elbows on his knees. The paper rattling, because his hands were telling the truth, even if his face wasn't. Someone had hung a ridiculous banner over the fireplace that said Happy Christmas, Lions! In a glitter spell that shed charm dust on everything. The room smelled faintly of cinnamon and old socks. Ron leaned over the back of the sofa and whistled. "Blimey, Harry, your godfather. He's actually innocent." Hermione sat on the rug cross-legged, hair in a tidy plate that meant she'd already been reading. "Of course he is." Harry wouldn't have exposed Pettigrew if he wasn't sure. She said it like a theorem's premise, proof. Conclusion. They were both looking at him differently this year, like he was a year older than he was supposed to be, like he had answers he kept folded up and tucked into the lining of his robes. He didn't enjoy the distance. He was just used to it. "I need to see him," Harry said, voice low and not asking permission from anyone in particular. "Mr. Potter," came the voice that made first years sit up straight. Professor McGonagall stood at the portrait hole with a parchment in her hand and a look that had softened at the edges. "Mr. Black has requested to see you. The headmaster has approved a visit to Grimmauld Place this weekend." Harry stood so fast the prophet slid to the floor. "Thank you, Professor." "Saturday," she said. "We will arrange transport." "And Potter." She hesitated a heartbeat. "I am very glad. The next 2 days behaved like gum in your shoe." Classes meals. Ron practicing Scourge on non-existent ectoplasm. Hermione trying to read the Ministry apology for its subtext. Harry doing all of it, and none of it. Daphne's note found him, where it always did, folded into the spine of Hogwarts. A history as if the book had opinions about espionage. Congratulations. Told you it would work. 1 down, many to go. He didn't write back. He didn't need to. Saturday came with frost on the lawns and breath that made little ghosts in the air. Dumbledore met him outside the gargoyle staircase in a cloak that could have paid someone's rent for a year. "Ready?" the headmaster asked as if they were stepping onto a stage. "I've been ready since I was 1, Harry said. And Dumbledore's mouth did a small thing that might have been a smile if it hadn't known too much. Sighed, a long apparition squeezed the world and let it go again. They stood in a narrow square of London where nothing wanted to be seen. Grimmauld Place hid between houses like a secret you only told to the right friends. 12 slid into existence with a practiced shiver, and Harry felt the wards notice him and decide to allow it. "I will return in 3 hours," Dumbledore said, soft enough that the door wouldn't hear. "Sirius has been through a great deal. Be patient with him." "I will," Harry said, and meant it. He knocked. The door opened a fraction, then all at once, like the house had tried to remember its manners. Sirius stood there with the look of a man who had only just been given his name back. He was too thin, the angles wrong under good clothes, hair tamed badly, jaw unshaven by choice rather than neglect. The eyes were the same as the boy in the photograph, gray, bright, alive in spite of everything. "Harry," he said, and his voice broke, and that was that. "Sirius," Harry said, and the word felt like it belonged to both of them. They hugged like people who knew the cost of not. It was awkward for exactly 1 second, elbows and uncertainty, and then it wasn't. He felt ribs and an old laugh under the bones and a tremor that matched his. "You look so much like James," Sirius said into his hair, pulling back just enough to see. "But you have Lily's eyes. Everyone says that, don't they?" He laughed like he knew he was a cliché and didn't care. "Yeah," Harry said. "They do." "Come in," Sirius said, suddenly frantic with hospitality. Sorry about, well, it's a work in progress. Some of the progress swears at me." The entry hall smelled like dust and bad decisions. The portrait of Mrs. Black slept with the determination of a woman saving her voice for later abuse. House elf-heads watched the staircase in a way Harry tried not to understand. Somewhere, a something skittered, and then remembered itself and stopped. "We'll fix it," Harry said, and meant the house and meant other things. Sirius blinked. "Together." "If you'll have me," Harry said simply. Remus is great, but you're my godfather. That matters. Sirius sat down at the kitchen table like his knees had given up. He pressed his thumb into the wood once, as if testing reality. When he looked up, his eyes were wet and unashamed. I'd like that, he said. More than I know how to say without sounding like a fool. Sound like one? Harry said. I won't tell. Creature arrived with tea on a tray that had probably served better people worse drinks. He muttered long strings of insults under his breath, like beads of blood traitors, little half, blood filth. The house of black reduced to. Thank you, creature, Sirius said, with the patience of someone determined to win a war by outliving it. Creature narrowed his eyes at Harry, found every reason to hate him in a second, and stalked off. They talked. It came out of Sirius like a tide. James in trouble and laughing, Lily correcting a professor without flinching, and then asking him about his day. The way the four of them had moved through Hogwarts like a weather pattern. Harry listened like he was learning a language he already spoke. He'd seen these things in the gold room, flicker, fast, without the edges. Hearing Sirius tell them added weight. It made his parents into people in the kitchen, not saints in a frame. Were the Muggles truly that bad? Sirius asked carefully, as if he might break something he loved by touching it. Yes, Harry said, but I'm with Remus now. It's better. I should have been there. Sirius's hands curled into fists he didn't raise. I should have fought harder. I let them throw me in Azkaban without a scream. I was so. He looked at the sink as if it might hold him up. After James and Lily, I didn't know how to be alive. You do now, Harry said. Right? Sirius looked at him, really looked, past the scar and the myth, and the boy into the steadiness that Harry had built like a muscle. No, he said. But I'm going to learn, I promise. Good, Harry said. Because I need you. The words landed between them like a vow. Sirius smiled in a way that made him look like a boy planning a prank. You have me, he said. Always. They ate toast that had to be rescued twice from a temperamental stove, and Sirius told him about the time James had charmed every Slytherin tie to clap politely during the Gryffindor Slytherin handshake, and Lily had laughed and then given him a lecture that had ended with a kiss. Harry felt something in his chest unclench and tidy itself. Sirius asked, eventually, the question Harry had prepared for. How did you know about Pettigrew? I heard him, Harry said, keeping his gaze level. When he was a rat. He talks in his sleep. He said my mum's name. I checked. Sirius huffed a laugh that had seen too much irony. Brave, he said, and incredibly reckless. I had to do something, Harry said. You didn't deserve Azkaban. Neither did my sanity, Sirius said dryly, then softened. James would be so proud of you. I hope so, Harry said, and dared to believe it in a way he'd never let himself before. Want the tour? Sirius said, suddenly eager to be useful. If we're cleaning this mausoleum, you should see what you're signing up for. The house didn't so much unfold as confess. Tapestries sneered. A blackened settee threatened lung disease. A staircase threatened to move if you insulted it. They climbed anyway. In the drawing room, glass-fronted cabinets lined the wall like witnesses. Family heirlooms sat in them like curses pretending to be decor. Harry's eyes found the locket before his brain was done cataloging the rest. Heavy, gold, engraved with a serpentine S. He knew its weight without touching it. That's the family junk, Sirius said. Most of it's cursed. Don't touch the music box. It tries to sing you asleep and then doesn't stop. He followed Harry's gaze. That belonged to my brother, Regulus. He died a Death Eater. Can I see it? Harry asked, as casual as a boy interested in gruesome history. Sirius narrowed his eyes. Why? I've heard about Slytherin's locket, Harry said, letting childish curiosity sit neatly over purpose. Is that it? I don't know, Sirius said. Maybe. Regulus was obsessed with pure, blood rubbish for a while. He unlocked the cabinet with a flick that made the lock sulk, reached in, and lifted the locket out with bare fingers that didn't flinch. The moment the metal touched Harry's skin, his scar burned. Not with pain exactly, but with recognition, like two wrong notes finding each other and arguing. He didn't drop it. He wanted to. Sirius started. Harry, it's cursed, Harry said, the calm inside his voice hard-won. Heavily. You should let me dispose of it properly. Sirius lifted a brow. And how do you know about cursed disposal, mister? I'm 12. Remus has been teaching me, Harry said, which was true in an oblique way. I want to be an auror. Good practice. You will be the death of me, Sirius said, and looked like he was thinking about what death meant and changing his mind. He exhaled. If you think it's dangerous, get rid of it. One less dark thing in this place. Harry slid the locket into an inner pocket he'd charmed flat. It settled there like a promise he didn't want to make. He forced himself to look at the rest of the case with equal interest, so the room wouldn't get suspicious. Then let Sirius pull him into the next hallway, into a bedroom whose wallpaper had surrendered long ago, into a little alcove full of cracked vases that thought too highly of themselves. When the 3 hours were close to gone, they ended up back at the door without remembering how. Dumbledore appeared the way old wizards do when the narrative calls them. I trust the visit was satisfactory, he asked mildly. It was perfect, Harry said, and Sirius laughed like something hurt and something healed at the same time. Dumbledore's eyes cut to Sirius and back. You are good for him, he told Harry, soft. Sirius has been lost for a long time. You are giving him purpose. Is giving me something too, Harry said. What's that? Proof that family isn't just blood, Harry said. It's choice. Dumbledore's smile reached his eyes and turned sad there. Indeed, he said, and took Harry home. Gryffindor's common room learned a new shape that winter 3 chairs pulled close, a table that collected homework, and hot chocolate and questions you didn't answer yet. Ron kicked his heels against the hearthstone. Hermione linked her fingers together the way she did when she was nervous and didn't want it to show. Harry, Hermione said, and the tone made Ron wince and made Harry sit straighter. We need to talk. About what? He asked, already knowing, because timelines have a taste. About you, Ron said bluntly. You're different this year. Different how? Harry asked, gentle to take the sting out. More secretive, Hermione said, eyes kind even when her mouth wasn't. You sneak off. You know things you shouldn't, and you're brilliant at magic. Ron added, not even trying to hide the mix of admiration and fear. Too brilliant for a second year. I've been practicing, Harry said, because it was true and it wasn't a lie. It's more than that, Hermione said. She hesitated, then said it anyway, because being honest was how she breathed. You move like like you've done all this before." He let the silence settle because blurting a denial would have been a different kind of lie. He owed them something that didn't injure the truth. "I can't tell you everything," he said. "I'm sorry. But I can tell you this. I'm trying to prevent something bad from happening, and I need to be ready." "Something bad like what?" Ron asked, all freckles and loyalty. "Like people dying who don't have to," Harry said. "Is this about you know who?" Hermione asked quietly. "Partly," Harry said. He looked at both of them and let them see the steadiness he'd been training like a muscle. "I know I'm being weird, but I promise I'm on the right side, and I could use your help." "What kind?" Ron said. "Immediate. The kind where you trust me even when I can't explain," Harry said. "And you watch my back." Hermione smiled with her whole face and made it not feel like a test. "We've always done that," she said. "I know," he said. "And it means more than you realize." They looked at each other like a committee going on record. "All right, mate," Ron said. "We trust you." "But if you're in danger," Hermione said, lifting a finger like a contract, "you tell us." "Agreed. Agreed," Harry said, and they shook on it because sometimes rituals are important even when you are children. In this version of things, they were friends with boundaries. He would not crawl into their pockets with every plan and every wound. He would let them matter without letting them burn. It was a different kind of love. He liked it. The classroom they borrowed after curfew had terrible acoustics and a chalkboard that liked to spell rude words when it thought no one was looking. Daphne warded the door with neat, quick movements and a whistle through her teeth. Harry set the locket on a folded scarf on the desk between them. The metal looked obscene under the school lamps. "Two down," Daphne said, satisfaction pared to the bone. "Three, if you count the one in me that's gone," Harry said. "Three," she agreed, and let herself enjoy the arithmetic for exactly one breath. "We're almost halfway." "How's the diary?" he asked. Her face shuddered. "Problematic." "What do you mean?" He knew what she meant. He asked because saying it made them both own the problem. "Lucius Malfoy hasn't given it to Ginny Weasley," she said. "I think the timeline's wobble did this. Pettigrew in chains made the papers. The ministry is standing closer to pure blood families than usual. Lucius won't risk planting a dark artifact on a blood trader's daughter when Bones is sniffing at his door." "Which means the diary is still at Malfoy Manor," Harry said, and the room felt smaller just because the name took up space. "Yes." "We can't break into Malfoy Manor," he said, "because stating the obvious keeps you from doing something stupid out of frustration." "No," she said, and then, almost cheerfully. "Because cheerfulness felt better over the top of dread, but I can get invited." He looked at her. "By becoming friends with Draco," he said, as if that were the kind version of the plan. "Close friends," she said, and didn't blink. "You mean?" "I mean I cultivate a relationship with him," Daphne said calmly. "Make him trust me, get invited to the manor, and then I find the diary. That could take years," he said. He tried not to put anything else in his voice. "We have time," she said, which they did and didn't. "Better to do it right than rush, and if he wants more than friendship?" Harry asked, staring at the locket instead of at her. "Then I'll handle it," she said, and for the first time since he'd known her, he heard how much she didn't want to say that. This is what we do, Harry. Whatever it takes. I don't like it, he said. It came out like a bruise. Neither do I, she said. But we need that diary. They let the quiet figure them out. He could have told her not to. He could have put his foot down and called it chivalry and turned their plan into a smaller, safer thing that would get them killed later. He didn't. Okay, he said finally. But if anything goes wrong, I'll signal you, she said. We have contingencies. Promise me you'll be careful. She smiled without teeth. I promise. They both looked at the locket. It sat there like a dare. How do we destroy it? She asked. I'm working on Fiendfire theory, he said. But I'm not ready to cast it. Not yet. Keep studying, she said. We'll need it soon, he nodded. 2 Horcruxes in hand, one slagged, one sitting on a school scarf as if it belonged to homework. A third requiring social espionage that would move at the speed of trust and chess. The rest waiting like teeth. On his way out, Harry paused with his hand on the door. Daph. She looked up. Thank you, he said. For Sirius, for the will. For every door she had made open from far away. For this plan that asked pieces of her and of him and didn't promise to give them back. You're welcome, she said. Then, because humor was oxygen, try not to flirt with my godfather, all right? He'll follow you around like a stray. Followed you first, Harry said, grinning before he could help it. She rolled her eyes and waved him out. He carried the locket back to Gryffindor like contraband and a crown. In the dormitory, with curtains drawn and the castle quieting, he put it in the bottom of his trunk, under a loose board he'd carved himself. He lay back and looked at the canopy as if it might have an answer written on it. 2 Horcruxes in hand, both indestructible for now. A third hiding in a manner that hated him. Friends who trusted him, with lines drawn in chalk they'd agreed to respect. A godfather waiting in a house that wanted to kill him, and learning not to let it. The plan had felt beautifully simple on parchment. The universe had not agreed to play along. He reached under his pillow for the letter he'd started and finished it by a light only he could make small. Sirius. I'll write after term with a list of things you shouldn't keep in cabinets. We'll start with the locket. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Also, make the stove be nice to you. Threaten it with my wand, it respects violence. We'll make that house bearable. We'll make everything bearable. H. He sealed it, breathed out, and let sleep come find him for once without a fight. Chapter XC's second year. The price of treachery. Part IOA. January started like a bad habit, cold, persistent, too proud to apologize. The lake wore a skin of glass. The Slytherin common room traded warmth for elegance and called it taste. Daphne waited until the conversation around Draco calcified into exactly the shape he liked. Him at the center. Boys who didn't know how to be men yet orbiting. Girls who did and pretended they didn't. He was bragging about a dinner party she could picture without being there. Crystal glasses that knew they were expensive. Conversations like chess moves, Lucius saying less than everyone and getting more from it. She closed the book she wasn't reading and stood. Every step to the circle cost the same coin. She paid in a smile. Malfoy. She said like a greeting she'd pulled from a drawer. Your father worked on the Magical Creatures Committee, didn't he? Draco stopped in the middle of his favorite adjective. He turned slightly so the room could watch him be generous. Yes. Father has significant influence at the ministry. Interesting, Daphne said, polite curiosity warming just enough to be flattering. I'm writing an essay for potions on rare ingredients. I don't suppose he'd have anything on basilisk components. Probably, Draco said, delighted to be an authority even by proxy. Father knows everything about rare creatures. Could you ask him? She tilted her head, the smallest concession. I'd be grateful. He looked at her and saw exactly what she let him, an intelligent girl who recognized importance when it preened. I suppose I could. Thank you, she said, and in her head, she marked the first piece moved. That was the opening. The work was what followed. She didn't flatter outright. Obvious flattery was vulgar. She made herself useful instead. Homework hints dropped like breadcrumbs that led him to a better mark without leaving her fingerprints. She laughed at jokes that didn't deserve a laugh and taught herself how to make it sound like she meant it. She allowed him to explain things she could have written on the board with her eyes closed. She nodded in the right places when he spoke about blood and lineage as if they were qualifications you printed on a card. It was exhausting. Smiling while something in her pressed its back to a wall and stared, saying, of course, while her hands curled in her sleeves so she wouldn't clench them. One afternoon, Pansy found sport in a muggle, born second year, who had gotten lost. Draco made a comment about mud and manners. Daphne made a sound that could be mistaken for amusement. The girl flushed scarlet and fled. Daphne held the smile like a blade until corridor shadows took her, in the privacy of a washroom that remembered too many secrets. She scrubbed her hands as if cruelty could be lifted like ink. Every laugh is a weapon. Every yes a step closer to a drawer in a desk. She told herself what soldiers tell themselves. It got her through classes, through supper, through the stretches where she was alone with the part of herself that didn't negotiate. Harry noticed anyway. Of course he did. You don't have to do this, he said that night, voice low in the empty classroom that had adopted them. Chalk ghosts on the board trying to spell words they didn't need. Well, find another way. There isn't another way, she said. She kept her tone even so the truth would sound less like a wound. The diary is in Malfoy manner. This is how we get it. At what cost? At whatever cost necessary, she said, and hated that she could make necessity sound like virtue. He looked at her for a long time. Harry had learned to keep silence like a tool. I hate that's your answer, he said softly. I hate that I'm the one who can make it. She said back, just as soft. Harry found new uses for cutlery in February. Forks were for pushing potatoes around plates, while watching a girl at a table across the room tilt her head at a joka, as if it could earn anything from her. Daphne sat with Draco the way secrets sit with loud men, carefully. Her hand on his sleeve once. Her laugh measured. Her eyes attentive. Harry's hand tightened on the fork until it bit. Ron noticed because Ron noticed everything Harry didn't want him to and half the things he did. You all right, mate? Ron asked, following his gaze with the subtlety of a hippogriff. Fine, Harry said. You keep staring at the Slytherin table, Ron said helpfully. Just thinking. About Malfoy's friend, Hermione said, not looking up from her book and looking up anyway. That Greengrass girl. She's not his friend, Harry said. They certainly look friendly. Hermione murmured. Harry stood so abruptly his chair complained. I need to go to the library. He left before either of them could ask him what he thought he would find there besides a place. He didn't have to explain himself. Later, when the castle quieted and the walls stopped carrying other people's noise, he sorted the anger in his head like parts on a workbench. Some of it was jealousy, the human kind, ugly and ordinary. Someone you cared about looking at someone you didn't like. Some of it was worse and better. Anger at a world where the plan asked Daphne to grind herself against the Malfoy machine and not get filed away. The worst part wasn't Draco. It was the way she was using her smile like a lockpick and how he'd helped design the door. They met on a stair that didn't lead anywhere, halfway between towers, the draft doing as much talking as either of them. "I hate this," he said the second the wards settled. "I hate watching you pretend to like him." "You think I enjoy it?" she asked, dry, and he heard the tired under it. "No," he said. "That's why I hate it more. You're doing this because of our plan." "Because of me?" "Because of us," she corrected. "This is our war, Harry. We're both paying prices. Your price feels higher." "You used an unforgivable curse," Daphne said, not unkind, only accurate. "I'm just flirting with an idiot. My price is lower." "It doesn't feel that way," he said. She stepped closer just enough. "Why does it bother you so much?" she asked. He opened his mouth and found nothing he wanted to hear himself say. She saw the blank and smiled very slightly, as if solving an equation aloud. "Oh," she said. "What? Nothing," she said, which meant she had a label and had decided not to hand it to him yet. "Easter break," she said instead. "I'll get the diary. Then I won't have to pretend anymore." "Promise." "Promise." The invitation came on thick paper that smelled faintly of arrogance. "My parents want to meet you," Draco said in March, pleased with himself. "Father says you're from a respectable family." "My father speaks highly of yours," Daphne said smoothly. She put her hand to her throat the way women who wore heirloom necklaces did. "I'd be honored." "You'll stay the full week," Draco said, casually authoritative. "Of course." She found Harry in the room of requirement, which gave them a tucked-away library with 2 chairs drawn close as if they'd always been in the middle of a conversation. "A whole week," Harry said, reading the invitation without touching it. "Are you sure about this?" "I'll have the run of the manor," she said. "That's what this has been for." "What if they suspect?" "They won't," she said. "I've been perfect. Draco trusts me." She didn't add that Lucius would trust her less. That was the point. And if something goes wrong... She drew a small mirror from her sleeve. A third-year magic learned early because need overruled calendar. "Mirrors," she said. "If I'm in danger, I'll signal. You answer, we run." He took the twin and held it like it had a pulse. "I'll be ready, Harry," she said, and let herself touch his hand for a second, skin to skin like a promise. "I've been preparing for this since January." "I know," he said. "Just be careful." "Always?" she said, and made it a habit she could keep. Easter arrived in a letter scented with lilies from Narcissa, and in the way the peacocks outside the Malfoy gates struck poses like white flags that had learned to be proud. Malfoy Manor had the kind of money that forgot other people's blood. High windows like judgments. A floor that told you by the echo you weren't welcome. The ward stroked Daphne's skin and decided she wasn't a threat as long as she behaved. "Miss Greengrass," Lucius said, offering the exact amount of smile required by decorum. His cane was less a prop and more a thesis. "Your father speaks highly of you." "Thank you, Mr. Malfoy," Daphne said with a curtsy that acknowledged Narcissa in the same motion. "Mrs. Malfoy." "Dear," Narcissa said, voice cool and sympathetic the way a glacier is. "You'll be in the East Wing. Draco will show you." The guest room was elegant in the way prisons sometimes are. Daphne put her trunk at the foot of the bed like any 12-year-old girl would and catalogued the wards by feel. She waited until the house had learned her pattern: supper, conversation, a walk in the garden with Draco, where she admired peacocks she wanted to set on fire, early to bed. At 2 a.m, she was no one. Disillusionment made her hair into wallpaper and her breath into silence. She moved like she belonged, which is what good thieves do. Day 1, she learned the house, common rooms, portraits that gossip, which elves watched which corridors, which doors opened to touch, and which needed a key's name whispered like a promise. Day 2, she found Lucius's study and met wards that refused to meet her eyes. Complex old, the sort of protection a man buys when he wants to impress himself. She did not try to break them. She learned their edges. Day 3, she was petty and thorough. Draco's room held exactly what she expected: Quidditch posters, schoolboy arrogance, a drawer with letters that sounded like Lucius had written them with Draco's hand. No diary. Of course, no diary. Day 4. Hope was a small animal that ran only when you didn't chase it. She went to the drawing room, the one Lucius used for receiving people he thought mattered. The air tasted like trophy cases. Dark artifacts watched her with polite hunger. A desk sat near the window, polished daily by a creature that got kicked for missing a spot. It wasn't trapped like the study. It was insultingly confident. She lifted the blotter. The first 2 drawers held the usual theater correspondence. A letter opener shaped like a dagger pretending to be something else. A list of names and votes. The 3rd drawer was locked, not by magic. By a key she could have wept for the insult. She drew the smallest unlocking charm in the world with the tip of her wand, so fine it didn't scratch the finish. The lock clicked. The drawer gave. The diary was nothing to look at. A little leather journal, cheaper than the desk that hid it. Her skin prickled the moment her fingers brushed it, a familiar wrongness, like standing in a room with a snake and not seeing it. She had practiced the swap so many times she could do it with shaking hands. Blank journal transfigured to match scuffs and spine. Her copy slid into the drawer, the original into her sleeve. The duplicate would not fool scrutiny. It would fool a morning. She put the lock back in the same wrong position it had been in. She wiped the place where her sleeve had brushed the wood. She left the room and her heart in it, and went back to be a sleeping girl with good manners. At breakfast, she made her face into milk. "I'm not feeling well," she said to Narcissa's cool concern. "I think I should go home early." "Of course." "Dear," Narcissa said, "we'll have an elf escort you to the apparition point. Do send your mother my regards." "Thank you," Daphne said, and didn't run until the gates were behind her, and the Manor's wards could no longer pronounce her name. The pre-arranged meeting place was a copse of trees that didn't care who hid under them. Harry was already there, a shadow that decided to be a boy at the last second. "I got it," she said, breathless. And the words cost less than she'd expected and more than she could afford. He pulled her into a hug before practicality could object. "You did it," he said into her hair. "You actually did it." She shook with the after of it, adrenaline, fear, disgust. "I need to burn these clothes," she said. "I need a shower. I feel like I've been swimming in dark magic." "You're out," he said. "You're safe. That's what matters." She let herself believe him for a full breath. They separated. She passed him the diary like you pass someone a newborn, reverent, careful, a little horrified at the responsibility. He stowed it where no school bag could go. They went 2 different ways back to a castle that would never know what it had been spared. Lockhart's downfall didn't need duels. It needed names. Over dinner the second night, Lucius had complained about the ministry as if it were a dinner guest who'd overstayed. "That buffoon Lockhart," he said, cutting his meat as if it had personally offended him. "Incompetence, dressed in teeth. Wouldn't know a memory charm if it bit him." "On the contrary," Narcissa murmured. "He knows them very well." Names followed, places, dates, men and women whose glory had been tidied away by a smile with a quill. Daphne wrote them down in her head and on her arm later with the kind of ink that didn't smudge. Back at Hogwarts, she folded the facts into an envelope with no return and sent them on a beetle with a grudge. 3 days later, the prophet put Lockhart's face on page 1 and accused it of being a forgery. Gialdirawy lo fikasht farodid or fargar. The article read like a dance and a knife. Victims found. Memory charms undone. Stories returned to mouths that had first told them. The public, so recently delighted by his grin, turned on a heel. Lockhart tried to smile his way out. The smile slipped. By supper time, he was no longer Professor Lockhart. He was a man in nice robes, escorted to the gate past students who had traded autograph requests for laughter. Dumbledore stood at the staff table with his hands linked and his eyes on a point somewhere in the future. "Sir," Harry said, catching him after charms, voice casual and mind anything but, "What about Professor Lupin?" "For defense, I mean. He's brilliant. He's good. Remus," Dumbledore said, like a man trying on a name and finding it still fit. "He has complications." "If you mean his lycanthropy," Harry said, gentle and firm, "I already know. It doesn't matter." Dumbledore looked surprised. At the knowledge, at the acceptance, at the boy who kept not behaving like the age on his parchment. Surprise became consideration. Consideration became a nod. "Perhaps you're right," he said. "I will extend an offer." Remus's owl arrived the next morning with a letter that smelled like tea and old books. "Yes," it said in Remus's tidy hand, and Harry put the letter in his pocket like a talisman. He told Daphne in the corridor between classes. 5 seconds stolen. "We got Lockhart out and Remus in," he said. 2 birds, 1 stone. "Efficient," she said, and for once let herself smile because something had been clean. "I like it." They saved the kiss for last on purpose. The way you save a conversation and don't know it until you're in it. The room of requirement made them a sitting room out of someone else's memory, 2 mismatched chairs. A small fire that knew how to listen, a rug that had been spelled to not trip. The diary sat on the low table between them in a warded box. The locket was elsewhere. They didn't put monsters together unless they meant to watch them. "You were amazing," Harry said, and meant the planning and the walking and the not running. "At the manor." "I was terrified every second," Daphne said. She said it without shame because fear that keeps you alive is not a thing to hide from your partner. "But you did it anyway." "Because we have to," He looked at the box. Do you ever wonder if we're doing the right thing? Every day, she said. But then I think about Blaine, about Fred, about Remus and Tunks, and how many names we had to learn to say with funerals. And I know we are. He nodded. He had been holding something all term and hadn't known where to put it. He set it down carefully now, in words. I watched you with Draco for months, he said. It killed me. Why? She asked, not coy. Just wanting the part of the truth that would help. Because you're mine, he said, and winced at himself, even as he kept going. I know that sounds stupid and possessive and wrong. But you're the only person who understands me, really. The only one who knows everything. And watching someone else have your attention. I was acting, she said, soft. I know, he said. That's why it was worse. You were sacrificing yourself. She moved her chair closer, not theater, just proximity. You sacrificed your morals using the imperious curse, she said. We're even? Are we? He asked. We're partners, she said. In everything. That means we share the costs. He looked at her properly, past the competence. Past the cleverness, to the place where exhaustion and certainty held hands. When did this become more than partnership? Probably the moment we watched each other's lives, she said. You can't witness someone's soul and then call it a study group. That what this is? He asked. Connection? I don't know what to call it. She half laughed. Well, technically. We're 19. In other ways, we've been through a war. Labels feel like the wrong tool. I care about you, he said, the simple version. There's no should here, she said. There's just what is, and what is, he asked. She leaned in and kissed him. It wasn't cinematic. It didn't need to be. It was soft and careful, and so normal it hurt. Two mouths figuring out how to meet without weaponizing it. He froze for half a heartbeat, because you always freeze before the first new thing, and then he didn't. When they pulled back, breath made clouds in the space between. Oh, he said, a little stupid and perfectly sincere. Yeah, she said, smiling like a secret she'd decided to share. So we're us, she said. Whatever that means. I can live with that. Good, she said. Because you're stuck with me. Wouldn't have it any other way. Silence was comfortable for a long time in that room. The kind that doesn't ask questions. He reached out, and she took his hand, and the contact was as steadying as any ward. 3rd year, she said eventually, eyes on the box and on everything beyond it. We get the ring. We start learning Fiendfire. 3rd year, he echoed, and we figure out whatever this is. Deal, she said, and her grip tightened, once like promise. They sat there until the fire decided it had done enough and died without drama. 2 12-year-olds with 19-year-old minds, holding hands in a room that gave them what they asked for, fighting a war they refused to let happen again, and letting themselves be exactly as in love as they could afford. Some relationships are forged in fire. Theirs was forged in time and trauma, and in the shared burden of saving a world that didn't know it needed saving. Somehow that was enough. Chapter XI's 3rd year. The Gaunt's ring, part-eyed, Grimmauld Place had stopped smelling like morning and started smelling like furniture polish and dog. Someone, fine, serious, had enchanted the curtains to open themselves in the morning, And for the first time since the house learned to whisper, sunlight walked up the stairs, and dared the portraits to complain. The portrait of Mrs. Black still woke up angry on principle, but she had to shout through a draught of fresh air. Sirius had shoulders again. He smiled more, the kind that didn't apologize halfway through. And he had a way of finding Harry in a room and then staying there just because. "You've been staring at that map for an hour," Sirius said, dropping into the chair beside Harry and setting a mug of tea down on the table with theatrical care. "Either you're trying to fold it with telekinesis, or we're planning the heist of the century." Harry kept his finger on a penciled circle. Little Hangleton lay in the middle of crisscrossed lanes, like someone had dropped a pin and then forgotten why. "Just planning something," he said. "Planning what?" Sirius tipped his chair back 2 legs and looked at him upside down like it would angle the truth differently. "A project. For school." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "School project requires a map of a tiny Muggle village." "It's complicated." He let the chair fall forward and set his elbows on his knees. When Sirius got serious, he looked a little like a younger version of himself had unexpectedly shown up. "Harry, I know you're hiding something. You've been hiding things since before I had the right to notice." He held up a hand before Harry could protest. "I haven't pushed because I trust you. But if you're in danger—" "I'm not," Harry said. "For once, not a lie. I'm trying to prevent danger. For other people." "Is this about you know who?" Sirius asked carefully. Like stepping in a room he suspected had tripwires. "It's about making sure he can't hurt anyone. Ever again." Harry met his eyes and let him see the stubborn there. He'd learned, with Sirius, that you could tell part of the truth and it wouldn't break him. "You're 13, Sirius said, then grimaced at himself like the word had come out wrong. "That's what worries me. Sometimes I look at you and see someone much older." "Maybe I am," Harry said, quiet. Sirius didn't understand. That was the point. He nodded anyway, then dug in his pocket. "Fine, but take this." He put a small coin in Harry's palm. It was warm, old, and charmed enough to feel like it was paying attention. "Protein charm. Tap 3 times if you're in trouble. I'll feel it, and come running." Harry closed his fingers around it before the moment could put its head down and pretend it hadn't happened. "Thank you." "I failed you once," Sirius said to the map. "I won't again." Harry sent Daphne the shortest possible message through their mirrors, ready to try again, and got back the equally short "meet you at the safe house." She liked planning like other people liked sports. The night bus arrived with a bang that startled a cat and no one else. Stan Shunpike peered over the top of the timetable like the clock had offended him. "Little Angleton, middle o' nowhere," he announced cheerfully. Harry climbed aboard, knocked 3 times into a bedpost because the bus liked to aim for elbows, and spent the rest of the ride pretending the upholstery wasn't trying to buck him off. By the time he stumbled down in a drizzle that decided to be missed halfway to the ground, he had bruises in new places and a renewed respect for gravity. Little Hangleton was the kind of village that had once been a place, and then had quietly agreed to be a reminder. The pub had a chalkboard sign that had given up on chalk. The churchyard leaned into itself and pretended not to. The Riddle House watched from its hill the way rich houses watch poor people, as if the view might make up for everything else. Daphne waved from the path of a rented cottage whose greatest charm was existing. "You're late," she said, And then, because they didn't do the thing where they pretended they didn't care, she walked close enough to bump shoulders. "Safe." Stan says hello. Harry said, which was their code for yes. And the universe tried to kill me in a different way than usual. Inside the cottage, someone had tried to make cheerful happen with curtains. It hadn't stuck. Harry set his bag down and spread his map on the small table. The pencil circle on the other side of the village had grown heavier in his head since he drew it at Grimmauld. "We're more prepared than last time," Daphne said, reading the map. Reading the way the afternoon was already trying on evening. "We were 9 last time," Harry said. "We're 13 now." He tapped the edge of the parchment. "And I've been studying Ward, breaking. Sirius's library." He didn't finish. The Blacks collected curses the way some families collected spoons. Didn't need saying. "Contingencies," Daphne asked, the word as homey as tea between them. "Emergency port key." He held up a dull button. "Technically illegal." "Everything we do is technically," she said dryly. "Protections." "Layered," he said. He tapped both sleeves where runes had been stitched into the seams. "Yours." She tugged at her cuff to show a hair, thin bracelet of silver. "Warded to snap if I stop moving. Mirror in my pocket. Coin in my shoe." She sat, hands flat. "We'll go at sunset. Less chance of curious muggles. If the wards reject you again, we pull back." "And try again when we're 80, Harry said. "Preferably sooner," she said, and gave him a look that picked up where humor left off. "We do this clean, Harry. In and out. No improvising unless we have to. No heroics," he said. "No martyrdom," she countered. He grinned despite the knot in his chest. Partners. They left when the sky decided not to be blue anymore. The path to the gaunt shack took them through hedges that had given up pretending to be tame and past a field that remembered being worked by hands that didn't care for what they owned. The shack itself soaked at the edge like it had been told to stay and had obeyed out of spite. It leaned in the wrong places. It smelled like old dirt and old rage. Magic hung around it like fog that didn't want to lift. Daphne stopped where the land went from tired to wrong. "Here," she said, voice small in the big quiet. "Ward boundary." Harry held his hand out and felt for the place where air turned into something else. When his fingers brushed it, the pressure slammed back into his bones like the wrong side of a wave. Last time, it had thrown him like a tantrum. This time, it pushed and paused. "It's recognizing something," he said, not quite believing it. "What?" Her wand was already in her hand, her other fist tight in her sleeve. "The hollows," he said. The word always felt like picking up a hot coal. "My core's wrong." "The ring can tell? Help or hurt?" she asked. Because saying it out loud meant someone would remember the question later. "We're about to find out," he pushed. The ward resisted the way cold water does, thick, heavy, angry, but it didn't slam him onto his back. It let him work through it. He moved like he was forcing his body through honey. "Stay," he said to Daphne without turning. "As if you could stop me," she said, but she didn't follow him across the line. Inside, the shack hummed with the ghosts of arguments. The air tasted metallic. Harry stepped over a broken chair that had been broken for so long it had forgotten it was a chair. In the middle of the sagging floor, a board sat wrong by a fraction, the kind of wrong you only see when you're looking for it. He knelt. The wood complained. Under it, A small box lay wrapped in someone's idea of secrecy. When he lifted the lid, the room breathed. The ring was a clumsy piece of gold forced into importance, set with a black stone that knew it didn't need to be pretty. The triangle, the circle, the line, Peveril scratched into the surface like a dare. Harry's scar went hot and deep. Not pain exactly, more like something he had been ignoring suddenly stood up. He reached. When his fingers closed, the heat exploded into his skull. He hissed through his teeth, waited for the world to tilt, and held on. Warmth rushed along his nerves like something had decided to be glad about him. A voice that wasn't a voice curled around the edges of his thoughts. Master. I'm not your master, Harry said out loud, because he'd learned that saying certain things audibly made them truer. You bear the mark. The three made one. The hollows incarnate, the not voice whispered, not in words and still words. I didn't ask for this, yet it is yours. As am I. Take me. Use me. Complete the Trinity. I'm not using you to bring back the dead, he said. His throat felt raw. Then use me to understand death. You are the master. I am yours. The ring slid onto his finger like metal remembering the shape it wanted. It tightened, resized. It belonged. He had exactly enough time to think this is a mistake before the world split. The shack stayed, rot and dust and a window that was more whole than glass. Over the top of it, like oil over water, something else layered in. Shadows weren't shadows. They were people in fragments, like memory if memory had weight. A woman hung from a rope that creaked though there was no wind, young, eyes that had decided not to see any more, hair tangled. Harry knew the name because Voldemort's history told it, and because the room whispered it, Merope. An old man curled on the floor in a position that said he hadn't been meant to die there and did anyway. The smell of neglect clung to the plaster around him. Marvolo. A young man who had died elsewhere but left a fingerprint here because rage and blood and magic make maps. Morphin, eyes wild, accusation and nothing to point it at. Harry's stomach turned in on itself. The air was too thick. He tried to breathe and got other people's last breaths. Harry. Daphne's voice, muffled by the wards and something else from a very far, very near place. He couldn't answer. The sight pushed and pushed. He saw not ghosts, not people, but impressions stamped into the world by the violence of leaving it. He tasted rope, hunger, confusion. The veil wasn't a curtain. It was an ocean with a shore he could see and shouldn't. He tore the ring off. The visions snapped. The room was a room again, filthy and stupidly real. He landed on his hands, swallowed bile, and realized he'd been screaming. Daphne was there, hair damp with sweat despite the cold, disillusionment dripping off her like water. Harry. I saw them, he managed, voice scraped. I saw how they died. He looked at the ring in his palm. It throbbed like a heartbeat. The ring showed me. Because he choked on the word like it was ash. Master of Death. Daphne's face moved through three expressions fast enough to blur, understanding, horror, anger at the universe. That's... She cut herself off and pulled him to his feet. We need to go. He nodded like a person who'd learned to agree quickly. He put the ring in a sealed box he'd prepped with enough charms to make Moody nod, dropped the box into an inner pocket, and let Daphne lead him out the way he'd come in, through wards that let him pass without so much as a scratch this time. Outside, the evening had chosen purple. The fields didn't care about Peverils. Daphne eased him down on the cottage steps later, the kind of gentleness that doesn't call attention to itself. "Water," she said, and pressed a cup into his hands. He drank like he had forgotten to do it for an hour. They didn't talk much. He slept badly and often, in small, violent pieces. Every time he closed his eyes, the room came back. Rope, floorboards, rage. When he did sleep properly, the dream came like a story he'd heard once and had been waiting to hear told right. 3 siblings stood in a workshop older than the dust that glowed in the lamplight. Shelves bowed under objects that weren't objects yet but wanted to be. The air hummed like a spell about to be said. Antioch Piveril was handsome in the way men are when they think rules are for other people. Cadmus had scholars' hands and grief already forming like Collis. Their sister had a brilliance about her that made the room brighter and more dangerous. Eurydice smiled with too many ideas in it. "Sister?" Antioch said, and impatience had made his voice sharp. "This is madness. You're trying to master death itself." "Not master," Eurydice said, testing the movement of a wand that had not been born yet. "Understand, death is the final mystery. We poke at it with rituals and guesswork. If we could observe, then what?" Cadmus asked, not unkind, tired in the way of men who love people who run toward cliffs. "We live forever." "That's hubris, Eurydice." "No." She wrapped the beginnings of a cloak around her shoulders. It blurred at the edges, as if embarrassed by visibility. "Not immortality. Comprehension. Think of what we could learn. The boundary, the moment, it's where everything important happens. We're Maggie. We don't stop at the edge because it scares us. You've said that about every advance that broke something." Antioch said, "Someone pays for pushing." "I will," she said simply. "I know what I'm asking." The scene jumped without a seam. Eurydice alone. The way people are alone when work becomes prayer. She placed 3 items on a stone table. A cloak the night could get lost in, a wand that wanted to be a storm, a stone pulled from somewhere that didn't want to let go. She cut her palm, the dream let Harry feel the sting, and let blood fall where it needed to. The ritual wasn't Latin or Old Norse or any language recognized by books. It was intention braided into sound. The room brightened until shadow had no places left to hide. The objects woke too quickly. Harry felt the moment it went wrong, like watching someone miss a step at the top of a staircase. Light became pain. Eurydice arched and didn't stop. Her life ran everywhere at once. The wand drank. The cloak wrapped. The stone darkened like it had been left in a fire. Her brothers came in choking on named fear. "What have you done?" Antioch said, catching her as if catching could keep her. "The ritual not complete," she rasped, the words climbing through a throat that didn't have time. "Need, master, someone to bind them." Someone? Her eyes found something no one else could see. She smiled like she had solved the last bit of the equation. Then she died. The 3 objects glowed, not triumphant, exactly, claimed. Antioch's hand went to the wand because of course it did. Cadmus took the stone like he was lifting an urn. The cloak, loyal to the end, wrapped Eurydice once more, and then hid itself like grief you refuse to show. "She died for this," Antioch said. "We have to make it mean something, or we destroy them," Cadmus said, voice a cut. "No," Antioch said, and Harry could hear time in his mouth. She wanted understanding. "We'll find someone worthy. Someone who can complete what she started." The dream fractured on that word, worthy. and dropped Harry back into his borrowed bed with sweat slick on his neck and an image of a girl who had been the brightest in her family and had died for the experiment she loved. He wrote everything down in the dark with a pen that scratched like it resented being woken. In the morning, he passed the notes across the small kitchen table to Daphne, who had never pretended not to believe him. So the Hallows were meant to help understand death, not conquer it, she said, scanning his handwriting. That tracks. Most things that go wrong start with someone mislabeling them. Eurydice died creating them, Harry said. Saying it made it heavier. Her death powered them. That's why they're so strong, Daphne said. They're bound with a human sacrifice. Not ritual sacrifice of a goat. Choice, she tapped the page. And the ritual was never completed. That's why they're twitchy through history. He thought of the Elder Wand and changing loyalties like a bored cat. Of the stone making people talk to what they shouldn't. Of the cloak doing what no other cloak could. You have all three now, she said, careful not to make it sound like prophecy. Sort of. The cloak at Grimmauld. The wand in Dumbledore's possession, but yours by law the wand cares about, and the stone in a box you will not open unless I hex you. Maybe that's why the ring came to me, Harry said. It recognized the set. It wants to be what it was meant to be. And what does complete the ritual mean? Daphne asked. I don't know. He hated that answer and respected it. But I think I'll find out. Eventually. Let's aim for not now, she said, and gave him the smile she used when she was trudging the universe. We'll have other homework. Fiendfire theory. Fun, he said bleakly. The opposite, she said. Which is why we're learning it. London took him back like a city always does. Indifferent, loud. Alive enough to make you forgive it. Grimmauld Place recognized him and pretended it hadn't been waiting at the window. Sirius met him at the door and looked at his face the way some people read letters. You look like you've seen a ghost, he said. Several? Actually, Harry said before he could help it. Do you want to talk about it? Not yet, Harry said, and meant not yet, and not everything, but someday. Someday, maybe. I'm here when you're ready, Sirius said, then added in a voice that didn't expect thanks. Or when you're not. In his room. Harry set the sealed box on the dresser and sat on the bed like it might pull him through the mattress. He counted what they held like accountants do, the diadem reduced to slag and left as dust in a room that kept secrets. The locket heavy in its containment case, the diary warded and waiting, the ring in a box that warmed the wood around it, the cup in Gringotts, waiting behind dragons and goblin law, Nagini somewhere in the dark future, not yet made an object by a man who thought souls were divisible, halfway and not, because numbers lie. He opened his journal because parchment doesn't talk back. I'm 13 years old. I have memories of being 19. I've used an unforgivable curse. I can see the dead or the way they left. I'm collecting pieces of a dark wizard's soul like a particularly grim hobby. And apparently I meant to complete a ritual started by a girl who died trying to understand the thing everyone pretends to accept. Sometimes I wonder if this is what winning looks like, or if we're just losing more slowly than we did the first time. He looked at himself in the small mirror over the dresser. The scar was still ridiculous. The rest of him looked like a boy who hadn't been told he wasn't allowed to be one. His eyes, though, had learned new weights. The mirror in his pocket warmed. "Third year starts in a month," Daphne's voice said, tinny and close. "We need to start Fiendfire theory seriously." "No more delays?" "Agreed," he said. "Time to learn how to control one of the most dangerous spells in existence." What could go wrong? "Everything," she said. "But we'll do it anyway." He smiled without much humor. "Yeah, we will." He put the coins Sirius had given him next to the box with the ring. Protein charm and Peveril stone. One meant to call help, one meant to make you see what help costs. In the quiet that comes after you've made too many decisions in a row. He lay back and stared at the ceiling. The ring sat in its box, pulsing with stolen life. The locket hung heavy in its case. The diary slept like a snake pretending to be leather. And Harry Potter, 13 years old and master of death, closed his eyes and wondered if he'd ever feel young again. Grimold Place kept the winter the way old houses keep secrets. In the joints, pipes ticked. Floorboards remembered different feet. The sitting room smelled like stove polish, dust, and oranges, because Sirius had decided Christmas meant citrus and had charmed a bowl of them to refill themselves. He was 2 days gone, off to Yorkshire to spend the holiday with Remus, and the house felt temporarily unguided, like a dog who'd been told to stay and meant it. Harry and Daphne had colonized the sitting room anyway. Books lay open in drifting islands across the rug, black family grimoires with cracked spines and titles that preferred whispers. Thin ministry pamphlets that pretended to be about hazard abatement. A half-rolled parchment diagram of flame geometries with the notes, "Do not let it name you," underlined twice. Between 2 stacks, a kettle steamed with the steady optimism of an object that trusted someone would remember it. Daphne stood over the diagram. Hands braced on the table, hair yanked into a knot that had pledged allegiance to get things done. "We've run out of time to be noble about this," she said. "The cup isn't going to destroy itself." Harry stared at a rubric that tried to explain how Fiendfire listened when it wanted to and ate when it didn't. The ink had blood in one place, like the writer's hand had shaken. "This spell has killed more wizards than it's saved," he said. "It's designed to escalate. Even the books that like it hate it." "Only if you panic," Daphne said. "Control comes from intent, from holding the pattern." She tapped the diagram. "Stable mind, stable fire, right?" he said. "Because we're very stable." He gestured at the explosion of paper like a man introducing a circus. "We're stable enough," she said. "We've been planning for 2 years. Planning and doing are different," he said, getting up because the truth was too big to say sitting down. He paced a rut into the carpet between a book on curse, binding, and a tray of cooling tea. "If I lose control of Fiendfire in Gringotts, innocent people die. Innocent goblins die. It's not like we can just shout, 'Oops,' and put it back in the wand." "We'll go at night," Daphne said. "Minimal staff. There are still guards. There are still vaults full of things that shouldn't burn. Then we contain it," she said. "We'll build fail-safes, portkeys, cutoffs. We script it like a duel you've already won." "You're asking me to light a cursed fire underground," he said, "in a bank. That's not in any horror handbook. That's in the list of questions they ask to make sure you don't get a wand. I'm asking you to destroy a piece of Voldemort," she said, voice low enough that the house couldn't overhear and tattle. "It's not like he chose his Horcrux container for ease of access. He pressed his fingers to his eyes until colors bloomed. Why does every path forward pass through something ugly? Pettigrew and the Imperious. Draco and your act. Now Finnfire. Because there isn't a right way, she said, sounding older than she looked. Older than either of them were supposed to be. There's only the way that keeps everyone breathing. We're fighting a war no one knows they're in. We use the tools we have. What if the tools change us? He asked. What if one day I cast, and it feels good in a way I can't pull back from? Daphne was quiet a full breath. Then I pull you back, she said. That's the deal. You pull me back when I get too clever to be human. I pull you back when power starts telling you stories. That's why we're not alone. And if we both go under, he said. It wasn't melodrama. It was an audit. Real monsters don't ask these questions, she said. They write the questions down and forget where they put them. She waited until he looked up. I'm not sure about anything, Harry, but I'm certain doing nothing is worse. He let the air out slowly. The lines of the diagram stopped looking like a trap and started to look like a rote. We practice, he said. Small, controlled. If there's even a hint I can't hold it, we stop and we find something else. Agreed? She said. We'll write it like a recipe and do not skip steps. They sat and wrote because writing makes magic behave. Steps, rolls, rotes in, rotes out. How to answer if a goblin asked a question they didn't want to answer. Code phrases. Polyjuice timetable. The list of things you carry when everything is a contingency. Target, Daphne said, tapping her quill against the margin. Bellatrix Lestrange's vault.
She's in Azkaban,
Harry said. And too mad to notice a missing heirloom if she weren't, Daphne said. Her old things are at the Malfoys. Narcissa keeps mementos. I can get a hairbrush, Polyjuice, Harry said, and wrote it like a promise. You as Bellatrix. Me as someone forgettable. And if we hit a wall, she said, ignoring the shiver that went through him at the name. We Imperio a goblin to push the door open. He made a face he didn't try to hide. Another unforgivable. Another cost on one ledger to save 1,000 on the other, she said, and didn't smile because it wasn't a line to smile at. We get to the vault. You light it. I hold the line and pull you out if you fall in. He finished the list, then stared at what they had built. This is insane. All the best plans are, Daphne said, and pushed a cup of tea into his hand like a benediction. The room of requirement had heard them coming and had made itself into a chamber that didn't mind being on fire. Stone glistened with some black sheen. The ceiling arched high enough to feel like caution. Buckets of water the size of bathtubs stood against one wall, charmed cold. The far end held a brass gong set into the rock with runes around it that suggested hit this and the room will panic for you. Harry stood in the center and tried to feel like a person who did impossible things because they were necessary, not because they were there. Slow, Daphne said, wand loose at her side. Don't wrestle it. Conduct it. Think like a conductor, not like a boxer. Conductors use little sticks, he said. Boxers use gloves for a reason. Harry. He tipped his chin in something that wasn't quite a nod and lifted his wand. He had learned the patterns the way you learn a song you wish you didn't like. He found the beginning where intent turns into word, where word turns into point of no return, and he stepped over. Fiendfire, he said. The flame that crawled out wasn't the riot he'd expected. It was the opposite of ordinary fire. Blue, white, and too bright to be friendly. It looked like heat remembers its energy. It rolled, then reached. Then twisted back on itself as if listening. It listened for about 4 heartbeats. Then it decided it was hungry. It thrashed like it had found a door. It scaled the wall. It saw, named, a shape and ran toward it, filling its own outline. A serpent head bulged out of nothing and turned to look back at him, made entirely of flame and teeth. Harry's body remembered to be afraid before his mind had the chance. He pushed hard. Shoving will into the spell the way you shove a shoulder against a stuck door. It pushed back. Heat scalded the inside of his mouth when he shouted, and the serpent surged. "Stop fighting it." Daphne shouted over the noise that wasn't sound.
Quiet.
"I'm trying," he snapped, which was honest and unhelpful. The snake lashed toward the gong. Daphne snapped her wand and sent a torrent of water roaring out of nowhere. It hit the serpent like a river breaking over a rock and became steam that hurt. The serpent howled, a sound a mouth made without air, shrinking, twisting, refusing, and then the room helped, the runes flaring, and the flame tore itself into rags and went out so fast it felt like the world had inhaled. They both splayed hands on knees and breathed the way people breathe after they remember the option. Sweat ran into Harry's eyes and tasted like fear. "Okay," Daphne said, voice calmer than her pale face. "Too much." Smaller. He agreed and tasted how ridiculous it sounded. Days later, and it did take days, because power behaves for patience more than pride, Harry lit a flame the size of an egg and held it until his arm shook, not from fear, but from the effort of telling a thing that wanted to be everywhere, that it had to be here. He thought shapes without letting them sharpen. He extinguished it cleanly by telling it that the song was over and meaning it. "Better," Daphne said. "Not good," he said. "Good would be lighting a stove," she said. "We're somewhere between stove and apocalypse. I'll take it." They practiced until he could lift a sphere of that awful, beautiful fire and make it move, slow as a thought, around the edge of a painted circle. He learned how to feel the instant it started to decide for itself and to pull it back like a kite you refuse to let go of. It was always hungry. It always wanted to be bigger. He learned to live with wanting things you can't give yourself. Daphne learned it too, a smaller version, precise where his was force, neat where his was blunt. Her fiendfire was the tidy handwriting in the margin of his notes. Backup. Counterpoint. Proof that if he fell, they had not let themselves become a one-person plan. By February, the room ran out of ways to make the training harder without calling in an audience. By February, they could say now without flinching. Malfoy Manor received Daphne with the same perfect manners it used to put on grief, crisp, scented, folded neatly. Narcissa kissed Daphne's cheek and didn't smudge her lipstick. Lucius shook her hand and told her she had grown clever, as if cleverness were a compliment you had to earn with bloodline. Bellatrix's things were in a side room no one would call a shrine, because shrines were for respectable love. Boxes. A trunk. A hairbrush at the bottom like something that had swum down there to hide. "Such a shame," Narcissa said, lifting a faded set of robes with 2 fingers. "My sister was passionate, dedicated," Daphne said, and swallowed against the taste the word left. "May I? I've always admired devotion." She smiled without showing teeth, the way Bellatrix had smiled when she had meant pain, Of course, dear, Narcissa said, warmed by the echo. Family should remember family. Daphne palmed 3 long, dark strands from the brush, and did not think about what it meant to put a murderer on her tongue. That night, she bit the inside of her cheek hard enough to taste iron and told Harry through the mirror, "I have the hair, and I'm done with the Malfoys. That's it, no more." "You don't ever have to go back?" Harry said. His voice was so certain that it steadied the part of her that still vibrated with pretending. "Good," she said, letting herself lean into the mirror's warmth. "Because he's starting to hint at contracts, alliances. My parents' names in the same sentence as his. I can't keep over my dead body," Harry said, before he remembered to be less honest. "Possessive much," she said, and didn't make it a joke. "When it comes to you." "Yes," he said. She let the words in and didn't flinch. "I'm yours, Harry. Draco doesn't matter." The Polyjuice took a month because truth takes time to become an instrument. Snape's stores were careful, and so was Harry. Hair went into vials like a promise no one wanted to make. On the last night, their cauldron breathed up a smell like old drains and regret, and they both had to laugh, because if you didn't, the potion laughed for you. By March, there were 2 vials corked and ready, 2 sets of clothes they might never want to see again, 2 coins sewn into hems, 2 porkies keyed to nowhere anyone liked. Gringotts looks like safety until you remember how it feels about debt. At night, the marble gleamed like bone. The doors were shut the way eyes are shut on a corpsey, firmly, politely, not to be mistaken for rest. The side entrance had a ward that tasted like copper when it licked your tongue. Harry had found a seam 3 weeks earlier under his invisibility and fed it a little magic until it let him think he had fooled it. In the alley's shadow, they drank. Harry swallowed a mouthful of someone else and tried not to gag. The change came on the way it always did, fast enough to make you feel like a cupboard had fallen on you, bones remapped, skin rebuttoned, face picked up and put back on wrong. He became a man who would be hard to describe to a sketch artist. Daphne became Bellatrix Lestrange. It was like a slap to the room. Even the dark flinched, the hair wild and wrong, the gauntness. The eyes with a laugh inside that meant nothing good. Daphne stood there shaking, and then forced the shake to pass like a fever. "You look convincing," Harry said. "I feel disgusting," she said. "Hold on to you," he said. "She's borrowed skin." They walked like people who believed their feet were welcome. The goblin at the side desk looked up with the precise blend of disdain and interest that Gringotts' employees wore like uniform. He said, "State your business." Daphne let madness into her mouth and smiled. "My vault," she said, voice all wrong and perfect. "I wish to inspect it at this hour." He sniffed. Irregular. Harry felt the decision before he made it. He didn't like what it was and did it anyway. He lifted his wand in his coat sleeve, where Marble couldn't see, and pressed his will into the space between them. "Imperio," he said softly. The curse slid into the goblin like oil. It found purchase. The goblin's pupils unfocused for a heartbeat, then steadied with a new purpose that wasn't his. "You will take us to the Lestrange vault," Harry said. "No, yes," the goblin said. "Follow." They followed. The cart smelled like metal and wet stone. The rails went down the way bad thoughts do, steep, relentless. Somewhere along the descent a waterfall roared across a track further over. Harry felt the prickle of its wards even from here, the way the thief's downfall sniffed for lies. Their tracks stayed dry. He kept his hand in his pocket on the coin portkey, because superstition is just good planning in another hat. The deep, level tunnels are where Gringotts stops pretending to like you. The air had a different density. Heat lived in the rock. The goblin led them to a door with K-notes of magic in its hinges, and turned a set of keys that weren't keys so much as arguments. He pressed a long, fingered hand to an inlay that crawled with light, and the vault considered him and decided, this time, to be polite. The door yawned like something that never really slept. Inside, wealth had become architecture, piles of gold, goblets, statues, valuables that meant something to someone who wasn't here anymore. Magic lay on everything like dust. Harry could feel the curses, prickling like a rash touch and I duplicate, touch and I burn, a room of things that punished want. Don't touch, he said, and didn't need to. Do you see it? Daphne asked. Bellatrix's voice made the whisper a threat. He did. Hufflepuff's cup wasn't large, but it didn't need size to be the loudest thing in the room. It glowed with the wrong sort of attention on a high shelf, bad luck pretending to be inheritance. There, he said. How do we get to it without setting off everything? She asked. We don't, he said. We make everything irrelevant. Say it, she said, and it meant say it to make it real. We light it, he said. We'll burn the whole room. She nodded once. Do it. Harry checked the door, checked the goblin, eyes still glazed with obedience, and felt for the line inside him where fear ended and decision began. He raised his wand. He thought about the small sphere in the room, about how want becomes shape if you refuse to let it become hunger. He thought about the cup's voice in his scar and said a word he had learned to hate properly. Fiendfire. It came clean. A mouth of light opened from his wand and poured flame that didn't behave like flame, but like will that had decided to be visible. He told it straight, and it went straight. He told it up, and it climbed. On the shelf, the cup shivered and screamed without sound the way Horcruxes do when they recognize a predator. The vault went bright like someone had pulled daylight underground. Gold became rivers. Jewels cracked and ran. The fiendfire found the cup and bit. The scream in Harry's head was a thing he remembered from the diadem, a long, tearing voice that tried to tell him he was wrong and small and late. Voldemort's face flickered up out of the smoke and turned toward him with a recognition that still managed to be impersonal. Rage made a sound. Then it came apart like wet paper. The cup slumped. The metal folded in on itself the way things do when they finally get to stop pretending to be more than they are. But the fire, hungry, ecstatic, wanted the room. Harry, Daphne said sharply. He felt it the way a rider feels a horse decide to bolt. The fiendfire serpent he had pretended not to shape reared and poured itself into a pillar of light. It licked at the ceiling. It looked at the door. Not yet, he said through his teeth, as if you could reason with the ocean. It laughed at him in heat. He dug both heels in, not into the stone, into the part of the spell that still knew it had been born in his mouth. He pulled. It fought. Sweat ran down his back and stung in the waistband of the borrowed trousers. His hand shook. He found the exact center of the working, the small, precise place where pattern met desire, and he gripped it like a handle. Back, he said. The serpent thrashed. He made the pattern narrower by thinking about the 8s he had traced in the room, the way control feels like a circle that refuses to be a spiral. He tightened the mental fist around the core of the flame and closed it. For a second, the fire tried to go everywhere at once. Then it obeyed. It shrank, not neatly, but definitely unwinding like a rope being recoiled. It collapsed into the wand and vanished. The light went out hard enough to make the dark fall with a thud. Harry put his free hand on the door just to remind himself the world still had edges. His knees announced plans to stop cooperating. "Portkey," he said, voice somewhere far away. Daphne's hand found his arm and then the coin in her pocket. "Now," she said. They spun. The vault behind them steamed. They hit the floor of the warehouse like people who had been caught by a net they'd set themselves. Dust puffed. The air smelled like old rope and salt and the tang of magic cooling. Harry lay on the concrete and listened to his heart make a racket. His wand hand buzzed from shoulder to palm. Daphne pushed herself upright. Bellatrix's face still sat on her bones. The polyjuice took its time letting go. It was wrong and familiar, and he hated it with a clarity that made him dizzy. "We did it," he said. He wasn't sure if he needed to say it to make it true. "We did," she said. Her voice had a crack in the middle that belonged to neither face. "It screamed?" "They always do," he said. He put his forearm over his eyes to block the light he could still see when he closed them. "I used fiendfire in Gringotts." "And you stopped it," she said. "You destroyed the cup, and you didn't kill anyone." "That goblin," he said, the memory of the curse sliding into a mind that was not his to move made him swallow wrong. "Is going to be questioned. Punished. We'll send an anonymous statement," she said immediately, a brain falling into contingency, because that was how she kept herself from shaking. Plausible testimony. A confundus on the back corridor guard. If they check his memories, they'll find holes, not you. "That doesn't make it fine," he said. "We're the ones who did it to him." "I know," she said. She pushed Bellatrix's hair off her face with a gesture that didn't belong to the woman who used to wear it. Would do terrible things for good reasons. "Does that make them less terrible?" he asked. "No," she said. "Simple as arithmetic, but it makes them necessary." She exhaled hard and looked down at herself. I wore her face. The words had a taste she couldn't swallow. The woman who, she cut it off. I wore her face. "I know," he said. They sat silent long enough for the polyjuice to give up. The change ran over her like a wave pulling itself back into the sea. Daphne came up out of the wash, pale, steady, herself. "You were brilliant," he said. "I was terrified," she said. "You did it anyway." "Because we have to," she said, and then laughed once, flat, small. "Has anyone told you this is a romantic story?" "I hope not," he said. She shifted closer and let her shoulder touch his. It felt like a promise and an apology and a habit. "How many lines are there?" he asked softly. "Between who we were supposed to be and who we have to be to finish this?" "As many as it takes," she said. "And we draw every one of them together." He let his head fall against the wall and watched light pool under the warehouse door. Tomorrow's paper? Break in at Gringotts. Deep vault compromised, Daphne said, adopting a Rita cadence that made him snort. Lestrange fortune in ruins. Think anyone will suspect 2/3 years? He asked. "No one suspects children," she said, and then added, more to herself than to him. "But we're not children." "No," he said. We're not. They cleaned themselves up the way professionals do, ruthlessly. Burned the disposable clothes in a conjured brazier and watched the smoke climb through a hole in the ceiling like a secret that had found a chimney. Neutralized residual magical traces with a concoction that smelled like pickled nettles. Checked each other's eyes and hands for the small ticks that meant shock, and filed the information. "We should go," she said at last, and held up the second port key. "Home," he said, and made it mean more than geography. Grimold Place didn't ask where he'd been. It never had. He stepped into his room, and the mirror didn't judge the circles under his eyes. He sat on the bed without taking his coat off and stared at the ceiling, because it was the only thing in the room that didn't look like it had a suggestion. Sleep didn't come. When he closed his eyes, he saw flame answering to his hand and then trying to bite it. He saw a cup screaming in a voice that had once ordered people to die. He saw a goblin's will flicker out and be replaced by his. He tried to imagine a world where the work ended and couldn't yet. The mirror warmed against his leg. "You alive?" Daphne asked. Voice catching on static that wasn't static.
"Yeah,"
he said. "You?"
"Yeah."
A beat. "I can still smell her perfume." "It'll fade," he said. "It will," she said. "Harry?" You stopped it," she said. When it wanted to keep eating. "You stopped it." "For now," he said. He let the admission sit. "I don't know how many more times I can ask that of myself and still like the answer." "Then I'll carry the next one," she said. "Or we make the next one small enough for you to carry without breaking. That's the point." He breathed. The room exhaled with him. "What's left?" he said, because lists were the one thing that made nighttime arithmetic bearable. "Diary," she said, "still secure. Ring, secured but not destroyed. Locket, secured but not destroyed, Najani." Her breath snagged. "Not yet made." "And the wand," he said, glancing at the place where Dumbledore's name sat in his head like a weight that wasn't a secret and still felt like one. "And the wand," she agreed. "But that's about endings. Tonight was about chisels." He smiled in spite of himself. "You and your metaphors. Terrible, all of them?" she said. "Go to sleep. You too." They let the mirror cool. Harry turned on his side and looked at the wardrobe where a beautiful cloak hung folded in a drawer behind a shirt he never wore. On the dresser, in a warded case, the locket waited like a threat with patience. In another box, the ring pulsed the way things do when they're alive and don't need to breathe. Somewhere beneath London, a ruined vault steamed quietly, and a goblin tried to write a report that made sense. He lay there and tried to sort hero from necessary and did not come up with a clean line. He had crossed one tonight anyway. 4 pieces accounted for. 3 destroyed, 1 waiting. More waiting still. He had never liked counting. It turned people into sums. We're winning, he told the ceiling, and let the answer be complicated. He rolled the protein coin Sirius had given him across his knuckles until his hands stopped shaking. In the morning, the Daily Prophet would choke on the words security breach, and Gringotts would pretend it wasn't afraid. In the afternoon, Sirius would come home with wind in his hair and a smile only a little worried. At some point in between, Harry would close his eyes and the dragon of fire he had made would look back at him with a mouth full of light. 4 years into a war that hadn't started yet. A 13 Old boy who had learned to set a room on fire without blinking lay awake, and admitted he would do it again. 3 Horcruxes reduced to history. Others caged, waiting their turn. And Harry Potter, who used to think heroism meant doing the right thing, learned, in the ash, heavy quiet after, that saving a world sometimes required becoming something other than a hero. The goblet's blue fire didn't light the great hall, so much as it changed it. Every candle seemed to lean toward that strange little bonfire as if the flame were telling a story they were afraid to miss. Buxbottom's silk and Durmstrang fur turned the place into a catalogue of other people's pride. Laughter skated off stone. The air tasted like new polish and nerves. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione and pretended to watch the entrance. He already knew where the knight was pointed. "Don't look like you're waiting for it." Daphne had said in a note that was only a smear of ink until you tilted it toward a candle. Just be surprised like everyone else, and then be yourself. Across the hall, she sat with Slytherin, posture perfect, expression cool, eyes flicking to him now and again with a look that said steady. Draco was trying to look at her without looking like he was looking at her. Tracy was whispering behind her hand. Daphne didn't react. She could be a mirror when she wanted to. Dumbledore rose, hands easy on the edge of the staff table. "The goblet has made its decisions," he said, voice filling the hall like warm water. Blue flame turned white and spat its first name. Victor Crumb. The Durmstrang table detonated. Crumb pushed back his chair with the resigned dignity of someone used to people putting his name in capital letters. He nodded to the world and disappeared into the side chamber. "Fleur Delacour!" The Buxbottom's girls squealed like the candles had burst into birds. Fleur walked like the floor belonged to her. "Cedric Diggory!" Hufflepuff created a wind out of applause. Cedric's face did something that would have been modest on a less handsome boy. He took the moment and then the door. It should have been over 3 schools, 3 champions. Done. The hall hummed with relief, with gossip, with the electric crackle of a story settling. The goblet flared again. It was small, that extra breath of flame, but it stole the sound out of the room. A scrap of parchment jumped like a fish, and Dumbledore's hand was there without looking. Catching it because of course it was, he read. The lines at the corners of his eyes deepened. His mouth made a shape like O. But he didn't say it. Harry Potter. There was a beat where the words didn't land anywhere. Then they hit everywhere at once. "It cheated." "He's 14.
Disgrace.
"Of course it's Potter." Ron turned toward him too fast. "Did you?" "No," Harry said, already standing. "I didn't." Hermione caught Ron's sleeve before his mouth could keep being Ron. "Shut up," she whispered, and bless her for it. Harry walked the length of the hall through a corridor of noise. He didn't hurry. If he moved too quickly, it would look like guilt. If he moved too slowly, it would look like fear. He went the way you walk into an exam you didn't sign up for and knew all the answers to anyway. Halfway there, he found Daphne's eyes. She didn't blink. She tilted her head something like a nod. "We knew. We prepared. Stick to your marks." He went through the door. The champion's room felt smaller than last time. Airless. Crumb leaned against a mantel as if it were a post in some wind he didn't care to acknowledge. Fleur's gaze cut, then softened into pity. Cedric looked at Harry like maybe he was a test of fair play. "What is it?" Cedric asked Dumbledore when the adults poured in like a weather front. "What's going on?" Dumbledore's gaze came to Harry. Harry's name came out of the goblet. He said simply, "Impossible." Karkaroff snapped, already angry on principle. "Monsieur Dumbledore." Madame Maxim said, measured but not kind. "Your goblet. She has chosen a fourth champion from your school." Snape's mouth had the shape it kept for lemon. What an astonishing coincidence! McGonagall cut a look across him sharp enough to skin. "Professor Snape," she said. Which meant don't. Dumbledore turned to Harry. "Did you put your name into the goblet of fire, Harry?" "No, sir," he said. "Did you ask an older student to do it for you?" "No, sir." Dumbledore waited, eyes kind and not knave. "Very well," he said at last. "Then, regardless of how this occurred, the binding has been made. You must compete." "I understand," Harry said. "Good," said Moody. And Harry had to stop his face from betraying what he knew. The fake scars were convincing in the glow. It would have been easy to be fooled. "Boy's got talent," Moody added, which sounded like approval and was actually inventory. Harry didn't look directly at him. He let the impostor think he was background. Outside, the hall was still arguing with itself. Inside, the game board clicked into the pattern they'd plotted for years. They had promised themselves a rule after the diadem, after the cup, every time the plan shoved them closer to the edge. They would take a night and not pretend to be older than their bodies. That had lasted exactly 2 crises. The next week, a Daphne arrived in the room of requirement with a bottle that looked like a dare. "The world is on fire, and you brought fire whiskey," Harry said, amused in spite of himself. "Consider this controlled burning," she said. The room obliged them with a flat over a bookstore somewhere in a city that liked rain mismatched lamps, a worn green sofa, a rug that had been read a decade ago. The fire in the grate minded its business. "We're 14, he said, "because one of them had to." "We are also 19, she said, pouring. "And no one else knows the difference." 2 glasses later, Harry's shoulders had unclenched. 3 glasses later, Daphne's laugh kept arriving half a second late, like she was waiting to see if it was allowed. "Regrets?" she asked, cheek against the back of the sofa, words softening at the edges. "About what?" he said. "Coming back?"
Yeah.
"Sometimes," he said, honest because the bottle had made lying too effortful. "Only for a few minutes at a time." "Never?" she said, and then made a face. "Truth, almost never. There are days I'd like to mail a howler to Eurydice Piveral's grave." He laughed, the quick, surprised kind. "That's very specific." "I'm a very specific girl," she said primly, then ruined it by giggling at her own joke. "I got Blaine back. Everything else so we can pay." "I got serious," he said, and felt the warmth of that like a hand on his back. "And Remus." "And you? That last one is the real prize," she said gravely. "Obviously," he said. They both went quiet. "The way you do when you've arrived at the thing you were drinking to get brave enough to say." "We're doing this wrong," she murmured. "The tournament." "The relationship," she said, and made a face at the word as if she'd bitten a clove. He stared at the ceiling as if it had notes. "We kissed once. Why, our very efficient people," she said dryly. "But not at that."
What do you want me to say?
he asked. "Truth," she said. "Do you love me?" he swallowed. Which was either courage being summoned or the fire whiskey being unwilling to go quietly. "I don't know what that word means for me," he said finally. Ginny was, two breakages, trying to make one whole. With you it's dependence, she said, not unkind. Maybe, he said. It's the first thing that doesn't feel like pretending. You're the only person I'm not performing for. That isn't a definition either, she said. Her eyes were very open. I think I love you, or I think I need you enough that the shape is the same. Is there supposed to be a difference? He asked. Probably, she said. I don't care tonight. She kissed him before he could reply. It wasn't careful. It wasn't a decision either, it was gravity. He kissed her back because not kissing her back would have been a kind of lie he didn't believe in. They didn't go further. Their bodies were young and their heads were old, and somewhere between those two facts they found the boundary and leaned against it. Breathing. After they lay tangled and quiet while the room let the fire tick the way old houses do. We're a mess, he said to the ceiling. The biggest, she agreed. Cheek against his chest like a vow she didn't know how to write yet. Marry me when we're not constantly about to die. He snorted and then went still, because it didn't sound like a joke in her mouth. After, he said, and realized the word made something steady in him. After. Promise, she said. Promise, he said, and meant it in the sober way. They fell asleep like that, and woke with mouths that tasted like regret and heads that throbbed in time with their hearts. No regrets, Daphne said, and Harry believed her because he didn't have any either. The dragons were more theater than threat from a distance. From the other side of the gate, with chains clanking and smoke lifting in hot gusts, the theater got teeth. Harry stood in the enclosure's shadow and rolled his shoulders to make the tension move somewhere else. Potter. Bagman burbled, practically bouncing. Feeling confident, my boy. Feeling ready, Harry said, which wasn't the same thing. He waded through Cedric's clean run, through Fleur's finesse and the sudden raw panic when the tail swung and she improvised anyway, through Crumb's brutal bravery that made even the dragon respect him for a second. The crowd became a sea of red, blue, yellow. The announcer ran out of adjectives and started repeating them. Harry Potter, Bagman cried, and the name went up like a spark. The world narrowed to a strip of ground and a vast, old creature who had done this before and hated that fact. The horntail regarded him the way a storm regards a village. The chains at her forelegs had scars where she had tested them. Her wings unfurled and stuttered like a tent hitting a gale. Fire bled light around the edges of her mouth. He didn't pull his broom. He didn't run. He walked toward her, slowly enough to be honest, and not so slowly it meant fear. He kept his wand down and his voice low, and found a rhythm that had nothing to do with syllables and everything to do with intent. Magic is listening more than it is shouting. He let his power spread out in a thin sheet, like fog over a field, and layered the 3 lessons they had carved out of a book that had not wanted to be helpful soothe, soften, still. Words that weren't quite Latin and weren't quite English rode the breath out of him. He braided a calming charm to a soporific, and fed both through a lattice of intent he'd designed in the room, the one that made the fire stay in a circle. At 20 paces, the horntail's head stopped swinging. At 15, the hiss guttered. At 10, her foreclaws loosened their grip on stone. Easy, Harry said. Not because she could understand English, but because the word meant something to both of them. He pictured sleep the way it had come to him, heavy and inevitable, after too many nights awake with the faces of the dead. He offered it. The dragon blinked. The lids came down slow. Her great head sank by increments. He kept the current steady. He wove more, thin as silk, around the joints of her wings and the muscle that jumped along her jaw. He waited through the moment where any creature fights the pull, then breathed with her once, twice, and let the net thicken. She folded. The ground took her weight with a sound like a church bench accepting a choir. Silence fell hard and then shattered when the crowd remembered how to make noise. Harry walked between spurs and smoke and picked up the golden egg as if it were a thing he had just found on a beach. He didn't look back at the sleeping head. He didn't run. Scores were numbers and politics. He didn't bother to give them weight. Karkaroff scowled and held up a 4. Madame Maxim was impressed enough to show it. Crouch, Junior's eyes in Senior's seat, gave him a 9 like a promise. Dumbledore smiled the way men smile when an insurance plan pays off. Bagman gave him a 10 because spectacle makes people generous. 40. The number meant nothing. The look in the dragon's eye when it closed meant everything. Outside the tent, a black dog trotted up, and then was a man with the same grin. "Nonviolence," Sirius said, clapping both hands on Harry's shoulders. James would have crowed about it for days. "Wasn't the time to show off," Harry said. She didn't want to be there either. Sirius's smile tilted. "Someone put you there?" he said. "We knew this was coming. Still hate it." Harry glanced toward the judge's tent, where Moody's silhouette moved like a bad thought. "Me too," he said. "We're on schedule. Do I get to help?" Sirius asked. It wasn't a demand. It was a plea in armor. "Soon," Harry said. "I'll call, I promise." Sirius didn't like it, but he nodded. Because love is sometimes letting someone be clever on your behalf. Crouch Sr. had a way of disappearing into bureaucratic language even in life. Under Imperius, he had become a rumor with legs. They found the shack by building a map of oddities, where Filch had seen lamplight that wasn't there, where Hagrid's boarhound wouldn't go, where the centaurs walked a wider arc. They waited on the third night, cloaked in Harry's invisibility and Daphne's perfect disillusionment, breath-fogging just enough to mark their place if anyone had been looking for it. Footsteps, a limp, adjusted pace. The old Auror's paranoia as a gate. The shack door opened, then shut, then warded. Moody's silhouette moved inside like a man who had learned to count the corners of rooms with the stump of a leg. "Wait," Daphne mouthed. "Now?" Harry breathed. He hit the inner wards with a shaped stunner that picked locks instead of shattering them. Daphne's binding curse was on the second figure before thought. Crouch Juder, in Moody's skin, went down hard with a grunt and a snarl that sounded like someone else's voice wearing his. Harry's second spell was for the older man, the sad, purposeful ruin in the armchair whose eyes kept trying to look at the right thing and finding only compulsion. The sleep that hit him was kind, the way you are kind to someone who has been brave for too long. "What?" barked Moody's mouth as Junder fought the ropes like an animal. "What do you think you're?" Barty Crouch, Jr., Harry said quietly, because the truth can be a hex if you put the right weight on it. "You've been wearing a good man like a coat." The fight went out of him for a heartbeat. The eyes flicked, calculating. "You've no idea what you're talking about, boy," he growled, and the growl was almost perfect. Daphne crouched so they were eye level, the cold Slytherin version of her face sliding on like a glove. "We're not here for you," she said. "Not yet. We take your father," Harry said. "We'll put him somewhere you can't reach him. Then we let you think you've done your job." Gina's eyes narrowed. "Why?" "Because otherwise he kills him," Harry said, and didn't have to say he for anyone in that room to understand. "He'll change the plan. He'll take a different road. We need you walking the one we know." "Madness," Daphne said flatly, because someone needed to say it out loud. "Calculated," Harry said back. They gave Crouch Sr. the draught of living death with the respect you give to someone who has earned a rest. His breathing slowed, then thinned to a thread that wouldn't break. His skin went to marble. He looked dead without the weight of it. "We'll keep him in the room," Daphne said. "Time obeys us there." "Memory?" Harry asked, glancing at Junior. It felt like lining up dominoes in the dark. Daphne gave Crouch Junior a smile that wasn't kind. "Let him remember enough to be proud." She flicked her wand. The spell slid into the spaces between recollection and story. "Your father died of his own failings," she told him softly. "You hid the body cleverly. No one will find it. You are brilliant and alone." Crouch Junior's face shifted. Satisfaction washed across it like a stain finding woven cotton. He relaxed against the ropes as if exhausted by triumph. "We're letting a Death Eater go," Daphne said in the doorway, the words tasting awful. "Temporarily," Harry said. His mouth was dry. "Why ended at the maze?" "Or it ends us," Daphne said. "Or it ends us," he agreed. "Honesty isn't a charm, but it keeps magic from turning back on you." They carried Crouch Sr. between them. He was light in an awful way, and vanished into the trees. The Yule Ball felt like a fever dream of a normal life. Someone had told the castle to be beautiful, and it had complied with a stubborn, lavish joy. Evergreens jeweled with ice that didn't melt, tables that refilled themselves with unreasonable desserts, music that sounded like a promise people believed just for a night. Even the portraits had put on better frames. Harry offered Daphne his arm at the foot of the stairs, because some courtesies matter. She wore Slytherin green that did not apologize for being green, and a smile she let him see all of. The whispers that trailed them were predictable: Gryffindor and Slytherin, Potter and Greengrass. Draco's face did a complicated thing between outrage and awe. "Scandalized," Harry murmured as they crossed the floor. "Ecstatic," Daphne whispered back. "We'll finally get an easy mission." They danced like people who had learned to move in time with each other's thoughts. Sometimes they forgot to pretend and laughed in the middle of a step because the others dropped away and the room was just a place and not a pageant. "Next task is February," she said against his temple when the music let them hide in a slow turn. "Then the maze. And then a graveyard," he said. It should have chilled him. It didn't. Naming it was power. No Horcruxes to catch him. 4 months, she said. Her hand tightened at his shoulder. "Scared?" he asked.
Yes,
She said.
yes.
He said. "We're doing it anyway?" "Together," she said. "Always?" he said. They danced another song for the small comfort of owning a minute. Later, when the night thinned and the stars over the frozen lawn looked like they'd been charmed on, they stood at the edge of the lake and breathed white into the air. "Do you ever think about how absurd this is?" she asked. "Constantly," he said. "And somehow," she said, lacing their fingers, It's the only thing that makes sense. 4 months until the graveyard. 4 months until everything they'd built was tested for the last time. 4 months to hold their nerve, their plan, and each other. The countdown had started years ago. Now it had a date. The clue had started singing the first night he held the egg underwater. Not just words, shape. The melody sank like a stone and then climbed, and when it climbed Harry could see, in the way you see a path, just before you take it pillars of weed. Slate roofs, a square full of statues that were not statues. He kept the egg's voice in his head for weeks while the lake froze and thawed and froze again. He learned the bare bones of Mermish from an old grammar that smelled like brine. He practiced bubble, head until speaking under the charm no longer made his cheeks buzz. Learned how to keep consonants tight so they didn't blow away as bubbles. He nicked 2 lengths of gillyweed out of Snape's stores with a note promising to pay the universe back later. He bought a Muggle dive knife in a shop near King's Cross, where the man behind the counter wanted to know if he was off somewhere sunny, and Harry said, "Sort of." The night before the task, they took Daphne. He was expecting it, but expectation and the shape it makes in your stomach when your person vanishes are not the same thing. 1 minute she was writing an essay in an empty classroom they had politely warded. The next he felt a tug across the quiet place in him where her presence lived, and the tug went still, as if something had been put down and told to wait. Morning came cold and square. Harry laced a thin Muggle wetsuit under his robes and strapped a weight belt tight enough to remind him he was wearing it. He tucked the dive knife into his boot and charmed the hilt against slipping. His wand he didn't need to check. His hand knew it. He rolled the gillyweed between his fingers like a coin. On the shore, the lake looked like slate stubborn about melting. A crowd pressed along the bank in winter clothes, pretending to be spring. Cedric bounced on his heels. Crumb had the look of someone sharpening his mind on the problem. Fleur's Grace had its jaw set. Ludo Bagman waved like an overeager uncle. Sirius, disguised as a sandy-haired wizard with the sort of forgettable face you'd forget twice, drifted close enough to talk without being noticed. Worried, he said out of the corner of his mouth. "About you getting caught," Harry said lightly. "Try again," Sirius said, eyes searching. "About after," Harry said, and didn't deflect. "After the what?" Sirius pressed, too careful. "The task." Harry held his gaze. "If anything feels wrong in the next few months," he said, "get people out. Fast. Don't wait to understand it." Sirius went very still. "Harry." "Please," Harry said softly. "Trust me." The whistle blew. The roar rolled into the water and came back up colder. "Champions," Bagman sang. "Begin." Crumb folded himself into partial shark with an efficiency that made a few first years scream. Cedric sealed his face into a bright bubble. Fleur started a transformation that looked like she'd practiced it alone in the mornings. Harry swallowed the gillyweed, felt his throat go cool and then sprout ache. He lifted his wand, layered a bubble, head over the green taste of the plant, and walked into the lake. Water took him in a rush that was part silence, part hands. He opened his eyes into murk and shapes. Gills fluttered along his neck. The first breath underwater always felt like breaking a rule and being forgiven. He kicked, felt the weight belt do its job, and let the lake make him small. The world below had stairs. Columns of long weed held a roof of light. Grindylows regarded him with the insulted patience of bus conductors. He kept to the cold streets and spoke, when he had to, short murmish phrases he'd practiced with a bucket. Passing, not hunting. Borrowing what is mine. 20 minutes to the square. 20 minutes of the egg's song unfolding into stone. He swam out from behind a statue, shaped like an eel at prayer, and found them. 4 bodies drifted in their own snow globes of enchantment hair and sleeves waving slow. Hermione, Cho. A small girl with a brave mouth, Fleur's sister. And Daphne. Even asleep, Daphne managed to look like she was making a choice. The outline of her face was calm, her hands were open, not clenched. He reached out and put his palm to her cheek and felt the enchantment hum gently against his glove. He cut her bindings with the dive knife, hand steady. The merpeople nearest him hissed through teeth that had never seen a smile, only your own, one signed with a spear. Harry turned his head and looked at Gabrielle. Fleur was not there. Fleur could be fighting the lake right now and losing. He could count the minutes, or he could count the ways he'd hate himself later. He sheathed the knife. He took Daphne's wrist. He took Gabrielle's wrist.
Only your own,
the spear bearer snarled, voice like stones. Harry answered in murmish that was barely fluent and perfectly sincere. The little one is my own today. Her champion failed. I won't. The chief of the guard narrowed his eyes. Not our concern.
It's mine,
Harry said, and pushed upward. He shaped the water under them into a column that thought it was a lift and rode it. Grindylows snatched and were discouraged by a flicked ring of warmth that did not quite set anything on fire. The bubble. Head held. The gills thrummed. His legs burned. They burst through the skin of the lake into a chorus that remembered to cheer before it remembered to breathe. Harry hauled Gabrielle out and into waiting arms, Fleur shaking, wet hair sticking to her face, Mercy like a spell cast too often to work any more and still working. Then Daphne, who coughed lake into his collar and sat up scrubbing water out of her eyes. "Did you win?" she asked, voice rough, as if this were a corridor after class. "I got you," he said. "That's the only part that mattered." She looked at him and did that thing where she didn't smile, but the skin around her eyes told him she wanted to. "Idiot," she whispered fond. Her fingers found his wrist for a second and squeezed. The judges gave him second for wasting time on someone else's sister. The crowd cheered him like the number didn't matter, because it didn't. Fleur kissed his cheek, which made half of Gryffindor hoot, and the other half go suspiciously quiet. When the adrenaline thinned, he could feel cold in his bones. The lake stayed under his skin the rest of the day, a quiet like a warning. He checked on Crouch every other night pulse, like a thread you didn't pull for fear it would unravel. Breath a whisper. The room of requirement held the man in the same guest bed it used for lonely students, with the same blankets and a glass of water that never emptied, because the castle's magic was petty and kind in the same breath. He was there with a book and a clock that meant nothing when Winky arrived. She didn't come through the door. She arrived the way grief does, exactly where it wanted to be. Big brown eyes and a dress that had tried to be nice and failed. Hair all to one side, as if she'd walked through a wind. "Master Crouch," she whispered, then louder, then Master Crouch. The name a knife she'd tried to use carefully and couldn't. "Winky. Wait." Harry stood up, hands open. "He's safe. He's—" She threw herself across the bed. House elf magic is elastic and literal. It will obey a promise it thinks you meant. Winky's desperation hit the boundary of the draught, and pushed without understanding, and the potion broke like thin ice under a fat goose. Crouch Sr. gasped like he'd been punched by air. His eyes went wide and wild and old. His hands clawed at the blanket, then his throat, then Harry's sleeve. "Where am I?" he demanded. "What? What have you done with me?" Harry slowed his voice to a tone he used with spooked horses. "You're safe. You were under the Imperius for months. Your son, my son," Crouch barked, volume ricocheting off walls. "My son is dead. My son?" His face twisted into something ugly with old certainty. "He's not dead. He's not dead. He has me. He has me." "Where's Sir?" Harry said, already hearing the castle paying attention. "He's been impersonating Professor Moody. I hid you." "I was going to?" "To the ministry," Crouch said, as if the word were oxygen. He stood shakily and then found a run that belonged to a younger man. "To the minister. To expose. Sir, stop." Harry reached, but Winky's magic penknifed the room's wards. Doors opened, corridors offered themselves, and panic outrun plan. Crouch fled. Harry chased him through startled groups of students who would tell this story for years. Fifth period. A madman in a nightshirt tore by yelling about Moody, and then Potter after him, and then McGonagall, all tartan lightning. They hit the entrance hall at the same time as Dumbledore. The headmaster took in the tableau in a heartbeat a half. Wild Crouch. Winky wringing her hands, Harry trying to make his voice make sense of this.
Alastair Moody is an impostor,
Crouch roared, and silence fell like a levitation charm had broken. "My son, Barty Crouch, Jr., alive, Polyjuice, Hogwarts." McGonagall reached him with a blanket and a practiced hand on his elbow. Snape's wand was out. His face was suddenly, nakedly alarmed. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to Harry. "You knew?" he said very softly.
"Yes,"
Harry said, because the truth would be out in 5 minutes anyway. "I was controlling the timing, which has now been changed," Dumbledore murmured, not unkind, and turned on his heel with purpose. "Severus, Minerva, with me." They broke Moody's door clean in half. The trunk in the corner was bigger than the room thought it was, and the real Moody lay at the bottom of a vertical prison with the look of a man who had been doing arithmetic and run out of numbers. They pulled him up, light, wrong, and Dumbledore laid a hand on his shoulder that was apology and miracle both. Crouch Ginger came out of the bathroom with Polyjuice still pinking his lips and went very still when he saw his father alive and the real Moody awake. Then he moved for the door. Snape's spells met him like a wall. He hit the floor, bound, gagged, magic ringing around him like a bell. Under Veritaserum, words poured out of him in a monotone that made people feel like they needed a shower. His mother's last kindness, his father's control and his own hate, the trunk, the eye, the goblet, the cup. The castle hummed with shock for a week. The prophets screamed in headlines, and someone drew a cartoon of a Polyjuice bottle wearing an Auror badge. The ministry did what the ministry does, held a press conference, and promised to hold more. Harry slept badly and waited for the next piece to fall. Dumbledore called him up at night, the hour where the gargoyle is too tired to judge you for being out after curfew. Harry went because part of him had always gone when Dumbledore asked, and part of him wanted to see if the headmaster could forgive a child for being old. Sherbet lemon? Dumbledore asked out of habit, then remembered his mouth and let the tin fall shut. Fawkes watched Harry with the look of something that has seen the middle and the end and refuses to spoil it. You've been carrying more than your age," Dumbledore said when the silence had gentled. "I have been slower than I like to admit in noticing that." Harry let that stand. He watched his hands. He still had gillyweed lines across his palms and remembered the dragon's eyelids lowering. Barty Crouch Jr. admitted the cup is a portkey. Dumbledore said, "He made it so."
"You knew that?" "Yes,"
Harry said. "Then we cancel the tournament," Dumbledore said simply. "We remove the cup. We end the risk." "No," Harry said. Dumbledore went very still. "Harry, if you cancel it," Harry said, and he put weight on the words like he put weight on magic. "Changes the plan. He builds another trap. We spend a year chasing shadows. People die we could have saved. Right now I know the road. I know the hour. I know the ground." "You intend to walk into the graveyard," Dumbledore said, not asking. "I intend to walk out of it," Harry said. "But yes." Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly, as if he were listening to something only he could hear. "You are 14. I am what I have to be," Harry said. He kept his voice gentle because he wasn't angry. He was tired and sure. "Will you heed me if I tell you not to touch the cup?" Dumbledore asked, sorrow plain. "Will you trust me enough to let me set the board?" Harry thought of every year he had let adults make plans around him, like furniture around a fire. He thought of a corridor with a troll and a girl who needed saving. He thought of a grave and a phoenix and a wand that was a story. He thought of Daphne. "I will listen," he said truthfully. "And then I will do what I have to do." Dumbledore's mouth tightened and then softened. "You sound older than I feel," he said, and it landed like a blessing and like grief. "Very well. If you will not let me keep you from the cup, let me do what I can. I'll place guards. I'll keep my wand in my hand. I'll be ready to move the moment the air changes. That's all I'm asking," Harry said. "Be ready to catch what falls." "Harry," Dumbledore said, and the name was a hand on a shoulder. "Do not mistake titles for invulnerability. Master of Death is not a shield, it is an argument. Be cautious how you win it." Harry hesitated. "I know," he said quietly, "but it's the best argument we've got." Daphne met him in the room that night with hair damp and eyes red from sleep she'd kicked out of bed. "They woke Crouch," she said without preamble. "I felt you run. I nearly blew a hole in the wall getting out." "Winky," Harry said, rueful. "Elves obey the shape of love, not instructions." "Is the plan ruined?" she asked, chin up like she was daring the answer to be yes. "Tell me it's not ruined." "It's accelerated," he said. "But not ruined. They found the real Moody. They've got Junior. Everyone knows the cup is a portkey." "Then they'll cancel it," she said, already calculating the ways to move the new pieces. "They tried?" he said. I said no. She stared at him, and the first flash was anger because she was who she was, and the second was fear because she loved who she loved, and the third was understanding because she had seen his life and knew what kind of stubborn he carried. "You're going," she said. "I'm going," he said. "Harry," she said, and stepped into his space like comfort and like scolding. "Wood destroyed 4 Horcruxes. The diary's in our box. Nagini isn't made. He's mortal. We did this. We bought you a fair fight. But a fair fight still ends boys." "I'm not going to be fair," he said simply. "I'm going to be thorough." She made a noise that might have been a laugh and might have been an oath. "Use every ugly trick we learned. No speeches, no mercy. Just endings, he said. She stared at him for a long moment and then pressed her forehead to his. I hate being the one who stays, she whispered. You're the one who lives if I don't, he whispered back. You're the second plan. You're the person who tells the truth if I can't. I don't want to be the contingency, she said. But there wasn't heat in it. Come back to me. Always, he said. She kissed him, brief and fierce, and not about romance so much as about claim we are real in a world that changes its mind. He kissed her back for the same reason. The maze grew by itself under Flitwick's supervision and the stars' encouragement. Hedges as tall as towers, paths that promised and lied, creatures with rules and creatures with none. The cup sat at the center like a reasonable thing. It wasn't. Harry trained in the time between classes and sanity. Sirius threw hexes at him until blocking was muscle and breath. Remus met him twice in an empty classroom and said nothing at all for the first 5 minutes. Then asked him what he was afraid of besides the obvious. And Harry said, becoming someone I can't stand. And Remus said, you already hate him. That's a start. Daphne watched him pace holes in the room's floor and wrote plans 3 lines deep in a code they'd invented between classes in first year. Promise me, she said, the night before, when the room was just a bed and a chair and a window that looked like it opened on the sea. Promise me you won't be noble. Promise me you won't hesitate because someone deserves it. I don't care who deserves what. I care if you come home. I promise, he said, because he wasn't noble, he was necessary, and there's a difference. If it's between a lesson and living, I'll choose living. They fell asleep with their fingers linked, not because they were trying to be romantic, but because skin helps when words don't. Harry dreamed of a white place that wasn't a place, and Eurydice, pivotal, standing in it, as if she had been waiting since the invention of waiting, she said, fond and matter of fact. That keeps sounding sarcastic, he said. It keeps being true, she said. You're carrying a ritual that wants finishing. How? By telling the truth to the part of you that still thinks death is a mistake, she said. By knowing it and not flinching. That's wonderfully cryptic, he said. Death always is, she said, amused and sad, but it loves you. Don't make the mistake of thinking that means it will make you comfortable. He woke to a light that was gray and honest. His hands were steady while he checked his wand and straps. He slid a slim piece of basilisk shed skin. What was left from a transfiguration exercise gone right, into his sleeve, because luck is just preparation with good timing. He tucked Sirius's protein coin in his pocket and pressed it once. It warmed like a living thing. Sirius found him at the foot of the stairs. They stood in a quiet that didn't need to be filled. Whatever happens tonight, Sirius said, voice low enough to be a secret and strong enough to be a net. James and Lily would be proud. I am. Harry hugged him, fierce and brief. Thank you. For choosing me.
Always,
Sirius said. Harry walked out into evening. The hedges breathed. The cup glinted. Somewhere past both, a graveyard waited like a closed fist. He felt the weight of all the plans that had led to this, and all the people they were trying to keep. He felt the calm that came when a problem had only one ugly, workable solution. He felt Daphne's kiss ghosting his mouth like a promise. The maze awaited. The cup awaited. Voldemort awaited. Harry Potter, 14 years old and master of death, stepped to the line with his eyes open and his purpose set. Shechiptr XV. Master of death, the hedges made their own weather. Up close, the maze breathed cool, damp air exhaling through the gaps. Leaves humming very softly, as if they remembered something the rest of the grounds had forgotten. Torches ringed the pitch and threw the kind of light that made faces look like masks. Across the way, buchsbattens and Durmstrang banners cracked in a wind that wasn't reaching the grass. Dumbledore's voice was steady, the voice you used for children before you asked them to do something dangerous. You will enter at intervals according to points. Rise red sparks if you require extraction. The cup is at the center. Take care. Harry didn't look for Daphne. He'd done that already and found her. 3 rows up with Slytherin, still and watchful, fingers white around the rail. If he looked again, he'd go soft, and soft in a hedge maze wasn't just foolish, it was fatal. The whistle split the air. He stepped into green. The maze didn't want you to see far. The first corridor turned left for no reason, and the second turned right, because it could, and then the hedges shouldered together until the sky was a narrow strip, and the ground decided it was allowed to slope. The noise of the stands fell away, and the world narrowed to dirt, leaf, breath. He moved with his wand low and his mind high. The Sphinx found him before he meant to find her, sitting prim and impossible in a nest of roots, eyes like polished amber. "Riddle?" she asked. "Lazy?" "Please," Harry said, because politeness cost nothing. "What walks on one in birth and none in death?" she said, "and counts in 3s to spend itself." He didn't let himself overthink it. Overthinking is where riddles eat you. "Heartbeat," he said. "It walks in waves, dies in silence, and your number fetish is showing." She huffed a laugh. "Pass!" he passed, and the air changed. Somewhere ahead, a scroot rattled at the end of its leash. He sent it rolling with a silent vanishing charm that pushed at the animal's bulk without burning it. An acromantula tested him the way nightmares test children. He gave it a concussive wave and left it sensibly insensible among its own webbing. Halfway, a shape slid out of shadow and took Daphne's outline. The boggart didn't get farther than the tilt of her head before it met a ridiculous that turned its borrowed eyes violet and its hair to an undignified bob. He walked through with his hand steady. Crumb came out of the dark like a thrown knife and wobbled, eyes blank, wand up. The imperious leaves a shine on a person. Harry dropped him with a clean stunner, sent up red sparks, and kept moving. Cedric appeared 3 corridors later, breathing hard and grinning with that generous grin that had made half the school fall a little in love with him all year. They rounded the same corner at the same moment and saw the cup in the same breath. It stood on a knuckle of ledge like it had grown there. Cedric said, "Together," because that's who he was. Harry could hear his own heartbeat, like someone walking on snow. He kept his voice low. "No. You take it?" "What?" Cedric stopped dead. "Don't be ridiculous." "We. You take it," Harry said, and he put weight on the words because this wasn't a courtesy. "You don't want this cup. Trust me." Cedric stared. Harry didn't wait for the argument to catch up. He stepped forward and touched the handle. The world yanked. Grave dirt has a smell different from regular dirt. Older, somehow, as if it had been taught secrets and didn't know what else to do with them. He landed hard enough to see stars and let the roll carry him. Because the thing, wrapped in Pettigrew's arms, was already watching him with eyes like hot coals in ash. There were headstones like teeth and a cold that wasn't weather. Right on time. Pettigrew wheezed, and the little thing in his arms made a noise like a kettle wanting to boil. Harry let the ropes wrap him. His wand lay 3 feet away in the grass. His magic was where it always was, behind his sternum like a hand on a door. Bone, flesh, blood. The ritual didn't care who watched it. It liked an audience. Pettigrew's knife was quick and business-like, and the cut in Harry's forearm lit the nerves in his hand, but the pain had corners he knew already. The potion turned a color that didn't have a name, and the air went thin with magic. Voldemort climbed out of the cauldron like someone being born badly. He was tall and pale and wrong. Magic hung on him as if it didn't fit. Parts of him blurred at the edges like a portrait in the rain. He looked down at his hands with a confusion so clean it was almost human. "What?" he hissed, and it rattled the stones. "Is this?" "After market modifications," Harry said softly. "You're missing pieces." Voldemort's gaze snapped to him, the thin mouth cut down. "What have you done?" "Cleaned up your mess," Harry said. "Dearie, ring locket." "Cup." "Diadem? You lie," Voldemort said automatically, because it was the only thing he knew how to say when the world failed to match the story in his head. He looked at his hands again. Truth isn't kind, it doesn't know how to be. It sat in his chest like a weight. "Wormtail," he said, very gently, which was how he spoke when he wanted pain to be educational. "Call them." Pettigrew touched his mark the way a man touches a bruise he both hates and loves. The air started cracking, one by one, as Death Eaters apparated into the shape of a circle. Masks, robes, all the theater. Bellatrix didn't bother with her mask. She smiled like a wound. Harry was counting distances while they found their places. Nagini lay coiled near the foot of a mossy angel, thick as a man's thigh head lifted, tongue tasting the night. Harry felt, in his wrist, the way magic hums when it recognizes a room's most important object. The last anchor had a heartbeat. Voldemort made a lazy gesture. The ropes fell away in a hiss. He wanted Harry upright. He wanted him to look small while he did something big. The wand came to Harry's hand without a word. Simple magic, oldest kind, mine. He didn't waste any of it on theatrics. He broke left. Nagini lunged where he had been, her body moved like a thought, and her head snapped through the space where his knee should have been. He slid on the damp grass, pivoted on the heel of his left hand, and put power into a severing charm he'd practiced until his bones remembered. The spell took her hard and clean. Her head struck the ground with a dull sound. Her body twisted, woke, died. The air tasted like pennies. Something tore out of the world and left the world entire. Voldemort staggered. The scream that came out of him wasn't sound so much as a subtraction, a piece gone, that he had counted as part of his weight. "No," he said. And it rang, and then he wasn't right again, not even a little. The first curse he flung wasn't dramatic. It was a slashing line of green that cut the air like a sickle. Harry moved. The tombstone at his shoulder didn't. It exploded in a spray of cold dust. He went behind the next one without thinking and felt the stone jump under a curse meant for spine. "Kill him!" Bellatrix shrieked. Delighted. "My lord, kill, silence," Voldemort said without looking, and she went mute like a door closing. They fought. It wasn't a beam of light duel. There was no pause for speeches. It was ugly. Harry threw concussives that sent Earth geysering. Stunners that hurt when they hit even if they were blocked. shields that curved like shells around him and ate curses whole. Twice he slipped invisible for a breath and came out where Voldemort hadn't been expecting him. Twice Voldemort anticipated the feint, and the world tore itself open in front of Harry's ribs. Voldemort had decades of practice in bending rules until they cried. He made the shadows on the ground stand up and bite. He drew a circle with his wand that wasn't a shape so much as a decision, and the air inside it turned sharp and bloody. Harry fed the circle water, and the blood spell hissed and went out like a bonfire under rain. He called fire blue, white, and hungry, in a scoop the size of his palm, and threw it like a discus at the shadows. The fiendfire ate only what he told it to, and then guttered obediently at his heel. He could feel how much it hated listening. "You have power." Voldemort snarled, breath coming wrong now, body flickering at the edges. "But no will?" "I have exactly enough," Harry said, and sent a silent, heavy shield sideways without looking. Pettigrew's panicked wand snap ricocheted off it and took Dolohov in the shoulder. "You are a child," Voldemort said. And in the space between that and his next curse, Harry realized how much of Voldemort's power had always been theater. Harry had killed the snake. The math was different now. There was no insurance policy left in a vault, or a locket, or a book. The man across from him was a man. "Avada Kedavra," Voldemort said, almost conversational. Harry didn't move. The world greened. He saw Daphne's face in the half, second before the light reached him, not in the graveyard, not here. The way she looked when she said always. He let the curse land where his heart lived. The white place again, but it wasn't King's Cross. King's Cross had a smell of diesel and hope. This smelled like clean paper and salt. 3 people were waiting as if they had been for a long time without minding. The woman was familiar without being known, which is another way of saying she had the face of an ancestor and a friend. Her brothers looked like variations on a theme. One sharpened, one softened. "Welcome," she said, and her voice did the thing voices do when they have held too many names. Harry Potter. Master of Death. He would have bristled before. He didn't now. He looked at his hands. They were his hands. "Am I dead?" he asked, because starting there made sense. "Not yet," the woman said, smiling. "If you want to be, you could. But I don't think you do." He shook his head. "I have things to do." "You always do," she said, fond. "I'm Eurydice Peveril. These are my brothers, Antioch and Cadmus." Antioch bowed as if his bones liked to. Cadmus inclined his head like he preferred not to. "The curse hit me," Harry said. I didn't feel." "The killing curse kills certainty," Eurydice said, almost gently. "It releases a soul from its argument with a body. But you are not under that law anymore." Harry frowned. "Why?" "Because I failed properly," Eurydice said, and the smile edged with rue. 2 centuries ago I tried to make a bridge. Not to conquer death. No one with sense wants that, but to understand it. To stand in the doorway and look both ways. I made tools. My brothers made weapons of them. I needed a master. I made a trap." Antioch snorted at himself without apology. Cadmus looked away. "When you were ripped through time," she went on, "with the cloak still loving you, with the wand naming you, with the stone still hungry for a story, when your magic met my unfinished work, it sealed. All 3 touched at once, all 3 in one core. Time stabilized what life had shaken. The ritual completed itself on a boy who had already died once and decided to come back. By accident." Harry said. Most worth doing is, she said. You can't be taken by force now. You can be asked. You can be offered rest. The door opens for you because you've learned to open it for others. He thought of Cedric standing in the maze and Fleur's sister, blinking Lake out of her eyelashes, and Sirius's hand on his shoulder. The piece of Voldemort that was in me, he said, because the old fear was a habit. It dissolved when your core took in the hollows, Cadmus said quietly. It had nowhere to live. You never belonged to him. Antioch smiled at the wand hand he'd been watching. You've used it well, he said. Power without swagger. I'm impressed. I wanted the people I loved, Cadmus said, not quite looking at anyone. You wanted the people still alive. That's wiser. Eurydice's eyes were kind. And you wore the cloak to keep children safe and trouble yours. My Trinity needed someone like that. Harry let out a breath that was part laugh, part release. So, I can go back. You can, Eurydice said, and you will grow old if you choose it. The title doesn't make you immortal, it makes you sovereign. When it's time, your time, you'll decide to step through, and we'll walk with you a while. He hesitated.
Do I? Will I see you again?
When you want to, she said. But not for a very long time, I think. He nodded. He didn't know how to say thank you for a life, so he said, I'll use it. That's all I ever wanted, she said, and the white place folded like a letter. He came back in on the floor. The graveyard had paused, the way rooms do when something impolite happens in them. Voldemort's face was a study in an emotion he'd never planned to practice. Fear looked odd on him, amateurish. You, he said, like someone whose grammar had gotten away from him. You, a Louvre, Harry supplied, picking himself up and dusting off the green light like ash. His chest didn't hurt. The skin under his shirt was unmarked and warm. That's the problem, isn't it? What are you? Voldemort whispered. Doan, Harry said, and tired. And the person here who knows what you are. He moved. Not a sprint, not a lunge. Something between a step and a sentence. Voldemort threw everything he had left, old curses with too much family in them, new inventions that stank of grave dirt. A blade of wind sharp enough to cut ideas. Harry answered them like arithmetic. He didn't meet green with green. He let it spend itself on shields he'd built out of belief and practice, bent it sideways into the ground, gave it stone to kill. Tom, Harry said, and the name stuck the way true things do. It ends. He didn't raise his wand for the one everyone expected. He set his feet, the way Sirius had taught him to when he wanted power to go forward and not spill out his elbows. He poured intent into the bark of an old spell until it became something younger and meaner. Expulso, he said low. The blast took Voldemort in the chest and lifted him and pulled him apart. Not blood, not mess. He came apart like ashes do when a hand opens. He wasn't there anymore. The circle broke. Death Eaters do what bullies do when the big bully falls. They ran. Bellatrix vanished with a sound like a laugh choked off. Lucius left his mask in the grass like a shed skin. Pettigrew stared, frozen by a horror that had nothing to do with fidelity and everything to do with having bet wrong. Harry stunned him cleanly, bound him with something that would make running a memory, and looked at the empty air where a story used to be. Then he put his hand on the cup again and let the world catch him. He arrived on his knees. The pitch was full of breath held too long. For a second, Hogwarts was a painting Dumbledore with his wand half raised. McGonagall, with her mouth set in a shape no one had seen in years, bagpipes, somewhere far away stuck on a single low note. Ron's face was the shape of question. Hermione's the shape of relief. She wasn't letting herself have yet. Daphne was 3 steps down from her seat and didn't remember making those steps. Sirius reached him first. Animagus to man in a breath, hand on the back of Harry's head, arms around him like he'd learned his lesson and didn't plan to forget it. "What happened?" he demanded, voice gone rough. "Where?" "Graveyard." Harry said into his shoulder. He pulled back enough to look at Dumbledore. "Little Hangleton." He tried to come back. "He did? He's gone." Dumbledore's eyes were very old and very bright. "How gone?" "The only kind that counts," Harry said. They took him to the headmaster's office because there weren't enough seats on the pitch for what needed saying. He put Pettigrew on the carpet like a parcel he wasn't sorry to deliver. Veritaserum did what it always did, and the words spilled, porky ritual failure. The ministry men swallowed hard and went paler when they realized what that last word meant for them tomorrow morning. Fawkes watched Harry and made a sound like the beginning of a song. "You planned this," Dumbledore said when the room emptied, not accusing so much as placing a piece. "For years," Harry said. He didn't apologize. "We couldn't pull every string. We could pull enough." "We," Dumbledore repeated. "Miss Greengrass." Harry didn't answer that directly. He looked at his hands. They were steady. "I'll tell you everything," he said. "Someday. When the telling won't change the result." Dumbledore accepted that without liking it, and with more respect than he'd shown Harry in months. "I am very glad you chose to come back," he said quietly. "So am I," Harry said. He meant it in his bones. The days after moved sideways. The prophet ran out of fonts. The ministry tried on triumph and relief and fear like suits and wore all 3 badly. Warrants went out. Doors were kicked in. Some names Harry had expected, some he hadn't. Trials bloomed in public like poisonous flowers. Truth fell out of mouths that had lied for years. Harry didn't go to most of it. Sirius tried to, and Remus dragged him home by the collar twice, when the temper that 12 years of Azkaban and 1 year of trying to be gentle had not entirely tamed started making noise. Hermione wrote lists of reforms and then burned them and wrote kinder ones. Ron practiced Quidditch until his hands blistered and said very little, and was near whenever very little wasn't enough. McGonagall bought herself a new tartan and stood very straight. Harry slept like a human and woke like one most mornings. The ones where he didn't, Daphne was there, at his shoulder, at his wrist, in his line of sight. They talked in low voices in quiet rooms and didn't perform their relief for anyone else. "You did it," she said one evening in the room they'd always chosen for the important parts, and for once she let the awe show. "You actually did it?" "We did it," he said. "I would have been dead in a lake 2 years ago if you hadn't thought like a monster and a saint in the same minute." She didn't argue. "What now?" "No," Harry said, and tasted the word like an unfamiliar sweet. "We learned to be boring." She huffed a laugh. "Impossible. Harder than Fiendfire," he admitted. "Worth trying." "Promise me we'll at least be interesting in private," she said, and when he kissed her, it was warm and not desperate and didn't feel like an oath so much as a home. Epilogue, June 25, 1996. Grimmauld had windows now that opened, The house never stopped being a black, exactly. It still had opinions, and a spine you could feel under your palms, but it had learned new tricks. There was a garden in the back where sun found them even when London forgot to supply any. A stray Kneazle had moved in and let Sirius pretend he wasn't charmed by it. Creature grumbled fewer slurs and invented new ones that were about dust rather than blood. Harry sat in the garden with his feet in the patch of sunlight the Kneazle had chosen to ignore. 16 felt the right shape inside his bones for the first time. When he closed his eyes, the graveyard didn't appear. Sometimes a white place did, but it was less a room now than a reassurance. The fireplace coughed green, and Daphne stepped out like she belonged in every room he'd ever walk into. She was sun, brown from afternoons she let herself have, hair up and away, that said she'd done it because it was hot, not because anyone would see. She said, and came out to the garden holding 2 glasses and the kind of smile you save.
Hi,
he said, and his chest did the easy, lifting thing it did around her now. They sat without needing to talk, which is its own kind of proof. When the quiet had done its job and softened the edges of the day, he said, "We made it?" "We did," she said. She leaned into his shoulder. He leaned back. "Do you ever think about, what if we hadn't?" he asked. Not because he wanted the other timeline, and not because he wanted to pay new griefs, but because naming the thing that didn't happen felt like cleaning a wound that healed wrong. "Sometimes," she said honestly. "When Blaine says something ridiculous, and I realize I'd have traded 100 wars for one of his bad jokes. When Sirius burns toast and looks like he's won a battle. But then I look at them, at you, and I don't wonder very long. The dark bits," he said. "What we paid. The magic we used." "We paid," she said, steady. "We didn't run a tab. That matters." He nodded. "Do you think we're okay?" He didn't mean fine. He meant possible. "I think we're damaged," she said, because if he had chosen her for anything first it had been this. "I think we're together." "That's enough. Is it?" "It has to be," she said, and he felt something unclench in him that hadn't known it was holding on. The sun went down like someone writing the last line and not needing a flourish. The back door banged and small feet hammered out.
Dave!
"Harry," Blaine yelled, 10 years old and full of that light the world can't buy or bury.
Sirius is making something he swears isn't on fire!
"Lies," Daphne said, standing. "It's on fire?" They followed him in. The kitchen smelled like garlic and bravado. Remus arrived late with better bread than anyone else's and insisted it was nothing. The Kneazle condescended to the table. Sirius burned his fingers and laughed. At the threshold, Daphne offered Harry her hand as if they were at the edge of a dance and not a kitchen. "Ready?" she asked, and the word meant the next 10 minutes and the next 50 years. He took it. "Always." They crossed in together. The past sat where it belonged, in rooms they could visit and leave. The future had more doors than either of them had expected and fewer traps. There would be days when the white place would call to his bones, and he'd tell it gently, "Not yet." There would be nights when she woke and counted her family by touch and breath, and then slept again. The war was over. The timeline was saved. And Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass, 19 in the parts of themselves that made decisions, 16 in the ones that still grew, walked into a future they'd earned with blood, with magic, and with the kind of partnership that made the word always sound like a promise, and not a warning.